I can't be here for too long because actually 15, because the Stairmaster is calling my name. Okay, but come here, y'all. I wanted to make a quick video because I've been talking to a couple of y'all this week, right? And there's a recurring theme over here, right? Oh, I forgot I had this phone call to make, but there is a recurring theme going on with a lot of young ladies, and to me, it's actually really concerning. Okay, it's really concerning. Now I have to say this: it's not that I would call myself a party pooper, even though I can see if it comes off this way, right? I was talking to Abby the other day. She was like, Marlene, you're really a sweet person. I'm like, why would I not be a sweet person? I'm a nice person. I'm a really nice person. But I told her, maybe because, of my mom, because I have two older sisters, but of my mom, I'm the firstborn. Hey, Queen. Of my mother, I am the firstborn, right? And I think also like maybe like being an immigrant and stuff, because I have younger siblings and stuff. So I always had to look out for them. My dad used to travel a lot. When we moved to the States, my dad was always gone, like always gone, right? And so I had to do a lot. Translating, raising kids, doing all that kind of stuff, right? So I just grew up a certain way. But I'm the kind of person, you know, like, I'll give you a good example. Maybe that's the best way to explain it, right? When most women are sitting here clapping and, oh my gosh, look at the flowers. Oh my gosh, look, she got pregnant. Oh my gosh, look, he proposed to her, right? These are, first of all, ugh, number one, okay? Number one, numero uno. When you deal with me, you should know I'm not an emotional person. Okay, I am not emotional. Like, what makes most women cry and do all that weird shit? I'm like, okay, what is wrong with you weirdos? Okay, I'm not emotional. I am not someone who is easily impressed by gifts. They don't impress me. Designer names do not impress me. I swear to if I tell you, if you ever get to see my mom's closet, it's giving Neiman Marcus on steroids. Okay, money doesn't impress me. Fancy cars don't impress me. Traveling does not impress me. A lot of things do not impress me. Let me say this: the things that impress most women do not impress me. The things that impress most black people do not impress me. Okay, I am someone, I will never stop saying it because I think some people don't understand me properly. Even people that I guess are friends with me don't seem to get me, right? I am not impressed by bullshit. Okay. What's impressive to me are people who are actually intelligent. Like, are you an intelligent person? Do you know how to think? Right? Do you know how to anticipate foolishness? Right? And if you do anticipate the foolishness, what is your plan for the foolishness? I am a person, I value structure. I keep telling people I'm an air sign. I don't know why it flies over people's heads. Okay. I am an air sign, which means I'm an Aquarius, right? I told y'all this. I am an Aquarius, right? I told you I'm a life path number 9. I have told you I am not emotional. I have told you tears do nothing for me. Right? I actually get offended when I see people cry because I feel like you want to manipulate me. Okay? I'm a very different type of woman. Right? And that's why even in my life, I don't have that many female friends. I don't even consider most women friends. I just see them as sisters. So that way I have more tolerance for their foolishness. Okay? What is this? What's going on here? What is this? Hold on, hold on. So what? No, no, don't come here with foolishness. Okay? Thank you. I don't have time for stupidity. Okay? Thanks. Right? That's just me. Everybody's different, right? Why I can't have white girls as sisters? Like, what are you talking about? Like, you guys are really crazy. Do you know how many white people in America? How many white people are in the world, right? But I'm not gonna come and say, "Oh yeah, I have white friends." I hate when people do that. Like, people are not a token, and I don't have to tell anybody who my friends are, what their colors are, because it doesn't matter to me. Okay, what matters is like, are you actually intelligent? Do you actually know how to think? Do you know how to reason? Okay, do you actually make sense? This obsession people have with color, this obsession people have with gender, it's really sick. It's really sick. Girls that are really nice, there are guys that are really nice. You know what I'm saying? There are girls that are fucking awful. There are guys that are fucking awful. Right? There are black people that are really nice. Then there are black people who are freaking awful. Okay? There are white people who are really nice. And then there are white people who are fucking awful. Right? But the thing is, people are so America's such a racialized country here. People are so obsessed with skin color, gender, penis, vagina. Like to me, I could care less. I could really care less, right? When you sit down with someone and you have a great conversation with someone, the first thing that hey Diana, the first thing that comes to your mind is not, oh, is this person black? Is this person white? Is that a man or a woman? You're like, oh, that was actually a really nice conversation, right? It's nice to talk to people right? It's nice to talk to people who are actually, right? You whatever you think, Jake. I mean, and even that is subjective, right? If you go to a Muslim country, right, that's why I can have a it's the Jews, right? So who's always doing the killing is subjective. It can be facts, it doesn't matter, right? But it's still subjective, right? If you go to the Middle East and you say who's always doing the killing, they'll be like, yeah, white Americans. Or they'll even say Jews, right? So it's subjective. So like we have to stop this. It's always the same people, depending on who's counting, right? That's it. And depend on who's also keeping track. So I'm sure you're white, Jake. So for you, you only want to keep track of black people who are killing people because it's not convenient, right? Well, okay. But if they're black, there are a bunch of whites also who ruin homes. So who cares? Who really cares? Right? There's I live next to a black family, they got evicted. Okay. They ruin everything. Okay. So because they're black is why they ruin everything. It's not because they themselves don't know how to take care of stuff. So you've never met a white family who also got evicted and ruined everything, right? You're crazy, Jake. You're really crazy. But anyways, right? Like this is really silly. This is extremely silly, right? That's fine, Jake. You can't stand the mentality, but somehow you came to my life to let me know. I appreciate you here. I appreciate you telling me your grievances, Jake. Okay. Thank you. I'll take notes and I'll pass it up to management. Okay. Thanks. Anyway, today's Sunday, right? So what's I gonna say, right? But I will say this. There's something what's going on here? But there's something, you guys, please don't do this. It's Sunday. Let Jake be. Let him be. Ignore, like sometimes when you see some people write certain things, you have to understand that a lot of people, they're mentally ill. Okay? They're lonely and they're mentally ill. So don't, okay? He wants a reaction to other people. He's not going to get it. Today is Sunday. It's exhausting. You can't keep doing this all day, right? Yeah, we're passing up to management. But my point is, right? When there are people, to me, because I've talked to a lot of young people lately, because I'm not gonna get distracted. This video is about premarital counseling. Thank you, right? So my thing is, right? I think it's really important for a lot of young ladies who are dating, right, to go to premarital counseling. So I had a conversation with a little sis recently, right? Who's like, oh, but big sis, I got married. So she got married and it didn't work out for her. It was like all kinds of crazy stuff, right? Hey, right? And I said to her, before you married this man, before you agreed to marry the man, right? Did you guys actually go to premarital counseling? You guys, sorry if I'm not looking at you directly. It's the iPad. So like I'm so confused, but whatever, right? Hopefully you're listening to me. But I asked her, right, before you got married, did you guys actually go to premarital counseling? Right? Did you actually go to premarital counseling? Right? When you're a young lady and you're deciding for yourself, oh, I'm gonna marry this guy, I'm gonna marry that guy, right? But what tools do you have? Okay. What tools do you have to judge this man accordingly as to whether or not he can be a husband? Right? And then what happens is that people get married, and of course it's a calamity, right? It's disastrous, it's all kind of chaos, right? Because these are people, honestly, they had no business. Jay, can you stop cursing, please? Please stop. It's Sunday. Calm down. Okay? I don't want to block you, but please stop. Okay? You can stay, we can talk, but please stop cursing. Thank you. God bless you. All right? Right? But I'm like, did you consider going to counseling before you agreed to marry this man? Okay? Because the thing about marriage is that, right? I think a lot of ladies, that's just me. What do I know? But I think for a lot of young ladies, like what I'm starting to see, especially in our conversations and what I see on social media, is that you judge a man whether he takes you out, how often he takes you out, how many times he called you throughout the day, if he buys you stuff, if he takes you on vacation, right? But how exactly do these things translate into being a good husband, right? So let's say you have a man who buys you everything you want. Okay. So because he buys you everything you want, it means that if you get married, you'll have a good marriage. So because a man buys you everything you want, I mean, to me that also sounds like a sugar daddy. What do I know, right? It also sounds like a personal shopper. But just because a man buys you everything you want, does that mean that you're then going to have a great marriage? I don't think so. I don't think so. And my thing is, if a man has the ability to buy you whatever you want, why isn't that you want him to pay for premarital counseling, right? Because when you go to counseling, when you go to premarital counseling, these people are not there for your fairy tale, your lovey-dovey stories, right? They are here to ask you real questions. Because we have to make sure that people are actually compatible. right? And a lot of times, a lot of people are not compatible, right? Just because you have great sex with someone, does that mean that you are compatible to spend the rest of your life together? To go through like a family, children, I don't know, people passing away, diseases, like losing your job, gaining weight, losing weight, right? It's a lot that happens in a marriage, right? And just because someone is easy with the swipe the credit card, swipe the card, swipe the card, swipe the card, okay? How do you know that this man is ready to be a husband and let alone your husband, right? You have no idea. Yeah, I gotta go. Mm-mm-mm. Sorry, y'all. Am I still here? I hope I'm here. I don't know. Am I still here? Maybe, maybe not. Okay. Makes sense. Hopefully I can record this. Ah, hopefully this works, right? But I'm like, you need to make sure, no matter how much you think you love someone, no matter how much you think you know someone, okay, you need to make sure that you go to premarital counseling. You have to do it, okay? No matter how scared you are, okay? But if you are afraid to go to premarital counseling because you are afraid to hear something, discover something, or realize something, right, about this man or your relationship, then you're not ready for marriage, right? People who really want to be married should not be afraid of premarital counseling, because the thing about the premarital counseling, these counselors are not there to hurt you. Okay, I don't think the vast majority of people who become premarital counselors, oh yeah, I can't wait to hurt these people. I can't wait to show them that they don't belong together. I think most people who do premarital counseling really want to make sure that these people are compatible, that they have the tools that they need, that they can have a successful marriage, right? And this is why they're coming here, right? But people who do the premarital counselors, they're not trying to hurt your relationship. Okay? They're not trying to have you guys break up, but they want you to understand this is who he really is, and this is who you truly are, right? Because a lot of people who date, especially with social media, right? Because a lot of people see stuff on social media and they want to bring that into their relationship. So it's the crazy dates, the crazy vacations, the crazy proposals, right? Because it's all performative, right? But a relationship, it's not performative. The dating phase might be performative, right? But after a while, it's going to be you, it's going to be him for real, for real. And you're going to see the real person, right? And I think that the goal with premarital counseling is to get you guys to see who you are, the real you, not the person you are pretending to be, and not the person you want him to be. You need to see this man for exactly who he is. And then you have to ask yourself, can I do this? Right? And because another thing I'm gonna say too, right? I wish I had like notes, right? Another thing I'm going to say that I've also noticed is that a lot of women who get married or who are getting engaged, whatever, you have this idea that you can change someone, right? And this is where I think a lot of relationships they go left, because people want to control people. These women here want to control the men. Men are not meant to be controlled, just like you would not want to be controlled. Okay. And you have to accept that. It's possible that someone is going to change. And it's also very possible that someone is not going to change. And either way, you're going to have to be okay with that. You're going to have to be okay with that. Right. Let's even talk about something else. Right. Let's talk about babies, pregnancies, postpartum, and babies. Right. Because I was telling my sister that, my little sister, right? Right. Oh, it's okay. It's okay, Simone. Don't worry about it, baby. Right? You can watch the replay, right? Because I told her, even this whole pregnancy stuff, right? A lot of women also do not want to. Let me start with number one. Number one, we go to premarital counseling, right? One day, the counselor can say, hey, Gigi, the counselor can say, have you guys ever talked about pregnancy? Right? Because what happens if your wife gets pregnant? So let's say you have a job right now, he has a job, right? So right now you're bringing two incomes in the household, right? So right now it's not that bad. You're doing really well. There's two income. But what happens if your wife decides to not work? Right? What if with the pregnancy, because not all pregnancies are easy, right? There are some pregnancies that are really easy on the body. Like you have ladies who can work until they're 9 months pregnant, right? Because their bodies do really well. Unfortunately, you have other ladies too, the body's having a hard time with the pregnancy, right? You have ladies who need to have cerclage. Hey, Pam, you have ladies who need to have cerclage. You have ladies who need to stay in bed. You have ladies who get like crazy sick, right? Some ladies, their first trimester is not that bad. other ladies, their first trimester is utter shit. Okay, they throw up every day, they sick every day, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so you don't really know what kind of pregnancy you're gonna have. Now, sometimes you can defer to your mother. Like if your mom carried pregnancies easily, most likely you'll carry pregnancies easily, right? If your mom had a challenge, if your mom had challenges with her pregnancies, most likely you also will have challenges with your pregnancies, right? But there's really no telling how a woman will carry her pregnancy, or at least her first pregnancy, right? So if there are health issues, if she has to take leave from work, if she has to stop work early, right? Or even if she has a great pregnancy, but then she decides that she no longer wants to go back to work because she would rather stay at home and raise the baby for 5 years, right? Have you guys talked about that, right? Have you guys had this discussion, right? And if she chooses not to go back to work, how would that make you feel? Right. And I also think the good thing about counseling is that it gives a space for people to say how they truly feel without anybody being emotional. Right. Oh, happy Juneteenth, my love, right? Yeah, that's true. Happy Juneteenth to everybody, right? But it gives a space for people to be able to talk how they really want to talk, right? Because many times what I've also come to find, and I will say I blame the men for that too. I think many times when it comes to relationship, a lot of men are not comfortable with certain things, but they keep quiet because you don't want to start a fight. But the thing is, by keeping quiet, you're hey Mark, what's up? By keeping quiet, you're making this woman believe that you're okay with this when you're not okay with that, right? And then later on, there's resentment. There is resentment because in her mind, you seem to be okay. And you probably were not okay, but you never said anything. So because you didn't say anything, now she's assuming that, oh, you're okay with that. It's like, oh, right? And whose fault is that? I'll give you a good example, right? I had a friend tell me that, her nephew and his wife, they're having issues now because the wife, she's a stay-at-home mom. And so I guess she's comparing herself to her cousins, and she feels like the nephew, right? He's not buying her enough gifts, right? There's a lot of women, they measure how much a man loves them, right? Well, you should say that. A lot of women, for example, especially today, this day and age, because they're always on social media, right? But a lot of women today, they will measure how much a man loves them based on how much stuff he buys her. And even I also feel like counseling, premarital counseling, also is a great place to talk about that, right? Child, please. Yes, I'm racist. Bye bye. What the heck? Okay, I am a racist. Anything else, right? So a lot of people will say, like, hey, if a man doesn't buy me anything, if a man does not buy me stuff, I don't want to be with this man, right? Because to them, their love language is buying me stuff, right? Makes sense? Even though she has a roof over her head, even though she is taken care of, right? But for her, the mortgage, it's a granted, right? Health insurance, she takes that for granted, right? It's all about the gifts. What are you buying me? What are you buying? What are you buying me? Because her friends are getting stuff, her sisters are getting stuff, her cousins are getting stuff, right? So to me, I also feel like this is something that young people who are dating, right, should also address in counseling, right? What is your love language? You understand? Because as a man, also, you should know if the lady that you want to propose to or the lady that you want to marry, right? Hey, babe, what's up? If the lady that you want to marry or the lady that you want to propose to, right? If this lady, her love language is buy me stuff, buy me stuff, buy me stuff, buy me stuff, listen, you need to know that. And she also needs to know that that is her love language. And then you can say, I don't mind buying you stuff on holidays, for Christmas, for your birthdays, but I'm not going to be the kind of man who can just buy you stuff every single time, right? She also needs to know that. She also needs to know that. And that way, expectations are understood. And then later on, there's no frustration, right? Because I asked my friend, I said, okay, when your nephew started dating his wife, right? Was it like bunch of restaurants, a bunch of dinners, bunch of gifts, bunch of that, right? Because even me, I will say a lot of men out here, y'all need to kind of dial it back with all the restaurants. It's like we're talking about like premarital counseling, right? I think a lot of men, a lot of you young men out here who are dating, I think you guys also need to dial it back with all the restaurants, all the gifts, all the this, right? Because it's not sustainable. It is not sustainable. So if you start dating a young lady and every time you take her out, you take her out, you take her out, you send her money, you send her money, you send her money, right? Do you not understand that now the reason why she likes you because you're pretty much acting like a sugar daddy, right? Never ever lead with your money. Never lead with your money because later on in the relationship or later on in the marriage, right? Now you set the bar really high. And it might not be a bar that you can sustain, but you were doing that to impress her. But in her head, well, if we started off dating this way, I can only imagine what being engaged to him looks like, what being married to him is going to look like, right? Which is like, it might not be the same for you. You might say, oh, I want her to know I like her. I'm really into her. So you do all these fancy, fancy dates. But later on, when she does like me and we do have a relationship, I'm not going to be spending as much money because now we might be cooking and things like that. You see what I'm saying? You got to be very careful. You got to be very careful how you lead. And you have to be very careful what you lead with. Right. But I think, because I see it a lot, that a lot of young men today, especially all the simp people over here, all the simps, right? Men who have a lot of hard time with charisma, men who have a lot of hard time with their personality, you are leading with money. And when you lead with money, you are leading her on because most likely she believes that this is something that is sustainable for you when it's really not. You just want to impress this lady. So if you're not a multimillionaire, if you're not a millionaire, don't act like one. Don't even date like one, right? When you do something, do things that are sustainable, right? Just like a diet. You can't just go from 0 to 100, right? Yes, right? You can't, thank you, Mark. You can't just go from 0 to 100. You can't just go from eating everything you want, 4,000 calories a day, to now you just want to wake up and eat 1,200 calories a day. You cannot do it. You might do it for a day, a week, right? But it's not sustainable, right? Because it's extreme. Anything that is extreme is not sustainable, right? You're not a basketball player. Don't try to be one. Okay? You are not a rapper. Don't try to be one. Okay? Stay within your bracket. And when you date people, be reasonable. This is what I can afford. Right? Now, sometimes birthdays, whatever, whatever, like big events like that, yeah, we can do something a bit more expensive, right? But when you date as well, you should date reasonably. And they might call you broke and they might call you a dusty. But one thing they can never call you is a liar. Okay? If you listen to me, you'll hear it, right? One thing they'll never do is call you a liar, right? Because you're led by you have to lead with integrity. Do not mislead people. If you're not rich, you're not rich. If you make regular money, you make regular money, right? And you actually want a woman who accepts you for who you are, right? It's better for a girl to say, you know what, you don't make a lot of money, but I still like you, right? Because even for you, that's less pressure. That sees a man ain't got nothing, okay? But I'm like, it's less pressure because she knows, hey, this guy makes this much, he can afford this, right? And if we do get married, I can expect to have a life that looks like this, and that, right? That is reasonable. But I think the problem is that a lot of men too today, they lying. You are lying, right? Because you don't want to be rejected or because you really want to date this girl. But I'm like, you are not sustainable. Dates, it is not sustainable, right? What'd you say, Green? Green, what'd you say? You say love. Oh my gosh, sorry, babe. I can't see you. Oh, the desired goal is to be in a symbiotic relationship where reciprocity is at the forefront. I mean, for the most part, right? Love, empathy, compassion. I mean, but love too, right? I feel like I'm gonna tell you, me personally, Green. I don't like it when men talk about love, right? Because I'm like, sometimes I think guys who talk too much about love are not where they should be financially. Because what is love? Right? What is love? Love is a duty. Love is a commitment. Love is hard. Okay? Love is showing up even when you don't want to show up. Right? Makes sense? So to me, if a man talks about love, how can a man love a woman if he cannot provide for his woman? I think a man should always be a provider. But what I will say is that the woman needs to be reasonable, right? The woman needs to be reasonable, right? So let's say you decide to love a man. If you know this man only has $70,000, that's just pre-tax, right? You need to be reasonable. You can't go ask this brother to give you a $500,000 life. What do you want him to go commit the crime? You want this man to go rob a bank? You want him to be a drug dealer? Okay? So if he makes 70,000, we're going to have to live within his budget. So if he tells you, wife, this is the apartment I can afford, and that's where we live, and we don't complain. You know what I'm saying? We do not complain. Because otherwise, go find you a baller. Right? So I feel like to me, a man's way of loving is by providing. But a woman's way of loving him as well is by being reasonable. You got to be reasonable. right? Because a lot of ladies, it's not even like the man can't provide, it's that she's completely unreasonable because she's comparing herself and her relationship to someone she sees on social media, not even being aware that many of these influencers are living a lie. They're living on credit cards. They're living on Klarna. They're living on loans. Some of them are maxing out their 401ks just to impress people on social media. There's so much fake stuff on social media. Right? So it's like, what do you mean by that, babe? I don't know. Tell me, right? I don't get what you mean by that. Okay? Makes sense. But I'm like, a man, his version of love, it shouldn't be all feelings, feelings. Because I think we also have an issue. Me, that's what I've noticed as well. I think a lot of our young black boys today, you guys are too emotional for me. No, you have to leave with you're gonna have to leave with your wallet. But I think I hope you understand what I'm trying to say, right? I guess it's like hyperbolic. Like, don't pretend. That's what I'm saying. You have to leave with your wallet because how can you be a man if you have no income? So a man needs to have income. But when I say do not leave with your wallet, what I'm saying is don't overdo it. Right? If you truly can only afford a date that costs $50, then that's where you stay. Do not pretend to afford something that is $500 when you ain't got it. You don't have it, right? There you go. But as a man, you need to know that people will always expect you to spend money. There is no escaping that. That is the role of a man. A man has to provide, just like a woman has to nurture, right? That is the role of a man. There is no escaping this. Like, you cannot escape this, right? A man will always have to pull out his wallet. Now, what I'm saying is, don't present yourself to be something you're not. Like, if you have to go use credit cards to take her on a date, then she's not the woman for you, right? If you have to go to the pawn shop to take this girl on a date, she's not the woman for you. If you have to go borrow money from your friends to take her out to eat, she is not the woman for you. If you have to go scam and do all kinds of robbery to be able to afford this girl, she is not the girl for you. And you have to accept that, right? Go for the young lady who's like, oh, wow, that's my dream date. What you can afford for her, that is a dream date, right? Because I'm like, one of the big issues that we have today with you young people and your dating foolishness, right, is that y'all don't want to be with the people that you can actually afford. Y'all don't want to be with the people that are actually for you. Everybody wants what they cannot have. And this is why people are out here lying. There's so much confusion. There's so much rage and anger because people are being deceitful. Because nobody wants what they can actually have. Like, I'll give you a good example, right? A lot of ladies out here believe that they deserve a multimillionaire. No, it's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. And they don't want to accept that. They rather waste their years, waste their time, waste their money, waste their dresses, chasing behind this elusive millionaire that you're never going to get. But maybe you can get a guy who's worth 100,000. Start your relationship, get married, start your life. And maybe 10 years from now, 20 years from now, he might be the millionaire that you were looking for. Right? That's it. But like, stop wasting time. Right? Because we also have a thing also has to be said. That's what I'm gonna say, right? A thing also has to be said that many times your destiny is already written. What is meant for you is really for you. But if you get to a certain age and it has yet to find you, it's not for you. Right? And oh, I want to manifest. I want to do love potions. I want to do all these chants. No, it's just not for you. It's not for you. Right? Things that are meant for you will never be so hard to get and so this and it's ridiculous. There are people who are nannies who got to marry multimillionaires. There are people who walk down the street and married a multimillionaire, right? It hasn't happened for you because it's not in the cards for you. And you have to accept that. But I'm like, a lot of people, it's men and women, it sounds to me like they have a hard time accepting facts. That certain things are just not, no, there's nothing to wait for. It's just not for you. Right? Like, you got a bunch of people, even you got a bunch of black dudes out here waiting for a light-skinned girl with a big booty. It's not for you. Maybe the person for you is actually dark skinned with a big booty. What do I know? Right? But instead of going where you're celebrated, you're like, oh, I'm gonna put my whole life on hold until I get exactly what I want. But time is going by. Time is flying by. And you're missing out on a real connection because in your head it needs to look a certain way. You're not that wise. You are not that wise. You're not that omniscient. You're not that all knowing, right? You have an image in your head because of society. You have an image in your head because what the movies have told you, what the music videos have told you, what celebrities have told you, right? But you don't even know what you actually need for yourself. Okay? It's like a lot of people want to date people based on what they think looks good for other people. You are insane, right? I'm not, no, I can tell him what he wants. And we should do that more often. We should tell the man what you want is completely out of your reach, right? What you want is completely out of your reach. And what you're looking for, you might never get because what you want doesn't want you, right? And that's why a lot of people are wasting their time, wasting their money, becoming passport bros. Think, oh, if I go overseas, right, I'm going to have this fantasy. I'm going to have this. And what happens? People get killed. Some people get robbed, right? You're wasting a lot of money, right? You're wasting a lot of money only to do what? To come back here empty handed, right? So is it not better to be a bit more reasonable? Right? But I'm like, we have people, men and women, who are chasing fairy tales instead of people being practical. You gotta be practical, right? You gotta be practical, right? It's not about whether I'm God or not, right? It's not about whether I'm God or not. But you have to be a reasonable person. I think Green, you're very emotional. You're a very emotional young man, right? I mean, you gotta toughen up a little bit. You gotta stop being a bit more Cartesian. You gotta be more logical. Because part of being masculine, also part of being masculine, is not to sit here and dream and opine and this and that. A real man has to get to doing. You gotta get to building. You can't be this emotional, right? Oh, I need to wait for this. You're a grown ass man. When are you gonna start a family? When are you gonna start building? When are you gonna start saving? Okay, you'll have to build. You have to start building. So part of being masculine is also being practical. But yelling, the tone of my voice doesn't mean I'm emotional. You're trying too hard. That's just me. My voice is loud. Like, what the heck? Okay. I'm just fine. You're free not to be here. You can be gone. Okay. There you go. Right? But at some point, you have to get practical. And part of being practical, sorry, y'all, I gotta check my time because I gotta go. Right? Part of being practical is that you have to get to doing. Right? Real people start building. Just, oh, let me look at the weather. Let me see how much money I have in the bank. Let me see this, right? But what do most people who are successful, right? A lot of people who are successful, when did they start building? Many people, it was during the depression. Many people, it was during a stock market crash. Hey, for me, a lot of people who started building, the economy was bad, right? And when a lot of people were discouraged, a lot of people felt like giving up. This is when they started to build their businesses, right? They didn't wait for the right condition. They did not wait for the right environment. They didn't wait for the economy to be good, right? They just started building. You have to start, right? So I'm like, when it comes to finding your wife, if you're a man, when it comes to finding your wife and having a family, right? Does it really matter if her booty is big? Does it matter if her booty is big? It's like if you find a girl and because she got the fattest ass you've ever seen, okay, does that mean she's reasonable? Does that mean that she's easy to live with? Does that mean that she can be the person that if there's ever an issue, she can sit there and have a conversation? Probably not. Right? Because the size of the brain does not, the size of her ass does not determine the size of her brain. Right? You want to have somebody who's compatible. Just because you enjoy having sex with someone, does that mean that when it comes down to plan your finances, you're compatible? Right? You can have great sex with someone, but when it comes to money, you guys are completely different. Right? You can have great sex with someone, but when it comes time to, I don't know, like raising children, you see it completely different. You can have great sex with someone. When it comes to where you're going to live, you might be a bit more reasonable. She might be completely outlandish. Right? So you see, when you choose a partner, you need way more than complexion. You need way more than someone's ass. You need way more than whatever. You need someone that you can sit down with and actually build a plan, and everybody is going to stick to the plan. And that's more of matter of a brain. Like, does the person actually have a brain? Right? But so many guys today, the number one thing you prioritize is how big is her ass and is she light skinned and stupid shit like that. But that is not what you build a life with. That is not what you build a life with. Light skin with a big ass. But what if you don't like her attitude? The first few months, you might be okay with that. The first whatever months, you might be okay with that. But can you see yourself living through that for a lifetime? And that's fine. We all fall victims to that. But at some point, you have to stop doing that. So when do you plan to stop doing that? Right? There's a time to be impressed with looks. Middle school, high school, maybe like early 20s, right? But at a certain age, right? At a certain age, you have to realize, like, you know what? There's more to a person than how they look. At a certain age, you also have to say, I need to start prioritizing somebody's character, right? What is your character? What is your upbringing? What are your values? What do you believe in? What kind of person are you? Right? But I think for some guys, they never get to that place. It's the looks, the looks, the looks. You're going to be broke, broke, broke. Because all this chasing all these girls that you can't afford, right? You're going to be broke. And one day you'll wake up in your 40s, your 50s. You have nothing to show for. Because all you did was use your money to run behind girls with their big booties, and you never took the time to actually invest in yourself. And that is a tragedy, right? Because we don't have an infinite amount of time and we don't have an infinite amount of money. We do not. So you have to be strategic. You got to know who to pick and pick them right and pick them as soon as possible so you can start building a life for yourself, right? It doesn't matter. Even when you pick a trophy wife is expensive. And that's why trophy wives are for multimillionaires. So if you're not a multimillionaire, you're not even a millionaire, don't even have 100,000 in savings, you have no business even worrying about a trophy wife. You need to talk about having a reasonable wife. But it's called a trophy for a reason, right? So you need to have a mantle to put it on. You need to have some kind of fancy, I don't know, some fancy shelf to put it on, right? It's a trophy wife for a reason. That's rich people stuff. Are you rich? No. Do you have that kind of money? No. Do you have a mantle? No. Do you have a fancy shelf to put that on? No. So you need to talk about somebody that's reasonable. Everybody not gonna have a trophy wife because you yourself are not a trophy husband. There you go. Right? That's it. But what you can get, as long as she optimizes what she has, be grateful. Because you're lacking. Right? There you go. That's it. But people like the basketball players, they can have certain things because look at how much money they make. Right? You do not have any money. Right? You don't have any money. So you have to be reasonable. You got to be reasonable. There are things that I think a lot of young men grew up seeing in the music videos. You grew up seeing that on TV and the movies and stuff. And you think, oh, I need to live like that. Okay. But if you want to live like that, you're going to have to work really hard to be that man. And most likely it's not going to happen for you because you don't have the work ethics, right? You don't have the work ethic. You don't have the work ethic. You didn't go to these colleges. You don't have the network. You don't have the opportunity. So you will never be a guy like that. You'll probably be a reasonable person and most likely live, retire, and die a reasonable man. So you have to be honest with yourself, right? Don't lie to yourself, right? People who are incredibly successful, they were already going to be successful. Like when people saw them at 10, at 12, 14, 15, they were already driven, more driven than people their age, right? They were already way more successful than people their age. They were already way more advanced than people their age. They were precarious, right? So it's like, right? But I promise you, a lot of people, a lot of guys who are incredibly famous, incredibly successful, even at the age of 12, everybody knew he's going to be somebody. Okay? He's going to be somebody. But a lot of people, you wait until your late 20s, your early 30s. Oh, now I want to be a millionaire. Now I want to be this person. No, you were not raised to be that person. And you don't have the work ethic to be that person. It's not going to happen for you. Right? But you might have a pretty decent life. So be reasonable with the life that you have. And it comes to a certain thing that a certain type of girl that you have in your head, let that thing go because it's not going to happen for you. Right? It's not going to happen. And I think a lot of people tell the girls, hey, you might not marry a millionaire, but I think we don't have enough people telling the man, you're not going to marry the girl that you think you're going to marry. You don't have the money. And she's not checking for you and she doesn't want you. And that's her prerogative, right? That is her prerogative, right? At some point, you have to make peace with what you can get, what you can have, and where you can find love. Yeah, but that's it. That's the thing though, right? As a grown man, Green, if at your age, the mantra for your life is be delusional, no problem. Brother, you will never accomplish anything. Right? You talk like these goofy ass girls on YouTube with their manifestation and the weird stuff, right? You sound crazy. At your big age, you want to be delusional. So you don't have a plan. You do not have a proper plan. And most likely, are you even employed? Right? Are you consume too much Kanye West content? Right? It's like you want to sound like Kanye, but you ain't Kanye. Right? A grown man cannot walk around saying, "Oh, be delusional, be delusional." You are a man, Green. You are a man. And at a certain age, you need to have a proper plan. Right? That's how these women talk. Be delusional. Girls talk on YouTube. But you cannot be a man and talk like a woman. That is insane. You need to have a plan. Right? I don't even want to control anybody. Right? That is insane. Why would I want to control people? I have my own life. I can barely control my own life. Matter of fact, I wish I could control time. I don't want to control anyone. Like you don't go with people and want to control people. Why would you want to control anybody? I don't aspire to control anyone, but I do encourage you to make the best decisions possible for your life, right? But I'm not in the business of controlling people. That is not my assignment. Okay, that is not my assignment. Hey, sunshine, what's up? Y'all, give me a second, please. Okay, like be so for real. Controlling. I ain't got time to control nobody. I'm tired. Child, please. But I have to go. But my phone is going to die. The iPad is going to die. And the Stairmaster is called. Ooh, child. Ooh, child. I got to go. I can give y'all 4 more minutes. Then I got to bounce. Because my thingy's going to die. Okay, good. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. Apologies. Right? But yeah, I don't live my life. Sorry, you guys. I don't live my life to control people. I don't care to control anybody, child. I got 3 kids. Yeah, control, please. I wish I could control time. Okay. Jamal, you always said that I bad, but you always show up, so obviously you like it, right? Right? I have a husband. Make sure you have a wife. Don't worry about how does she have a husband. How does she have this? Doesn't matter. You're not my husband, right? There you go. And the thing is, like, imagine saying to a YouTuber you babble. That's the whole point of doing YouTube, is that you talk. If you don't talk, how do you have a YouTube channel? But you're more than welcome to unsubscribe, Jamal. You keep showing up with nonsense. If you block people, no, I can block. Of course, I can control that. Are you insane? I don't want to control people, but I can control the chat. They are free to say whatever they want to say, but they're not free to say whatever they want to say on my chat. Okay, I have the right to have my boundaries. There you go. Because like some of you people, I don't even know how you were raised. Right? This is my channel. It is my chat. It is my space. Okay, there you go. You can write whatever you want, wherever you want to write, but you don't get to do whatever you want on my page. I don't go on their page and write whatever I want to write because you also have to respect people's spaces, right? So if you are disrespectful, you're free to go. There you go. I have access to tools to block people. And then go ahead and you're more than welcome to do that. Go play video games. I'm obviously not playing video games. So you're free to go. Go where there's a live stream where people are playing games. Right? I'm obviously not playing games. And you saw the title of the video and you clicked on it. Right? So make it make sense though. All right. So that's that. But just because you have a chat box, it doesn't mean that people are just allowed to write whatever they want to write. Absolutely not. Okay. That's no problem, Bob. So go watch the live streamers. There you go. Bye bye. Go watch the live streamers. Make sense? So what was I saying? Hey, Vino, what's up? No, you don't have to stick around. You're free to go. Okay. Like you don't know what you want. It's like it's so weird. Oh, you babble, but it's entertaining. Like, are you all the way there? Okay. But so my point is, yeah, right. My point is like a lot of young people are you're not taking relationships seriously because you're going into relationships chasing fantasies. You are chasing fantasies. And a lot of people are getting hurt in the process. The guys are getting hurt in the process. The girls are getting hurt in the process because people are just chasing fantasies. Stop chasing a fantasy, right? I'm not going to tell you where I'm from. Okay? Stop chasing a fantasy. Okay? You have to go for what you can actually have. And like I said, if you start dating someone, you start dating someone, you start to get to know someone, do not put the bar all the way up here when you know you don't have the finances to keep it all the way up here. Not just through dating, engagement, marriage. You just don't have the finances to keep the relationship all the way up here. So don't do that. Do not do that. Be who you are and be what you can afford. And if you can afford something, which is fine, right? You need to let the young lady know, I can't afford that. But sorry, but don't mislead people. Do not mislead people. Right? Because to me, this is what's creating all this PP in the dating pool, right? Do not mislead people. Don't start off with a $300 date, a $400 date, $1,000 date when you cannot keep going. Okay? You cannot keep going. So if you date the girl and all the dates are super expensive, you cannot turn around and act confused when she assumes, right? When she assumes, oh, if dating, if he's doing this now that we're dating, I can't even wait to be his girlfriend. I can't wait to be his fiance. Can't wait to be his wife because she's assuming that this is something that you can do on the daily. The whole time you're just doing this to impress the lady when you yourself don't even have the finances. Don't do that to yourself and don't do that to her, right? Whatever you can afford, be honest about that. Makes sense? And it's the same thing for the ladies also. Just because, me honestly, date simple, date regular, keep it easy. Okay? Because the less pressure you have for these dates as well, right? The more everybody is comfortable being themselves. Okay? When we made these dates a little too fancy, too whatever, a lot of people are coming in here pretending to be something they're not, pretending to live a lifestyle they don't live, pretending to have a lifestyle they can't sustain. And also, that's a waste of your time. Because why would you want to go on a date with someone who's making you believe he has all this money when he's just doing this to impress you? And in all reality, he doesn't have it. He does not have it. Okay? A lot of these guys out here are really broke. A lot of guys out here are horrible with their finances. Okay? A lot of guys out here have a horrible credit score. They're not doing well financially. And it's all a lie because he either wants to sleep with you because finances matter, Green. So, like I said, right, the way you sound, I think your finances are in complete shambles. Right. And so because you don't excel at finances, you want us to focus on love and feelings, all that bullshit, right? Because you're not good with your finances. But Green, you need to go look at your credit score, right? Every year you get to have a free credit score. You need to pull up your credit score and you need to take a good look at your finances, right? Gotta look at your money. Because I think your money is really bad. And it's like you're avoiding the problem. It's not gonna fix itself. You gotta take hold of your finances. No, I am not projecting. Absolutely not. But look at how you talk, right? So I'm not projecting. You're not good with your money, right? Oh, but what does it have to be finance? A man who's good with money understands that many things revolve around money. Are you kidding me? This is America, right? But all you want to do, you want to talk about, a man should be delusional, a man should manifest, a man should be about love and reciprocity. Like, this is all bullshit, right? Because I don't think your money's there. And you need to work on your finances, right? And a lot of you guys, I think a lot of men today, you are not good with money. You squander your money. Hey, Mark, what's up? You squander your money, right? Assalamu alaikum, fam. Okay, malaikum salam. Right? You squander your money, and because your money is squandered, what do? You pretend to be. Oh, thanks. You pretend to be something you're not. You go borrow money you don't have. You want to talk about feelings and being delusional, right? Of course, I'm good with money, right? That's why I care about money. We should all care about money, but a man should care more about money. No, that's not just the economy. The economy is bad for those who didn't plan, right? But there are people in this economy who are thriving, right? Everybody is not suffering the economy, right? There are people in this economy who are doing just fine. Why? Because they were planning 5 years ahead. I guess it's always been bad, but there's always people who have money, right? There are people who have cash. There are people who have savings. There are people who have lots of assets, right? The only thing is, those who complain about the economy are people who never save, never plan. Because, like the Bible says, just like a fool, they are quickly departed from their money, right? But everybody in this economy is not broke. I don't know. It's the way you sound, right? But I'm like, everybody in this economy is not broke. Everybody in this economy is not struggling. Everybody in this economy is not, oh, I need to cut back. I got to cut back. Some people are even buying houses, right? No, it's not about worrying so much. You do need money. So if you don't have money, just say that, right? But we do have to worry about money. Rent has to be paid. The mortgage has to be paid. The electricity got to be paid. The internet got to be paid, right? Gas got to be put in the car. Sometimes you have to take the car for maintenance, right? You need health insurance. You need eye insurance, dental insurance. You need vision insurance, right? So we do need to worry about money. We are not children, right? We are not children. We are grown people. And so if you are, especially if you're a man and you want to date people, marry people, you should be able to cover the bare minimum, right? A man should easily be able to cover the rent or the mortgage, easily be able to pay for the light bill, right? Easily be able to pay for the cable bill, easily be able to buy some type of groceries. That is the bare minimum. Because with this lady or without the lady, how are you living? Right? How were you living before her? Right? And I'm like, and to me, it sounds like a lot of guys are not where they're supposed to be because you're not good with your money. Right? I don't have a partner. I don't talk like that. Okay? But I'm like, you don't have the funds. Right? Nobody is ranting. You're free to go, Celtic. Right? We don't have to live in a two-income economy, right? But if you're the kind of man also, if you are the kind of man who believes that you need a woman to bring income, she should also know that, right? So like don't start the date, don't start the relationships with fancy dates and all that stuff like you are one income type of person and then later on, oh, by the way, I need your income, right? That's it. You should let her know, right? So if you know that you, Jamal, you need a woman's check to cover the bills or to cover whatever it takes to live, right? Then you should have a reasonable date. $50, $100, right? And then you tell her, hey, I'm the kind of man who believes that a woman should contribute financially to the household. Let her know this as soon as possible, right? Let her know this as soon as possible. Do not pretend to be a one income type of man. Do not take her on these fancy dates, right? Most of America is not a two income household, right? It's not. But it's like this is what you have justified in your head, and that's fine. I'm not here to dismantle paradigms, right? But my point is, if you know that that's what you want a woman that's going to help you pay the bills, right? Then she needs to know this as soon as possible. Do not pretend to be a one income type of man, right? Because you do have ladies who don't mind paying for bills, right? You have ladies out here who do not mind, right? Right? You have a lot of ladies who do not mind paying for bills. So you need to find a lady who does not mind paying for bills. Okay? But do not mislead a young woman into believing that, oh my gosh, these dates are so beautiful. He took me out to eat over here. He bought me these fancy roses. He's buying me this, he's buying me that. Because then she's believing that, oh, Jamal is a one income type of man. And the whole time, Jamal is looking for a woman who can help him pay the bills. Right? It depends what bill it is. It really depends, right? But my thing is like you need to let it be known, right? Let it be known. That's all I'm saying. Do not mislead people. I think a lot of ladies, if they were to know early on, right, that this guy, I can't say all bills. It depends what kind of bill it is, right? So give me something specific, right? But I just feel like it's better if early on you let the person know, like, hey, listen, right? If you and I were to ever date, marry, whatever, I would expect you to help me pay these kinds of bills. Let her know early on. And then she can say, oh, that's fine. I don't mind. Or she can say, oh, no, I don't want that. Right? I think we all feel entitled to something. Right? I think we all feel entitled to something. But even that, I will also want that to be established early on. Right? Do not mislead people. Don't mislead people. Don't pretend to be something you're not. Right? Many things entitle me. Right? There's many things. Okay? But I'm like, you should let people know early on. Let people know early on. Right? And that's why I say to a lot of my ladies, right? Do not let a lot of women will find a one income household. It depends on if she's reasonable, right? There are many guys out here who can do a one income household. Now, it might be that she might have to cut back on her spending, right? So he says men. So you see, Green, you say you do not have to be forthcoming with your intention with these modern day women. Exactly. So you are a person without integrity. That's why I said, Green, that you don't, your money's not looking good. Right? Because if you would mislead, let me take this right. If you can mislead women with your intention, then you mislead men as well. So in business, you're misleading. At your workplace, you're misleading. Right? Because a person who misleads does just, you can't just turn that on and off. Right? So if you go through life thinking that you are entitled to mislead people because according to you, they're modern day women, right? Then you are a man without integrity. And that's why I told you you don't have money. Right? Because if you are a man of means, if you were a man who was successful, you would, yeah, I'm not, of course I'm telling my opinion, right? If you were a man who was successful, if you were a man who actually had money, you would prioritize honesty and integrity, right? Because men with money don't like dishonest people. Successful people don't want to be around liars and people who just sneak stuff. Like it's just weird, right? But if you say to yourself, I have the right to mislead these women because they're modern day women, then you mislead other people. And you also mislead the man. Make sense? Right? There you go. You understand? So it's like, okay. But I'm like, you have to be sensible here, right? But you need to have integrity. Oh, you don't have to be honest. You don't have to be forthcoming with your intentions because you are a dishonest person, right? And you better believe me. Believe me when I tell you this. The more you mislead people, someone else will come into your life and mislead you as well. Because everything in this life is a seed. So if you're the type to think, oh, I have the right to mislead people, right? And that's how you go through life. I am telling you, someone else will come into your life and mislead you as well. You reap what you sow. And that's also part of having like this emotional maturity, intellectual maturity, and spiritual maturity. You don't have to mislead people to get what you want. But if you go around thinking, oh, I have the right to mislead people because of this label, of that label, right? That says a lot about you, is that you're not a successful person and you don't have integrity. And if you don't have integrity, how are you going to be successful? Okay? How are you going to be successful? Please don't come in here and write stupidity. Thank you. I don't have time for that. Okay? Some of you guys, please act your age. You're a bunch of adults. You have access to these devices. You're over 18. Please act accordingly. If you're not capable to act like an adult, I would just block you. I don't have time for this. It's Sunday. I'm tired. Okay? There you go. And even those who want to write the N word, as soon as I see the N word, you're blocked. You type the letter N, you're blocked. Okay? I can see everything in the comment section. So calm down, right? But that's that. You need to have integrity. So let me go back to my ladies, right? So, my ladies, what I want to say, now, this is crazy. Well, you're not a Fortune 500 company. So to even compare yourself to a Fortune 500, right? It just shows how wretched of a soul you are because you want to justify not having integrity. You are not a Fortune 500 company. You are a person, right? And like I said, you are a person. And whatever you sow, you shall reap. But if you go through life with the intent of deceiving other people, trust and believe you too will be deceived. Whenever you think you're a bully, you need to know there's a bigger bully out there. Right? Whenever you think you can scam someone, trust and believe there's a better scammer out there. Right? And that's why in this life, treat people the way you want to be treated. So be honest with people. Right? There you go. You're not a businessman, nothing. You're not a businessman, nothing. Right? Because if you can tell you have the right to mislead people based on the label, you're not a businessman, anything. You're broke. And no businessman will ever say, oh, be delusional. That's not how you run a business. That's a sure way to go broke. Business people, they have plans. They have 5-year visions. They have 5-year, 10-year visions. They have projection for the next 5 years, projection for the next 10 years. Most businesses have a mission statement. And you came into the chat saying, oh, it's okay to mislead these women. That's your mission statement. You're not a businessman, anything. You don't prioritize integrity. So, like, please go sit down somewhere. Okay? You might be a scammer or a hustler. Okay, sure. But you're not a businessman. You will never meet a man who actually has an actual business that brings in income. Talk about, oh yeah, be delusional. No. People who are successful in business, they had a plan. And because they had the plan, then they had the vision, they had a plan, they had a system, they had the strategy, and that's why today they're successful. Right? That's it. You're not a businessman, nothing. Please stop. Stop lying to yourself. Okay? So, ladies, right? Because I gotta go now. I gotta go in a few because I gotta go on the Stairmaster, right? My point is, right, you need to seriously, when you're dating someone or you thinking about being engaged to someone, before you say yes to the ring, right? I truly encourage you to go to premarital counseling. Okay? Before you decide to marry someone, mm-mm, okay? It doesn't matter if most women, someone would not have to. But I don't even know why. I also do not, Jamal, I don't understand why, as a man, you're even concerned about what most women will have to do. Worry about what your woman going to have to do, right? You have to limit your scope here, right? So, like, even you being one person, oh, hey, hey, Danielle, what's up, right? So, even you being one person and being vastly concerned with what most women gonna have to do, that is none of your concern. What you have to worry about is what your woman's gonna have to do, right? I don't even think you have a woman. So, first and foremost, before you worry about most women, worry about finding one woman, right? And then that woman that you find, make sure that she's doing what she needs to do. You understand? Because to me, it's a bit maddening to like worry about what most people have to do when all you need to do is worry about yourself and your counterpart, right? So your woman, what is she going to have to do? And if she's going to have to pay you, help you pay half the bills, then so be it. But worry about your woman and what she's going to have to do. What does it serve you as an individual to worry about what most women are going to have to do? It's none of your concern, right? And whether you worry about it, don't worry about it, doesn't matter. Okay, the earth gonna keep on spinning. The most important thing for you, Jamal, find you a wife and make sure that the wife that you marry is doing what she needs to do, right? Because in your headspace and the way you envision things, right, in your paradigm, a woman needs to bring half of the income, no problem, right? So go find that lady, and hopefully, by God's grace, y'all can have a beautiful family, right? You have a beautiful family. But worry more so about your woman. And you don't even have one yet. But you worry about most women. Like, make it make sense though. It's insanity. And that's why I say, like, we really have a crisis with manhood in America. Because too many of you guys, you're too emotional. You are so emotional. And you concern yourselves with things that truly do not concern you. Right? In this life, for the most part, you're only gonna have one wife, right? So why are you concerned with millions of women across America, right? You need to only find one wife. I don't think you have a relationship. I mean, for me personally, you don't have a relationship, right? Because I'm like, if you had a relationship, you would be more concerned with your relationship, and you would say, "Oh, this is how me and my wife or me and my person do it. We pay, she helps me pay half the bills." Right? That's it. And the way you keep up with me and my content, I don't think you have a relationship, to be quite honest. Right? There you go. Right? But it's always the people with no relationship. It's always the man with no woman, right? Who always want to talk about this and that when most women are gonna have to do. Da, 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 da. No, find the one. Find the one for you. And make sure she does what you need her to do. Right? Makes sense? That's it. That's that. Because I will also say, just because a woman pays half the bills, it doesn't mean that she can't have a great relationship. There are some relationships that are really good, and the woman pays half the bills, right? That's it. But you just have to find your person. And my point is, if you are the type of man who needs a woman to pay half the bills, let her know as soon as possible. Do not mislead this lady on a fairy tale only to say, "Oh, by the way, can you help me pay the rent?" Because I think most women would appreciate knowing, okay, this is a man who needs help paying half the bills. And like I said, some ladies will be okay with that, right? A lot of ladies also are not going to be okay with that. But either way, the sooner you let people know, the better, right? You know, marriage is not everyone's end goal, of course, because everyone ain't shit, right? Most people ain't shit. So if you ain't shit, like you, your goal is to mislead people. So of course, marriage not your goal. I'm pretty sure your goal is how quickly can I have sex with a woman, right? Because a lot of men also are not honorable. So if you're not honorable, of course, marriage is not a goal for you because you're not honorable. How quickly can you scam? How quickly can you take off her clothes? How quickly can you have sex with her? And maybe how quickly can you get her pregnant so that way you have a forever connection to her? But of course, a lot of people, marriage is not their end goal because a lot of people don't have integrity. A lot of people are not honest, right? And a lot of people are incredibly selfish. Marriage requires sacrifice. Sir, go to sleep. I'm exhausted. Thank you. Right? Thank you. Okay? A lot of people do not want to sacrifice. So why would you want to? Why, if you're a selfish person, if you're a selfish person, if you lack integrity, if you don't have the skills, if you don't have this and that, why would you want marriage? Because marriage is not all about you, right? Marriage is like a furnace, right? And it purifies people. It removes childish things out of people. And a lot of people don't want to grow up. They want to be children. That's why they love the dates. They love to date, love to have sex on first date because it's all clown shit. It's all clown shit. But the moment we talk about grown people shit, which is marriage, they disappear because it's all a stupid games. And that's why I would encourage a lot of ladies to not even go for these crazy dates, the fancy dates, because a lot of men who do all this fancy stuff is just to have sex with you. It is just to have sex with you. So they'll put enough money just to make sure they can have sex with you, and then that's it. Because they're very, very unserious people. Sorry, y'all. Sorry, my bad. Okay. Makes those no ladies. I talk about everything on here, right? But it's just like it's something that's been going on because I've been talking to a few ladies right now, and so no, you can stay, and it's been really on my heart. And I'm like, a lot of times when you're dating someone, or you think that's your person, you think you might want to marry the person, you think you might want to get engaged to the person. I really would advise every young lady who's thinking about marrying someone, thinking about getting engaged to someone, before you take anybody's ring, right? Because honestly, fuck a ring. Okay, truly and honestly, fuck a ring. Anybody can buy jewelry, okay? But how many people can have the integrity of a relationship, right? How many people can have maturity, right? Anybody can buy a ring, right? Things that you can't buy are honesty, integrity, maturity, intelligence, right? Makes sense? A lot of people ain't shit. Right? Anybody can buy a ring. Anybody can order flowers and do the whole bouquet stuff. It's a bunch of bullshit. It's a bunch of bullshit. Right? You don't measure the quality of a man based on how much stuff he gives you. You okay? He might not be shit. Okay? He might not be shit. So my thing is like, to me, it's better for you to go to premarital counseling. And there, they're going to have real questions for you too, to make sure you're not just like color glasses. Oh my gosh, I love him so much. He's like Prince Charming. Oh, I want to be a princess. All that childish talk. Okay. They're going to ask you people real questions, right? How, like, what is marriage to you? What does being married mean to you? What does being married like mean to him? Right? How do you guys feel about, like Jamal said, right? Jamal might say, "Hey, 50-50." You might say, "No, I would never do that." Right? But the thing is, isn't it better to talk about this before you take somebody's engagement ring, right? Before you say, "Oh, yes, I'll marry you," in front of people, right? Is it not better to know, "Hey, I'm dating Jamal. Jamal wants 50-50. I don't believe in 50-50." Right? So now we can say, hey, based off the 50-50, I don't want to pay for anything. We either want to stay together or we find somewhere in the middle. Right? And so if you're down for that, if Jamal is down for that, y'all might do 75-25. Right? So that way he doesn't get the 50-50, and you don't also get the 0-0, the 0-100. So we meet somewhere in the middle. Right? It doesn't matter if the marriages are loveless and whatever, right? Marriages are loveless because people want them to stay loveless. Right? People make their own marriage. Like, what the heck? Right? If marriages are abusive, why are they abusive? Right? And once again, are people getting off their asses and finding the tools to not make it abusive? Right? There you go. Right? And also, did the people who have loveless marriages before they got married, did they actually go? No, not you, Jamal. It's another Jamal. He's in here. He's in here. He knows who he is. Right? Right? People who have loveless marriages, right? Before it got to being loveless, before they even got married, okay? Did these people go to premarital counseling? Probably not, right? And it's the vibes, it's the vibes, okay? And now because of vibes, now you realize, oh wow, this marriage is loveless, of course, because you ran out of momentum, right? You ran out because you went in there. Oh, I love him so much. He loves me so much. We have great sex. He buys me whatever I want. He calls me 8 times a day, right? But what happens when you get married? You settle into a routine. What happens when you have kids, right? What happens when you have children, right? You settle into a routine. So eventually, what happens? You get bored, right? People get bored. It happens, right? And if you had talked about that in premarital counseling, you would have been prepared for that, right? Because a relationship looks one way when you're dating. A relationship looks one way when you don't live under the same roof. A relationship looks one way when you don't have children, right? But many times, once you, hey Tommy, many times when you have children, what happens? People settle into a routine because kids are exhausting. Kids are taxing. You got to make dinner for the kids, do homework with the kids, clean their clothes, wash their clothes, fold their clothes. Like, it's a lot when you have children, right? It is a lot. It's truly a lot, right? And people also have to know that. You need to know that the way you're dating now might not be what it looks like in a marriage, because a marriage is not going to be as exciting, right? And you still are going to have to fight for love, right? If a marriage is abusive, it's not marriage that makes it abusive. It's the people who are abusive. So what are these people doing to stop being abusive, right? And also, if they had gone to premarital counseling, they would have realized that, hey, we have two different styles of arguing. There are people, when they argue, they get very disrespectful. There are people, when they argue, they throw stuff back in your face. There are people, when they argue, their goal is to hurt you to the white meat. Maybe. But my point is, had they gone to premarital counseling, they would have known, oh shit, this is mediocrity. There you go. Right? But many times when it comes to marriage, people do not want to work with professionals. They think they have all it takes, they have all this knowledge, they have all this wisdom, right? And then they realize, oh shit, I made the wrong choice. There you go. And that's why we have professionals. We have people to help people to even realize, are you two even compatible? And not even sexually. Because trust and believe, when you get married, you're not going to have the same sex life that you had when you were dating or whatever, especially when you have kids. You might start having sex less. And even that also needs to be talked about. You have to talk about these things, right? What happens if, let's say, for example, let's say when you meet a young lady, right? Her freak number might be an 8 or a 9. And let's say your freak number is a 7 or an 8, right? So initially it's not a problem. But what happens if with pregnancy and children and breastfeeding and postpartum, right? Her freak number goes from an 8, 9 to a 3 or 4. So you as a man, how are you going to take that? Can you sustain that? Right? How are you going to let her know? Like, these are things we have to talk about, because sometimes marriages can go sexless, right? And the man doesn't know how to ask for it. The lady also, like, she fully forgets about it, right? But I'm like, people change. And with pregnancy and having children and postpartum, sometimes your libido, your sexual libido can take a huge hit. Right. And that's why sometimes we have infidelity, we have cheating and things like that, because people were not equipped. Oh, but she was always freaky. I expected her to stay freaky. Nobody stays freaky like that, fam. Right? And once again, if you go to premarital counseling, they will talk to you about stuff like that. Because these are things you don't know because you've never been married. But how many people decide to get married, say yes to a ring, go through a marriage without ever consulting people who've been married before? And this kind of arrogance leads to all kinds of catastrophe. Right? Because if you've never been married, you should seek advice from those who've been married before. But no, I know what I want. I'm grown. I do whatever. Okay. Then you go into the marriage and it whoops your ass because you were not equipped for this. Right? You can like the person, that you can like each other strongly, but it doesn't mean that you have the skills nor the tools to have a successful marriage. The goal is not to just get married. The goal is to have a successful marriage. So then the question becomes, what did you do? What did she do to prepare each other for a successful marriage? Buying a dress, getting rings, doing a fancy engagement, proposing in Paris? Who gives a fuck? Right? People are doing everything but the actual work to be ready for a successful marriage. Like when you're in school, you don't just show up for graduation, do you? Right? You don't just show up for graduation. You got to first be a freshman, pass your classes. Be a sophomore, pass your classes. Be a junior, pass your classes. Be a senior, pass your classes. And then you get to graduate. Even before you graduate, you have to file an intent for graduation because they have to make sure you have all your credits. But nobody just shows up for graduation, right? And that's what happens today with so many young people. They just show up for marriage. What preparation do you have? Oh, we had sex. Okay, you think that's preparation? Oh, we went on fancy dates. You think that's preparation? Oh, he proposed to me in Paris. You think that's preparation? You actually have to prepare yourself for what marriage truly is. And a lot of people are going into marriage. You think it's a fucking fairy tale. Nobody asked you to divulge anything, Green. I know I never asked you to divulge anything. Never did I do. I never did that. Right? I don't even need you to divulge anything. I don't care to know your life. I'm not a therapist. Right? And this is also YouTube. So do you want to share things you can take back on YouTube? Right? But I never asked you to divulge anything. I never do. I don't even care. Right? The point of my video was to inform all young people who are currently dating and who are considering marriage or whatever to consider going to premarital counseling. That is the point of the video. It's not for anybody to share and overshare. I don't even believe in that kind of stuff. Okay? Because it's social media, it's the internet. And what you type, you can't take back. So it can be used against you, weaponized against you, all kinds of stuff. So I never asked you, I never said, oh, Green, tell me your life. Never ever did, nor do I want to. I'm not a therapist. Right? But what I am saying is for all the young people, because I've been having these conversations, for all the young people who are considering getting engaged, who are considering getting married, my plea is please go to premarital counseling. Because it is not enough to say, oh, I like him a lot. I like her a lot. Oh, we have great sex. We have great sex. Right? The wumpty wump wump, but that is not enough. That is not preparation for marriage. Right? I don't know if religious folks are better because everybody's different. You know what I'm saying? Like first of all, every religion not the same. So what religion we talk? There's so many different religions, right? There are too many different religion, and even within one religion, everybody is not the same. Some people are really immature, right? Some people, instead of actually sitting down and we can have a conversation and trying to solve the problem, oh, we'll just pray about it. We'll just pray about it because these people are deflecting. They are avoiding the problem. Right. And then you have other people who are Christians and they don't want to, they will pray so that we can have like I guess like a sacred moment, a respectful moment, but they also want to do the work. Right. So I'm like, let's say we talk about all, like, I'll say Pentecostal, right? All Pentecostal people in the same. See, like the way I might resolve an issue, somebody else might not resolve an issue. Because I don't believe that prayer fixes everything. But I do believe that prayer can calm us down. Prayer can help us to see what truly matters. Prayer can help us to make sure we don't get disrespectful. Okay. If it's starting to get disrespectful, let's stop the conversation for today and maybe let's talk back tomorrow. Okay. Right. But somebody else went, oh, let's just go pray, 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 pray. We can just pray, pray, pray. God also gave us a brain. Right. But there are a lot of Christian people who are completely in denial. They are in utter denial. They're in utter denial. Right. You have a lot of, I'll say, like, you can have a Pentecostal person who thinks, oh, as long as I love my husband, it's okay for me to be 300 pounds. I think that's outrageous. Okay? Because to me, even as a Christian, as a Pentecostal Christian, the Bible says, present your body as a living sacrifice unto the Lord. So why are you fat? Okay? So I don't even agree with being a fat Christian woman. Okay? But you have some ladies who say, oh, it's okay for me to be a fat Christian woman because as long as I pray, as long as I cook, it's okay. No, it's not okay. Because you have to be attractive to your husband. Lose the damn weight. Okay? So I'm like, it depends. Like, who are we talking about? You know what I'm saying? Because everybody's different. Right? But I just feel like this is why also people need to go to premarital counseling. A lot of problems could be avoided. A lot of marriages also probably would not have happened, right? Even a lot of marriages right now would not be on the rocks if people had the right foundation, if people had the right preparation. Right? But all they want to do is have a fancy engagement party. All they want to do is plan a fancy wedding, order dresses, pick the bridesmaid, pick the flower girls, pick the this, pick the that, pick the that. But when are you guys actually going to sit down with people who are going to make sure that you guys are compatible? When are you going to sit down with professionals who are going to give you guys the tools to make sure that if you do get married, right, you're going to have a very successful marriage? Make sense? Because the goal is not to just get married. The goal is not to just have a fancy engagement party. The goal is not to have this crazy proposal and get a bunch of likes and a bunch of comments. Nobody cares, right? Having a bunch of comments on your proposal pictures do not guarantee a successful relationship. Absolutely does not. Right? Somebody can propose to you in Paris. Somebody could propose to you in a room, like in the regular room. Right? And the ones who go to Paris can fail. And the ones who do it in the house can actually have a successful relationship. Right? So where you get proposed at does not matter. Doesn't matter. Yes, you can have a ring that's 20 carats, and this marriage will not last 5 years because you two have no business getting married. And then you can have a proposal, you can have a wedding band with only half a carat. And these people are gonna make it like until God calls them apart. Right? And we are more focused on the party, the clothes, the status, the ring, the size of the ring, how many times we change our dresses, right? Right? As opposed to what is it going to take to actually be successful in the marriage, right? You want to have a successful marriage. You don't just want to have a glamorous wedding, right? You want to have a successful marriage. Because I can only assume that it's very painful to have to go through a divorce. It's very painful to have children and get divorced and sell the house and do that. It's too much. It's really, really too much. But such a serious commitment that involves people's lives and their finances and all kinds of stuff, right? People think it's a fucking joke, right? But I'm like, you have to sit down with professionals to help you. And you should also seek the advice from people who are older, who've been married before. Because they'll tell you exactly what it is, not what you think it's going to be, but you need to know exactly what this is going to be. Right? You need to have a real understanding, not a glamorized fantasy. Like, this is not a fantasy, it's real life. And if you go into it, right? I mean, contracts are not always bad, right? Contracts not always bad. But it's even better to have a contract with someone in good faith. Right? You want to marry, if you marry someone in good faith, like, you know what, we really did the preparation, we did the premarital counseling, we worked on our finances, we worked on our way that it's not always bad to have a contract. But it's bad to have a contract with people who have bad faith or people who have for a goal to mislead people. There you go, right? But contracts ain't always bad. Because whether you sign the contract or not, even a friendship can be a contract, right? Many contracts are oral, you know? That's it. So contract's not always bad. It's like a promise, right? So it's not always bad. But when you do it with people that have bad faith, that's when it becomes a fucking headache. Because if you are not serious in the first place, you should have told me. If you were the kind of person who quits, you should have told me. If you're the type to still have like mama issues, you should have told me. Right? And even that's another reason why a lot of girls need to go to counseling with the man. Because a lot of men have mommy issues. I'm mad at my mom. I hate my mom. One thing, one woman. If a man still hates his mom, you don't want to be his wife. Okay? If a man hates his mother, does not talk to his mother, he is not qualified to be a husband. Because first and foremost, a grown man who hates his mother, okay, he hasn't figured out how to resolve this issue with his mother. He doesn't know how to talk to his mother. He doesn't know how to make amends with his mother. What kind of husband he gonna be? Because that's the lady who gave birth to him. That is the lady who gave birth to him. You're just a stranger trying to be his wife. The lady who carried him in the womb, the lady who breastfed his ass, he don't want to talk to her, and he's not even trying to resolve it. Like, that's crazy. And you want to be his wife? No, 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 no. He's not mature enough. He is not mature enough. If you want to marry a man also that has kids, or he has one baby mama, two baby mamas, you need to understand why does he have so many women, and why is it he can't commit? Because if he got this girl pregnant, he did not marry her. He got the second girl pregnant, he didn't marry her. What makes you think he gonna stay with you? Because obviously he doesn't care to have all his kids under his roof, and that is something you have to talk about. How do you go to bed at night not knowing where your kids are sleeping, if your kids had dinner, and things like that? You need to have that conversation, right? But many times, a lot of ladies meet guys that have kids in previous relationships, right? The kids are with the mother. He's perfectly fine. He's courting you. He's going on vacation. But why is he not worried about the well being of his kids? When does he show up at the PTA meetings? When does he go see the teachers? Right? Because that is a sign. So, what makes you think that once you get pregnant, you're not going to get the same special? Right? What makes you think you're not going to get the same special? Because what makes you think he didn't love this girl until she got pregnant? Right? Because there are a lot of guys who are going to love you as long as you don't have a child. As long as you're sexy, your belly's flat, you don't have stretch marks, right? Oh, he's so in love with you. But the moment you get pregnant, he runs out the door to go find somebody else. Until she gets pregnant, then he runs out that door. Then he go find somebody else. So you need to understand, why does he leave? Right? Because he might have been lying to you. Oh, she has these issues. She has these issues. Okay. Then why didn't you take time to get to know her before you got her pregnant? Right? Once again, a lot of things can be solved or answered at premarital counseling. But if you yourself as a woman do not want to go to premarital counseling, then you are also lying to yourself. Because if you fear premarital counseling, how are y'all gonna make it? Because what life has in store for you is way more challenging than premarital counseling. It's way more challenging. Right? So if you are afraid of premarital counseling, if you are afraid of a stranger, a qualified stranger asking you basic questions to make sure that you and this man are actually compatible, right? Then how y'all gonna do life together? Because if you think the challenges of life are gonna ask for permission, hey, is it okay if I hurt your feelings? Hey, is it okay if I challenge you when it comes to money? Hey, is it okay if I test y'all with cheating? Right? Why do I have to be hurt? Please don't write anything silly before I block you. Hurt for what? Stop it. We're grown. Stop with this foolishness. Please talk like adults. Okay? You've been here the whole time and I sound like I'm hurt? No. I sound like a person who's sick and tired of young people rushing to marriage, and then it's all a catastrophe. And then they start crying on my phone line. That's it. Hurt for what? Are you kidding me? You see this face? Do I have wrinkles on my face? Right? So I'm like, please. It doesn't matter about divorce laws. Y'all don't have to get divorced, Tommy. You don't have to get divorced, right? Just like we have the death penalty, it don't stop people from killing, right? So whatever, right? You don't have to get divorced. The laws can be as crazy as possible. There are people, laws, no laws, they're never gonna steal because that's just not who they are, right? If you people take your marriage vows seriously, you don't have to worry about divorce laws. And that is my point. Go to premarital counseling. Okay? Go to premarital counseling. It doesn't matter about the laws. The laws, the laws. Doesn't matter. Okay? There are people who never have to go to court because they don't steal. They don't kill, don't steal. They mind the business because they hey happy to attend cutie, right? Because they themselves they're sovereign, right? Two people who decide that this marriage thing we're gonna take it seriously. We're gonna do our very best. They don't have to worry about the divorce laws. That's number one. Number two, let's even say, knock on wood, they decide to get a divorce. If these people are mature, if they're mature, responsible, and reasonable people, right? They themselves decide how they want to split the assets, how they want to do custody. Divorces don't even have to be ugly. The problem is people are too fucking immature. And people treat their divorce like it's a battle zone because people are immature. People are very disrespectful. If you were married to someone, you've loved someone, you had kids with someone, you guys can find it in your heart to have a mature, responsible, reasonable separation. Nobody has to be hurt. The kids don't have to be traumatized. It ain't got to be none of that shit. But the thing is, people are too immature. Once again, go to premarital counseling. And even at premarital counseling, they can also ask you, hey, if you guys were to ever divorce, do you see yourselves doing this peacefully or not? Of course they end up in divorce because people in America are irresponsible, right? That's it. People in America are a bunch of quitters. Like American society encourages people to quit because it's all about blaming other people. Blame other people, blame other people, right? So people are a bunch of quitters. And if we have a society that encourages people to be a bunch of quitters, just like we have a society that encourages people to be fat, right? And do nothing about it. And they call it body positivity, right? We encourage people to blame their problems on other people, society, the immigrants, or whatever. Like we have this society here is all about what? Low-hanging fruits. Right? But once upon a time, when people had a shame about divorce and all kind of stuff, people worked really hard to stay married. But you fast forward today, we even live in a society where you're not even allowed to give homework to kids because God forbid kids got to do the homework. It's too hard. It's too hard, right? We have a bunch of quitters. We have people who only show up when it's pretty, and when it gets hard, they're out the door. Which is why I say go to premarital counseling, because wouldn't you want to know that you're about to marry a fucking quitter, right? Wouldn't you like to know that shit? There you go. So go to premarital counseling, and then you're going to realize that this person here is a quitter, right? That's it. You want to also go to premarital counseling, and then you can say, "Hey, how many men have you? How many women have you slept with? How many men have you slept with?" Right? Because most likely, if a man is a hoe, he gonna be a hoe forever, right? A man who's crazy promiscuous most likely is not gonna stay and fight. Because every argument he wants to cheat. Every argument he wants to go back into his phone and call the old thing back to go have sex with the person. You want to know that as well. Right? So see, the more you keep talking, Green, the more you are proving my point. And it's that people are afraid to really uncover what the person really is about because people are chasing fantasies. And a lot of ladies are chasing a fantasy. A man who treats me like a princess. Yeah, sure. He's doing that now until he gets you pregnant. He's doing this now until he marries you and gets you pregnant. Then he'll treat you like a damn maid. Okay? There you go. And my point is, you want to know that. If you are dating and you think about marrying a man from a broken home, you want to know who raised him. If his mother raised him, you need to understand that. How does that affect him as a man? Growing up, did he have a lot of male influence over his life? Or was it mostly his mom and the man she brought around him because she had to have sex to pay the rent? You want to know that as well. You want to know how he was raised. If his father died when he was a kid, okay, how was he raised? What's his mindset as a man? Right? You need to know this man. Don't just look at him because he buys you stuff. He calls you 8 times a day. Yeah, anybody can be fake for 90 days. Anybody can pretend for a whole year. But you start laying pressure on top of pressure, this man is going to crumble because he's not built for pressure. He was raised by a woman. And you want to know what kind of woman he was raised by so you can understand him better. But people come with baggage. And people want to marry people without saying, "Hey, I need to go through your luggage. Let me see what's in your luggage." Right? When you go to any country, for the most part, when you pull up at the airport, sometimes they, "Hey, can you open your bags?" Because we have to make sure you're not bringing anything illegal or contraband or all kinds of stuff here, right? Make sense? So it's like you need to know. But I'm like, when you date people, anybody that you date, anybody that you want to marry, you need to know they got fucking baggage. Some people even have an XX bag. They have XX bags on top of bags, plus the carry-on bag, plus the book bag. You need to go through all their luggage. Because once you marry that person, you married the person and the baggage, girl. Okay? You got 12 suitcases of problems. 12 suitcases of bad childhood. 12 suitcases with bad relationships. 12 suitcases with a bunch of kids he not raising. And so you need to know what's in his baggage. You can't just marry him or be in love with him because all you guys do is go on fancy dates. You travel because what is he hiding? There you go. And a man who's always trying to take you on a trip, on a date, on a this, on a that, he doesn't want you to ask the hard questions. So he's blinding you with this generosity. Exactly, vice versa too, Green. You're absolutely right. And you want to know this, right? You would want to know how many men she slept with. Why? Why not? Who are her exes? Why? Why not? Was her father in her life? Why? Why not? What kind of mother raised her? Why? Why not? There you go, right? So like, that's why I said both of you asses need to go to premarital counseling. There you go. And when you go to premarital counseling, the counselor is more mature. The counselor is actually like they're trained for this. So we can even talk about very sensitive things and everybody gonna be respectful, right? Because they're trained for all of this. But it's too many young people who are chasing fairy tales instead of truly getting to know the real person. Gotta know the real person. And it's okay if you're flawed. As long as you know these are his flaws. Can you put up with this? Because he might never change. He might stay this way forever. Right? Can you put up with this? These are her flaws, and she might never change. She might get old and be just like her mom. She might get old and be worse than her mom. Can you put up with this? And if you're like, "No, Morgan, I can't," it's better to say it up front. That before you promise marriage, you put a baby in her. They say, "Oh, I don't want that no more." What you mean I don't want that no more? You see what I'm saying? It's better to know. And even if it breaks her heart, yes, she might be sad. "Oh my gosh, I wanted to marry Green, but he told me no." She might be sad. But long term, she will never hate you because you were honest. I can't do this. So what's the point of me lying to you? What's the point of me marrying you in front of your family, your father, your pastor, your auntie, your grandma, huh? Knowing dang well in about 5 to 10 years you're gonna be just like your mom, and I can't put up with the shit. You can't put up with the shit. Some ladies are always going to nag. That's just who she is. She's a fucking nagger. Some ladies will always be controlling. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? She might never stop doing that shit. She might never stop doing that shit. Do you see yourself doing this for 5 years, for 10 years? It's a fucking prison. Oh, well, I like her ass. No, it's not enough if you like her ass or not. Psychologically, do you think you can put up with this shit? Do you want to marry someone that treats you like a convict, like an inmate? Do you want your marriage to feel like a fucking prison? Okay? You need to be real about that because she might never change. She is a fucking nagger. Her mother nags. Her grandma nags. Her auntie's a bunch of naggers. Her sisters, her female cousin. The entire bloodline is full of fucking naggers. Do you see yourself putting up with this shit? And if the answer is no, it's better you tell this young lady early on. Tell her early on. And she might be upset. She might go crazy. But I'm telling you, long term, she'll move on. And years from now, you might be the one ex that she always has good feelings about because you were not dishonest. Right? Did you see your mother today? Like, what the heck? What's wrong with these weirdos? Right? So please know, if you happen to be in my chat and you want to write something stupid, please know my block finger is super quick. You're gonna be blocked so fast you won't even know what hit you. Okay, and it's not premarital counseling. Okay, so stop playing games. Like, I don't know, some of you guys, you're too old to act this way. You're very, very immature. You're so immature. Okay, like, do you like me this hard? Like, it's so ridiculous. Like, what is this? Okay, I bring the inner child out of you. Like, this is not kindergarten. Make it make sense though. My block finger is quick. I will not even. I'm not going to insult you. I'm not going to go back and forth with you. You will be blocked from my channel. Go somewhere else. You're bored. This is a very serious conversation, right? But my thing is, why would any logical thinking man consider that? Consider what, Green? Make a complete sentence. Consider what? Consider being truthful? If you're logical, you should be truthful. If you're logical, you should know, you know what? I might be able to do this for 6 months, but I can't do this for 5 years. That's what logic is. To be logical is what? You actually reason. And when you're done reasoning, you come up with an honest assessment. I can't do this. Right? But you, Green, I think you're lacking in proper malehood. Like we need to find you some great male mentors. Because it sounds like you were raised by a woman. And it sounds like you never actually were surrounded by men that are actually men. I think you're surrounded by a bunch of losers. You got to level up. Like you truly have to level up. And maybe start going to the gym or something. Start exercising. Go to the gym. Like invest your money and go into a great gym so you can be around great men. Because you think like a child, babe. You really do. You really, really do. Okay? But you have to be honest with yourself. There's no point in starting something you can't finish. There's no point in starting something you cannot sustain. If you can't sustain it, don't do it. Don't do it. And that's why a lot of you guys also, these girls make your lives a living hell because they see you guys as a bunch of liars. They drag you out of custody court. They call the police on y'all. They call your jobs, right? Because she is so angry because she feels like you deceived her. So stop making your life a living hell. Because the way a woman can be committed to finding your job, finding your social media, finding your new girlfriends, right? You don't want to mess with these girls. Women can be so petty. Women can be so petty. Women can just cover all kinds of stuff. She can call the policeman and say you raped her. So like you're really silly to play with people who can just say whatever they want and get away with it. You are truly insane. But if you love yourself, you should not want to mislead any woman out here. Because lo and behold, she called the cops and said, "Oh, you raped me." Now what you gonna do? It's your word against her. And we live in a society that says believe all women. Don't play these stupid games. Right? It's fine. You're free to go. Okay? Do not play these stupid games. Right? Do not play these stupid games. And also, do not play stupid games in my chat. I will block you. I don't need. Let me tell you something, right? My channel, what time is it? My channel is not a channel that I do because I need subscribers. I want to. I could care less about amassing subscribers. I do not care. This channel here is for my entertainment. Okay? It's my channel. When I feel like saying stuff, I come on here. You stress me out. You trying to be disrespectful, you'll be blocked. I am not here to amass people. Even if you watch my videos, I don't even monetize my videos. I don't care about the money on here, and I don't care to amass subscribers, nor do I care to be popular. So you can play with me if you want to. You'll be blocked. Because at a certain age, you have to know how to conduct yourself. And I know it's really hard for people in America to act like adults. But at a certain age, you have to know how to conduct yourself. And you have to know how to express yourself in a public setting. Gotta have some manners. And I'm sorry if you were raised by a single mom, or you were raised in the boondocks, or you were raised in a trailer. I'm really sorry. But at a certain age, you gotta have some class about yourself. If you're not capable to have an exchange with people and be polite, and we can all have a great conversation, get out of here. You are too ignorant for me, and I'm not a channel for ignorant people. I can do content for free. I can sit here for hours, but one thing I cannot take is rude people, crass people, low class people, racist, big. I don't have time for any of this. So you either have something to add to the conversation, or just go to sleep, or go somewhere else. Thank you. Nobody forced you to be here. Amen. Right? But I'm like, and this is why I don't know what that means. I don't understand your statement. What does that mean? If I'm taking care of you financially, right? I'm not going to deprive myself of a beneficial life experience. What does that mean, a beneficial life experience? So I don't get what you're trying to say. I don't get it. Okay. Yes, Jay, like they're too much, right? That's it. But what I'm saying is people need to go to premarital counseling. And I have a lot of sisters who are dating right now. And I'm like, instead of just like dating and just sitting here, right? Do something productive. Do something productive, right? Oh, thanks, babe. Go find. I told one little sister, I need you to find three different counselors, three premarital counselors, right? And call them up and talk to them and see what they offer. Then you pick one and you tell your boyfriend, we're gonna have to go to premarital counseling. Because if we're really going to do this, we need to make sure that we are preparing ourselves for marriage. And preparation for marriage is not the dress, it's not the engagement, it's not the ring, it's not the flowers, it's not the bridesmaid. No, you need to make sure that you know exactly who you're about to marry. And you need to make sure that you have the tools required to have a successful marriage. Because today, I think today, especially with social media, people have a fantasy of marriage. Oh, people post a ring like this. People post a man holding their belly. People, no, there is way more to this. There's way more to this. There is way more to this. It is real work. It is real work. And marriage is not pretty every day. It's not fun every day. It's not an exciting thing every day, right? Because the life you have while you dated might be very different than when you get married, especially when you have children and when those kids have to go to school. You can't travel every day when you have kids. They have to go to school. You can't go on a vacation every weekend when you have children. They have school on Monday. They have school on Monday. Okay? When you get married, also, you guys are going to have more expenses. So most likely you'll have to work more. He's going to also have to work more, right? So you might not see each other as much because the dating phase is truly what's it called? It's the honeymoon, and people lie to themselves. Why are people seeking external help when the work is internal? Lack of shadow work and self reliance. But you're saying all kinds of foolishness just so you don't have the money for premarital counseling. It's like next thing you're gonna tell us what? Oh, why you even go to college when you can learn for yourself? Be quiet. Okay? There's also structure. There are many things you don't know. You don't know what you don't know. How can you ask yourself the questions you don't even know to ask yourself the questions? Right? And even if you know how to ask the question, the way you ask the question to the person, they might not be able to receive it. And it might turn into a fight. Because you were not equipped to ask the question in a way that knows how to address sensitive topics. Right? But some topics are sensitive. So you also have to know how to discuss these topics. Hey, Lonnie, right? So it's a lot of things. But why do we go to college? Why do we go on internships? Why do we go and get a trade? We can learn everything on our own. But there's also something to be said about a structured way of learning, right? There's also something to be said about a structured way of learning. And you want to learn in a way that is structured and organized, right? But how can you ask questions that you don't know that you need to ask? And the thing about the premarital counselors, unlike you, they see bunch of couples. You might only know your relationship, but they have seen this one, that one, this one, that's one, right? Maybe in a given year, a premarital counselor might see 20 couples, 30 couples, 100 couples. So that gives them a lot of experience. They have seen a lot, they've heard a lot. So you also stand to benefit from the wisdom of their experience. Are you kidding me? Why do you go see a doctor? Because there's a lot of shit you don't fucking know. Right? That's it. That's that. And we have to stop and that's not blame social media for that. Because with social media, people think anybody can be anybody. Oh, I lost weight, so now I'm a dietitian. Oh, I grew my booty, so now I think I'm a personal trainer. Okay? Social media has bastardized the meaning of actually being a professional. Just because you successfully lost the weight does not make you a nutritionist. Just because you know how to exercise or you grew your glutes does not mean that you even know proper form or you have any business being anybody's trainer. You're going to hurt people. We have to stop that. But there are people who actually spend their money, go to school, spend years, and they educate themselves and they know how to actually walk the couples through what they need to know. And they have seen so many couples that they have a lot of experience, they have lots of wisdom that you can greatly benefit. You don't have to go through your own problems when somebody been through it and can tell you how to avoid it, how to navigate it. That's the whole point of working with people who know way more than you. It's like seriously. Exactly. Like this is a joke. And this is anybody think they can be a stylist. Don't even want to go to cosmetology school. Next thing you know, people are losing their hair. People have alopecia. People they don't wash their combs. They contaminate the scalp. People have bacteria. They got yeast infection. I blame social media for that. Anybody with a following think they qualify. It's enough. It's enough already. It truly is enough. Even in the black community, everybody think, oh, I can give advice. I can be a counselor. Oh, Ace Metaphor, he can give advice to marriage. Cheyenne Bryan can be a marriage advice person. We gotta stop the bullshit. We have no respect for education, and we have no respect. Yeah, we have no respect for people who actually spend their money, spend their time to receive a structured education to teach people or help people while doing the least amount of harm. And it's not a joke. Counseling people is very serious. It's very sensitive, it's very private, it's very delicate, and it's like you got to be trained on how to handle these people. Because God forbid you bring something that's really, really emotional and you're not sensitive, and next thing you know, somebody goes and do self-deletion. And it's not a joke. Matters of the heart, the mind, the spirit, it is not a joke. People are sacred. Human beings are sacred. And what you see with social media now, anybody with a following think they qualify to do something and they want to charge the people. No, go sit down somewhere. Please go sit down somewhere. It's outrageous. It is truly outrageous. But I'm like, these people went to school. They went to school. And then they're qualified, they're trained, they have an office. You sit down, like they take your insurance, they promise not to spread your business, right? But I'm like, they have seen a lot of couples. And that is amazing because why do you want to make these mistakes when somebody can already keep you safe? Mr. Logical? That sounds quite logical to me. Exactly. They think they're famous and they hurt people. Look at the advice that Cheyenne Bryan was given. Oh, if you're a Christian, he's a Christian, y'all should take a shower together naked so you can make sure you can resist temptation. What the fuck? What the fuck? Cheyenne Bryan. Oh, you should go through a man's phone. Go through a man. No, you should not go through his phone. Because if you're dating and you can't even trust him, he's not the one for you. And how do you know that's the only phone he has? No, I'm not. I'm close enough, right? But how do you know that's the only phone he has? This is ridiculous. So if you cannot trust a man and you can't trust him with the phone, he's not the man for you. Because the point of being in a relationship is to have trust. You want to give yourself a second job, you already have to work. You have to take care of yourself. You have to work a job. You got to keep the house clean. And you want to monitor his phone? Yeah, the fuck right. I need to fucking sleep. You need to fucking sleep. But if in the dating phase, you don't even trust this brother to be faithful, he is not the man for you. Let him be. Let him be. Because this will never stop. It will never stop. Because you don't even have kids. You don't trust the man. What happened when you get pregnant and you fat? You gonna have less self-confidence. So now what? He has to give you the phone, the car keys, his wallet, an STD test every day. This is not sustainable. It is not sustainable. It is not sustainable. And that's why, and once again, I repeat, relationships, even your self-care, your diet, your nutrition, your finances, you have to do things that are sustainable. Don't start something you can't finish. Do not start something you can't do for the next 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. Do you want to be in a marriage, a 5 year marriage, a 10 year marriage where you're always checking his phone? That you are going to go insane. You are truly going to go insane. So if you need to check his phone, then he is not the one for you. You're free to go, bro. Okay? You are free to go. You are free to go. This is my voice. If it's too loud, you can bring down the volume. If you don't, that's fine. Exactly. So you just gotta accept it. And it's not even that he's a player or a walker. It doesn't even matter, right? The man could not be a cheater. Everybody is not cheating. We have to stop lying on people. Every man is not cheating. Just like every woman is not faithful, right? There are guys who don't cheat. But if your ex was a cheater and now you have PTSD and paranoia and now you see every man as a cheater, you're not even ready for this relationship. You gotta go see a counselor, right? Because everybody is not cheating. We have to stop. But to just assume someone is cheating because your ex was a cheater, okay, that's too much. Everybody's not a cheater. And you have girls who want to check the phone and they don't even have a reason to check the phone. It's just their insecurity. And that is not okay because we're all adults. We are all adults. And we have to respect everybody's privacy. It's not your phone, that's his phone, right? We have to respect everybody's privacy. People have the right to their privacy. That's his phone. That's his phone. Like, listen. So you either gonna trust him or you don't. But I think everybody should know what's done in the dark always comes to light. So what are you stressing for? Right? What are you anybody tells me outdoor, I will put you on timeout. Don't play with me. Okay? I'm inside. This is my voice. That's how I talk. I don't know. I don't whisper. Okay? You can go in timeout. All right? 24 hours. You're not gonna be able to type no more. All right? There you go. Okay? Make it make sense though. Right? But I'm like, the whole point of a relationship is to have trust. You have sex with someone, but you don't trust them, that don't make no sense to me. If you have to go through his phone, you should not be having sex with him. Because whatever's in his phone is not worse than what he can give you through his penis. The penis, HIV, a baby, chlamydia, herpes, you name it, right? A phone is just a phone. But if you don't trust someone, right? If you do not trust someone, if you don't trust someone to be honest with their phone, if you don't have any trust in this relationship, you two have no business being together. And the thing with also these phones, grabbing phones, checking phones, many times it can turn violent. Many times it can turn violent, right? So there's no need for you to put yourself in harm's way. There are men who will hit you over a phone. There are men who might even kill you behind a phone. It's not worth your life. Okay? But if you have to go through his phone, I think that you already know what you need to know. This is not the relationship for you. And there's nothing he can do, there's nothing you can do that's going to change anything. It's just not the relationship for you. Right? And like I said, you can check this phone. How do you know there's not a second phone in the car? How do you know he don't have another phone in the office? So where does it end? Hey Frank, right? Where does it end? How do you know he don't have three phones like Kevin Gates? How you don't have six phones like Kevin Gates, right? You will never know. So you're either going to trust or you're not going to trust. But if something in your heart is telling you that this man is not worth trusting, you need to be a grown ass woman and walk away. Walk away. Okay? Walk away. Now, go somewhere where you can actually trust. You don't have to be here, right? And once again, if you don't trust someone, why are you taking his engagement ring? Right? If you don't trust someone, why do you want him to be your husband? How that make sense to you? That makes no sense. Right? That makes no sense. Because what? Because you want to prove to yourself you won. Oh, he picked me all the other girls. Maybe. But he picked you for what? To keep you in the house, keep you pregnant, keep you fat, swell up your ankles while he cheats on you with skinnier broads. That's not a win, sis. That is not a win. That's prison. That's a golden cage. That is a golden prison, right? Because a lot of you ladies too, a lot of you ladies, right? You have this sick sense of competition. Oh, I know he got a bunch of girls. Oh, thank you, Alex. I know he got a bunch of girls, but I just want him to pick me. Oh, he picked me. He picked me. Yeah, to get you pregnant, to keep you trapped, right? To put you in a cage, right? But is he going to stop cheating? No. Are the girls going to be skinnier and skinnier? Yes. Are they going to look better and better? Yes. Are you going to lose your hair? Yes. Are you going to start balding? Yes. Okay. right? He doesn't want you. He wants multiple people. Now, what I do think a lot of guys, right? Not all the time, not all the time. See, when you got a woman with low self esteem, yeah. But even you as well. I think if you're a man as well, because I swear, some of you guys, you're just not masculine enough for me. You're not manly enough for me. Because as a man, also, when you notice that a woman has low self esteem, you should tell her, I can't be with you. Right? But y'all know these girls have low self esteem, but you keep these girls around knowing that she's not going to get any more mature. You got to tell her it's not going to work. Y'all not manly enough. That's why we have all this fucking chaos. Because today men are not being men, right? If you date a young lady and you notice that, oh, she's really insecure, you should tell her, okay, I have noticed that you're insecure, right? Maybe you don't have the self-awareness, so I'm gonna let you know. But if this happens again, we can't be together. Be a man. Set the conditions of the relationship, right? Tell her what you see, tell her what you don't like, and tell her you have until this time to change. If you don't change, we gotta go. Right? But y'all play stupid games with girls you know are insecure. But insecure lady can be a huge liability because they can get violent. She can put hands on you, call the police, wonky womp womp. She's insecure. She's very childish. Right? Yeah. If you love her, you want to help her, but you also have to admit to yourself when you're not going to be able to help her. Because you're not a therapist, are you? You're not a counselor. You are a regular human being. You are a lambda citizen, right? You are not trained in these things. So, yeah, you can help her, but there's only so far your help can go. At some point, she's going to need a professional. And at some point, that is her journey. Like, she has to go through that journey alone, right? And right now, y'all might not be good for each other, right? But because you like having sex with her, because she has a fat ass, you're going to entertain someone who's very childish. And then one day, it's going to get really violent, right? And then the police gonna get called, and you might get arrested. Then you might lose your job. Then you gonna come to YouTube and try to find the red pill community where they talk shit about all kinds of women, right? Because now you bitter and you don't want to look within, right? But there are a lot of men who found themselves in some bullshit where they could have said, you know what, she's very pretty, she got a fat ass, I like having sex with her, but this right here, I can see this going somewhere all the way left. It's just not worth it because you're not being manly, right? But a lot of people have, oh shoot, sorry y'all, my bad, right? But a lot of people truly have no business being together, right? Sorry y'all. Makes sense? Well, maybe it's already charged, right? A lot of people have no business being together. But because of the sex, people are staying in this relationship, but you have no business being together. Right? And there's too many people who are in a relationship solely because the sex is good. But everything else, you're not compatible. Your maturity, not compatible. The way you look at life, not compatible. Your upbringing, how you were raised, how she was raised, not compatible. Your education level, is not compatible. Your spirituality, is not compatible. The way you handle money, the way she handles money, it's not compatible. Right? Your future plans, not compatible. Right? But because of the sex, you stay. Or because the way you guys look in pictures, oh, it's giving power couple, whatever the fuck that means, right? But you are truly not a compatible people. You're just not compatible, right? And you don't want to accept that. Okay, whose fault is that, right? Whose fault is that? Make sure you get me right. I'm like, so to me, it's like, you know what I'm saying? But I'm like, a lot of people, you're just not compatible. But the thing is, when you guys met, you had sex way too soon. So now you are addicted to the sex part and you haven't done any of the mature part, the spiritual part, the logical part. You have not done any actual work. You just have sex. You go on fancy dates, you lie to each other, and then you just have sex. And your relationship is mostly sexual. And then you fools think that you are qualified to be husband and wife. How funny. How funny. Right? And it's people like that who give a bad reputation to marriage. Oh, look at the marriage. Look at the marriage, the divorce rate, divorce. Yeah, because it's a lot of people who had no business being married. And now that they're being tested by marriage, we realize that they had no business being married. right? It's not that marriage is bad. It's that too many people are getting married that don't have no business marrying each other, right? Because they marry each other for the wrong reason. And no, exactly, nobu nobu. That's all they do is lie to themselves. That's all they do is lie to themselves. Bunch of guys who want to pretend to be, oh, I can afford this life. I can afford to give you this. You cannot afford to give this girl all this thing. You're lying to her, right? And then one day you get tired because your money's not moving up. You're not getting any promotions at work. And all these bills are coming in. And she keeps asking for more. She keeps asking for more because the whole relationship was a lie. You don't have that kind of money. You're not that kind of person. You are not that kind of person, right? And a lot of you guys too, that's why you're broke today. Because you spend your time trying to impress all these ladies when you should have put your money in some kind of investment account. You should have been buying some stocks. You should have been saving up to buy yourself a house and gaining equity in your property, right? But you chose to be a ladies' man, and now you're broke. Now you're broke. You know what I'm saying? Now you're broke. You know? Hold on, you guys. Okay. Right? Now you're broke. So whose fault is that? When you come out of college, when if you're a young man, you come out of college or you come out of grad school, what should you do? Stack your money up. You don't have time for no fancy dates with your broke ass. You're broke. Okay? You have student loans you gotta pay for. You got all kinds of things to pay for. No, you come out of college, come out of grad school. First thing you want to do, go get yourself a Mercedes. A Mercedes, Mercedes. You got Mercedes money with your broke ass. You got Mercedes repair money with your broke ass, right? Y'all want to skip all? No, it's true, Kiki. We gotta stop. You know, I was talking to my little sister. I was talking to Janet, right? And I was like, "You see, Janet, you see?" Because I'm like, I know sometimes when you listen to me, I ain't gonna lie, because I got self awareness, right? I got self awareness, right? But I said when you listen to me, I can definitely come out like I'm anti black, and it's true because black people today, this new generation of black people, they have lost their fucking marbles. They have truly lost their fucking marbles and they do everything backwards. They're super young and they want to start balling, right? Like the mature way, the reasonable way, the mature, reasonable, logical, smart way of doing things, right? When you are in your 20s, your 30s, and your 40s, right? You should live a very reasonable life because you should spend most of the time investing. So that way, by the time you get to 40s, 50s, 60s, right, you have all these savings, you have all these assets, you have all this equity, right? And then now you can start to ball, right? Black people, they haven't invested shit and they're always living lavish, right? How can you just come out of college? You just graduated college, you just left your master's program. And the first thing you do is go to the Mercedes dealership. You're not a very serious person. You are truly not a serious person, right? You haven't even signed your job offer. You haven't even been at this job more than a year. You haven't even had your employer, like, you haven't even had your 401 vested for a whole year. What are you doing? What are you truly doing? But black people do everything backwards. When they're young, they want to ball, chase money, chase date, chase the big booty hoes, do this and that. You are crazy. You are really crazy. But when you look at Asian people, South Asian people, that's the Indian people, right? When they come out of school, whether it's undergrad or it's grad school, what do? Right? They do it the right way. They get married. They find somebody reasonable. They find somebody in college who is reasonable. They find someone that has the same major that they do. So they make about the same amount of money, right? They're going to get married. They'll have a small wedding, a very, very small wedding. They'll go buy a house or a townhouse, right? They'll pay the mortgage on time. They'll grow their equity in the house. They'll max out their 401ks. They'll find other ways to invest money in the stock market. They do a lot of investing. They do a lot of savings. Sometimes they even go buy a second property. They spend a lot of time building their assets. They spend a lot of time build. Like you see, like when you have a balance sheet, right? One side is the asset, another side is liability. Asian people, South Asian people, when they're young, 20s, 30s, 40s, they spend a lot of time building their assets. Black people, 20, 30, 40, even in 50s, they spend most of their time and building their liability. We are a people who's always chasing problems. Black people, it's like black people don't want to be rich. They don't want to save their money. They do not want to have great credit. They don't want to sleep well at night. It's like they always want to be slaves, like some kind of slavery, cotton slavery to financial slavery. Are you not tired of always owing money? Would you not want to actually have money, have the assets? Would it not be better to be in your 40s and have $300,000 in your bank account right? Would you not prefer to see 500,000 in your checking account? What are you doing? Right? You have all the time in the world to buy a Mercedes. You have all the time in the world to travel this, and that. But the thing about investments, the sooner you start, the better, right? No, they want to spend all their money now. They want to waste all their credit now, damage their credit score. Like they just use all their credit on foolishness. And then when the time comes, you're married now, you got a family, you got kids, you can't afford a house because your credit fucking shot. Like we do shit fucking backwards. Because we are a people who's always chasing like thrills, status, this and that. It's a very, very immature brain. It's ridiculous. It is so ridiculous. Right? So when you're a young man, you need to find yourself a reasonable young lady who has plans for the future. She's not trying to live for the now because she knows, hey, eventually we're going to get older. And when you're older, do you want to work as hard? No. You want to work hard when you're young and your body can take it. But when you get older, you don't want to work this hard because you're older. You want to rest. You want to enjoy life, right? And you want to enjoy life when you're older because now you're older, you're tired. But when you're young, most of your money should be invested, right? Like you should want to invest your money. And as a young man, you should be the brains of the relationship. As a young man, you should be the financial brains of the relationship. And when you meet this young lady, even if she has to pay 50, I think most young ladies too, right? If you explain to her why she got to pay the 50-50, I think most likely she'll agree. If you say it's not that I want you to pay 50-50 because I can't do it, right? But here's my vision for us for the next 10 years, for the next 20 years, right? If we live off my income and your income, then we can put this money towards our savings or this and that. So by the time we get to 40, we can have 200,000. We can have 400,000. Okay, cool. Not just, okay, I get it. So yes, I'm down for that. Right? Everything is how you explain it to people. But if it's because you are dusty and you wasted all your money on all these other girls and da da da, now you ain't got shit and you want me to help you survive, no, I'm not doing it. Because it's not my place to help you recoup financially what you lost chasing some big booty hoes. That's not my place. Right? But if when you tell her the 50-50 is for us to have a better future together, because if we spend our money this way, that way, we can make 300,000, 400,000, or we can become millionaires by the time we are in our 40s and 50s. I don't think this young lady is going to say no. But she needs to understand, why do I need to pay 50-50? Right? And if the plan is reasonable, you can show it to her on paper and it makes a lot of sense, why would she say no? She's going to be so excited. Like, wow, I really appreciate you thinking about all of this because it's true. When I'm 50, I don't want to have to work this hard. Exactly. Y'all don't have financial plans. You just want 50-50 because you don't know how to survive by yourself. And it's like, it's not my place. A woman is not meant to be your like your safety blanket. No. You as a man, you need to know how to swim on your own. You are a man. And when you were young, had you not wasted your money going to the club, had you not wasted your money chasing behind girls and sending all this cash up and all these Zales, whatever, you would be in a better financial position. But trying to be a man that you're not. You're not a basketball player. You're not a shot caller. You ain't no baller. You none of them things. You ain't even no fucking hustler. And you ain't no drug dealer. You're a regular person. So act like a regular man. Stop sending money to people that you're not in a relationship with. You are crazy. You are really crazy. And then when you have a wife, now you want her to help you recoup for all the bitches that play with you. You crazy. I ain't paying for that shit. No woman's gonna agree to pay for that shit. You are insane. Like you're truly insane. You are mentally impaired. I'm not helping you to pay for that. And no woman should help you to pay for that either. So hopefully that makes sense, right? And this is why I also say people should also go to premarital counseling, right? Because in premarital counseling too, they're going to talk about money. What is your philosophy when it comes to money? What is his philosophy when it comes to money? Because there are a lot of tensions in marriages because people exactly because people do not agree on finances. The wife might want to go this way, the man might want to go this way, right? He might not want you to spend this money, but you might be a big spender. You might have to stop, right? So all of that you need to go to premarital counseling. Don't just accept somebody's engagement ring when you have not done the real work to know what it means to be married to this man. What kind of wife does he need? And is that really you? right? Hey Esther, there are a lot of girls who want to marry a guy just because he buys you stuff. But he probably has needs as well. Emotional needs, all kinds of needs. And you might not be the wife for him. Right? And you also probably don't even like the man. You just like the fact that he buys you a whole lot of shit. He buys you stuff. And most likely your father never bought you anything. So for once in your life, somebody's buying you stuff and it makes you feel special. But is that fair to you? And is that fair to him? Probably not. Right? But this is what social media has turned relationships into. Find you someone that can buy you whatever you want. No problem. But one day he's going to stop buying you the stuff. And one day he's going to show you what he's really about. And you might not like it. Most likely you won't like it. And there are plenty of ladies who go around marrying men because of what the man he buys them. And then it turns into a catastrophe. Because what you want, what he needs, you're not providing that for him. And you're so blinded by the gifts he buys you, you're not realizing that this man is broken. He's a broken man. And he's buying your love, he's buying your companionship, right? When he truly needs to take the money and go to fucking therapy. All these bags he's buying you, he needs to invest these bags into his own mental health because he's not okay. He's not okay. And a lot of young men today, I'm gonna be so for real. A lot of young men today are clowns. I call them the lover poet, right? They like to write love letters. They like to call 20 times a day. They text 20 times a day. They take you on trips. They crawl with the phone. They read the Bible, right? I call them the lover, the poet lover, right? But these boys are liability. He's too emotional, right? But you like him because he feels like your gay best friend, right? But you actually need a husband, okay? And this young man might not be qualified to be your husband. He might not even be qualified to be a husband, period. Okay? But there are a lot of broken boys who hide behind the gifts. They're hiding. They're hiding. He's buying you all these gifts because he doesn't want you to see him. He's broken. A lot of these young men got low self esteem, they have a low sense of self worth, right? And how they addressing it? By buying you stuff because he wants to be your superhero. Because he feels powerless. He feels invisible. He hasn't accomplished his goals. What are his goals? All he wants to do is wake up every day and make you happy? Yeah, right. Yeah, the fuck right. He needs to make himself happy. Okay? What is he working on? Okay? What is he working on to make himself happy? How does he make himself a priority? Right? But I'm like, a lot of these boys I see on social media, these social media boyfriends, these social media content creator boyfriends, many of these boys are clowns. They're a bunch of clowns. They're childish little clowns. These are not men. These are mama's boys. These are not men. These are not men. They are not men. Always want to travel. Always want to go on video. Always want to go on vacation. Always, always. When does he have time to work? What is he working on? A man who wakes up in the morning and sets up a tripod. Sis, you ain't scared of that man. A man who walks around the house, he brushes his teeth, there's a tripod. He goes to bed, there's a tripod. He wakes up, there's a tripod. He goes to the gym, there's a tripod. That's how he gonna feed y'all. That's how he gonna pay the bills. That's how he's going to feed you people. Right? You are insane. You are truly insane. And I'm like, and you girls who put your lives in your vaginas in the wombs of these people, you're crazy. Like you're batshit crazy. You are batshit crazy. If my husband became a content creator, I'm filing for divorce. Are you insane? Are you truly insane? Okay. You wake up, there's a tripod, and he wakes up like this. You can imagine a grown ass man doing get ready with me, getting up out of bed and fluffing his pillows. What now? What now? Right? What now? This boy ain't got no fucking plan. You are crazy. I'm like, they go for these boys who never have fathers. All he does is brush his hair, apply lip gloss, what's it called? Lip balm, lip gloss. He got a camera everywhere he goes. He plays with his iPhone. Baby girl, baby girl. Okay? Like, I mean, like, this is insanity. This is insanity. What is the plan? What is the plan? He's gonna post videos, short form content. That's how he gonna take care of y'all. He gonna give you health care. He gonna give you dental, vision, insurance with short form content. You want to be a short form content creator since you ain't scared, right? I'm like, it's like the new age rappers. Like when I was growing up, A lot of these dusties wanted to be rapper. I'm gonna give you a rapper, be a rapper. That's how you know he ain't ambitious. I think today the boys have transferred the dream from I want to be a rapper to I want to be a content creator. Hey Nafisa, the what now? What would you say now? Right? A man who wants to go on vacation every day, trips every day. When does he work? When does he work? He is a man. He needs to work. He needs to work. He needs to build. He needs to build a legacy. He needs to work really hard for his family. You see these guys out here, they don't even have wrinkles. Their hands are so clean. Their fingernails are so well manicured. Their hands are so soft. I've never seen, I'm like, we live in a generation now where man's hand is so soft. These man's hands are just so damn soft. Their skin is so well polished. Skin care, eye care, under eye care. The man, I mean, like these boys are just, I mean, I'm like, damn, right? A whole beauty influencer. And you think that's safe? You think that's safe? You think a man like that can handle what stuff has to bring in life? Being a father, being a protector, being a provider, taking care of a family, right? I'm like this. I'm like I was telling Janet. I'm like even when I was growing up, we never saw Steve Jobs. I don't even think he ever went on vacation. I don't recall ever seeing one picture of Steve Jobs on vacation. But this the man who created Apple, the iPhone, the iPod, the whatever. Okay, and the man rich like that, he never went on vacation. When we were growing up, we never saw Jeff Bezos on vacation. I never saw Jeff Bezos. Hey, Sunday. I never saw Jeff Bezos go on vacation. It's just now we see him on vacation because he retired. He's no longer the CEO of Amazon. So he's no longer the CEO. So now he's on vacation. Now he got his body done. Now he takes the steroids, right? But when we were growing up, do you recall being young and seeing Jeff Bezos on vacation? No. No. Do you recall ever seeing Bill Gates on vacation? We don't even see billionaires on vacation because they're always working. But somehow your husband, the content creator, he's always on vacation. When does he make money, sis? How does he provide? What is he building? Right? And when he's always on vacation with you, when does he have time to build a network with other men who are successful? Because he's always with you. Right? No, we're truly in trouble. But these ladies are encouraging them. They're encouraging this because they think it's cute. They think it's really cute for a man to go on vacation every day. Every day he's on vacation. That's that is outrageous. No, no, no. They work really hard. A lot of men work hard. Men who are very successful, men who make a lot of money, they work hard. Many of them, they miss their kids' birthday parties. They miss their wedding anniversaries. They miss recitals. They miss so much of the things that the kids got going on, the wife got going on, because they have to work. Right? No, of course, billionaires do not work. You're right. They don't work. They just wake up and they become billionaires. Of course, they don't work. So, because Amazon built itself, right? Amazon just built itself, right? There you go. The Microsoft, it built itself, right? The iPhone, it built itself, right? Y'all want to be so extreme sometimes. Like, we get it. To be a billionaire, you have to do some kind of exploitation. But to act like nothing was built at all, that is completely ludicrous. If you're broke, just say that. If you're a hater, just say that. Like, you are insane. Like, Microsoft, it just built itself, right? Windows, it just showed up, right? The Mac just showed up out of nowhere. Oh, there you go. I didn't work. It's right there. Like, please stop. Okay? That's fine. They can exploit the people. But at the end of the day, people don't have to take the job, do they? Right? Nobody forces anybody to work. You don't have to work for them. So y'all love to complain, right? So at least you're making some kind of pennies. Before you were making shit. So let's keep that in fucking perspective. Be so for real. Nothing is stopping you from starting your own business. But it's a bit outrageous to say, oh, billionaires don't work. Yeah, the fuck right. Okay, yeah, Oracle just popped out of nowhere, right? Like these companies, like Shell popped out of nowhere. Stuff is just popping out of nowhere. Then why don't you have one? If billionaires don't work, why aren't you a billionaire? Like y'all be saying all kinds of dumb shit. Okay? Ultimately, you don't have to work for the people. People love to complain about how they get paid. When y'all don't have jobs, y'all beg for a job. When you have a job, you complain about the pay. Y'all don't know what you want. The peasants, y'all do not know what you want. When you don't have a job, you beg for a job, you apply for a job, you cry for a job. Then you finally get a job. Oh, I'm not making enough. No shit, Sherlock. Do you own this business? Okay, so that's it. That's that. So my point is, right? People work hard. A lot of CEOs do not spend enough time with their families, and they make a crap load of money. Even basketball players, they can only go on vacation during the off season because they have to work. Baseball players, they only go on vacation during the off season. But how can you be a regular person, a regular content creator, and every day you're on vacation, right? No one cares, boo boo, young blood. No one cares. You work, you don't work, we don't care. Y'all always want to come into people's live stream and make yourself the center of attention. Go find your mom and ask her for a hug. Y'all do too much. Like, please, we don't care. You work, you don't work, no one cares. No one cares. No one truly cares. Work, don't work, it's America. There's always welfare. You'll be just fine. Okay? But my point is, like, how are you always on vacation? How are you always on vacation? That makes no sense to me. When do you work? When do you actually work? Right? And then you have people who create content like that and have other girls believing that, oh, if you get married, if you have a husband, you should expect for you and your husband to always go on vacation. That is not practical. And even you as a woman, because some people actually work. You have girls that are doctors, you have ladies that are accountants, you have ladies that are lawyers, right? There you have women that actually have careers, right? No one cares to debate. Y'all think you who are you for me to even debate you? Like the fuck? Debate. I don't care to debate you. Like, are you even that fucking smart? You just said billionaires don't work. Who the fuck is gonna debate you? Like you make extreme statements like that. You are an extremist, right? Who the fuck wants to debate you? And who are you for me to even want to debate you? Did I say this thing was a fucking debate? You people are fucking sick. You're a bunch of narcissists. You are fucking sick, right? Like, are you insane? You must be insane. I don't even know if you're mentally fit. Debate you for what? Debate you over what? What is there to debate? Do billionaires work? I could care less. If you walk around thinking that billionaires don't work, you are more than welcome to think that. I don't give a fuck. I do not care. I'm not a billionaire, nor are you. Debate what? Like, you're so damn stupid. You don't know how to debate. I could care less to debate you. People are too fucking immature. You think everybody who has an argument, nobody cares. Bunch of fucking weirdos. Get off my damn channel. You're so weird. Go somewhere. They're fucking sick. Okay? But I'm like, look, exactly, what is the debate? They want debate for what? Who are you? But my point is, right? So then you have people creating content and they have other young ladies believing that, oh yeah, this is the norm. So if you ever get married, you should expect to always go on vacation. If you ever get married, you guys are always, every day, every month, you have a new destination, a new destination. This is not real life. This is not real life. Right. And then unfortunately, you have a lot of regular people who compare themselves to what they see on social media and they truly believe, oh, this is the standard. This is the norm. It is not the norm. It is not the standard. Most people don't go on vacation even more than once a year. Okay. Most people don't. And like I said, if people have kids, if you have children and your kids go to school, you cannot go on vacation every month. Okay, even spring break, it might not be even like enough time to go anywhere like outside the country, right? You got to be realistic. But what people are selling people on social media are fantasies. This is nothing more than a fantasy. It's nothing but fantasy. This is not real. It is so not real. And I'm going to tell you this, before you get consumed by the grand proposals, the grand this, the grand that, I am telling you, if you think you want to marry someone, you need to go to premarital counseling. Okay? You need to go to premarital counseling. Okay? Well, I don't know. We'll see what that is, right? But I'm like, how this one, I'm wondering where is she gonna live? Hmm. Lonnie, Marlene, I'm gonna tell you this. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. Because once again, me personally, I think once again, this is all about presenting a fairy tale. Because this is a real thing. Like marriage is real. It's one thing to have a long distance relationship. It's a whole different thing to have a long distance marriage. So I'm like, where are you going to live? Where are you going to have the baby? During your postpartum, how is it going to work? You see? And I'm like, I was talking to somebody yesterday, and I was like, oh, she'll do what she pleases. I'm like, it's not about pleasure. I'm not asking about her pleasure. I'm asking, how is this going to work? What is the mechanism for this to work? You see what I'm saying? Because I'm like, I don't know why people play around with postpartum, but it's not a joke. Your first pregnancy, also first pregnancy, postpartum. I'm like, this young lady should not be by herself. Exactly. This is not a joke. Even me, Marlene, I would not recommend this. I ain't gonna lie, Lonnie. I ain't gonna lie to you. I was talking about this with on the on other calls today because I'm like, so where are they going to live, right? So he married her in London. So is she gonna come back to America in New York City in that apartment by herself, right? You know what I'm saying? How is this going to work? Because I'm like, uh, not trying to be funny. I'm trying to be funny, right? But I think the dude is African. I think the guy's Nigerian. I've always thought he was African. When I saw his hands, I said, "There's no way he's not African." No offense to my African people, but I'm like, He has to be Nigerian. I think he's Nigerian. You can't tell me otherwise. Okay, I said, listen. Okay, and getting married in London between Dubai and London, I'm like, okay. I think he's Nigerian. But I'm like, how is this going to work? Like, can he even stay in America for 6 months? Like how I'm like, shit, how does this shit actually work? Now my brain was like, Aaliyah, Gemini, what have you done? Hmm. You see? Because Marlene, I'm gonna tell you this, Lonnie, I am not a fan of long distance relationships. Because once again, long distance relationships is once again chasing a fairy tale. I'm not even saying you have to live with a man. Okay. No, it's London. Because if you stretch, because that's what I did. If you stretch, like, if you look at the thing, if you stretch it out, it's England. They got married in Westminster. It's the courthouse in Westminster, London. Search, like, if you'll see it. What is it called again? I looked at the thing. Like, if you stretch it out, because I was like, what the heck? Where is this place? Royal Place of Sarah. What is it called again? Princess Royal on the eighth day, right? Right there. You see this? So it says Princess Royal on the eighth day of July, 1914. Stone was laid by her royal something, the Princess Royal. So it's in Westminster. They got married in London, right? So it's like London, Dubai. I'm like, yeah, but I saw his hands, even his suit. His suit is the suit he wore is extremely French. Oh yes, baby. The suit he wore is extremely French because it has the two slits in the back. I said, yeah, this dude is African. I always thought he was African. Okay, but I'm like, yeah, I saw his. I'm like, yeah. When I saw his hand, I'm like, yep, this dude. And then you got married in London, and no way this boy is not Nigerian, and no way he's not Nigerian. Okay, so I'm like, okay, so how is this going to work? Okay, so you got married in London. Where are you going to live with the baby? Where are you going to give birth? And then I'm thinking, like, then I'm like, hold on, did he marry you in London so that way you couldn't come for his assets? Like, girl, my brain was just going. Okay, because why he marry you in London? Okay, so that you can't sue him later, child. That's just my brain. It is what the fuck it is, right? But I'm like, how is this going to work? Because I'm like, your first baby, you need a lot of support. This ain't no fucking joke. Like my dad used to always say, he's like, the easiest thing about a child is when you carry the child. Because once they come out of you got to feed them, you got to wash them, you got to make their bottles, you got to do all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, she cannot be by herself. So I hope her mom comes to live with her. I don't know if she has sisters, I don't know, but she's going to need a lot of support. And so this man, is he going to stay with her for at least like 6 months to like how is this going to work? People haven't answered my question yet, right? But once again, my issue with this is that it glamorizes long distance relationships. And one thing about long distance relationships, when you don't live with someone, you create a fantasy of who the person is because you only talk on the phone. When you see each other, it's restaurants, it's sex. So it seems like, oh yeah, he's my dream guy because you don't have enough time to argue, right? Not saying you have to live together, but when you actually live in the same city, y'all be going through some real shit, right? So you can see like, okay, is this the real? Is this the one I really want? But when you have a long distance relationship, everything is a fantasy. Everything is glamorized. Everything is sanitized. Even if you see certain things, you might not want to address it because oh, I'm only here for 2 weeks. I'm only here for a month, right? I don't know. Cause what about the apartment in New York though, right? You see what I'm saying? Like, listen, that's like. Huh. When I tell you Gemini people are sneaky people, Gemini people are hella, these people are sneaky as hell. You know? So I'm like, by God's grace, they have figured out a plan to support this young lady with her first pregnancy. Because post delivering a baby ain't no fucking joke. So even that, we have to make sure he's gonna be there. Number two, when it comes to her postpartum, she cannot be by herself. You see? So in Dubai out there, who's going to help her? So like, I hope her mom can travel to go help her daughter. But I'm like, Miss Ma'am, do not abandon your child. She might think she's grown, whatever she thinks she is. Her mother needs to be next to her. This is not a joke. A baby, pushing a baby, even like you don't even know if you're, knock on wood, don't even know if you'll have a C-section, which is also fucking crazy. Okay. You can have a natural birth. You can also have a C-section. We don't know. But either way, you don't want you don't want the lady, right? You don't want a lady to have her first baby postpartum and she's not surrounded. Postpartum is real. And postpartum can last even 2 years. Some people can have 2 years of postpartum depression because these babies, they don't sleep. Now, by God's grace, you have a baby that sleeps and that's not colicky and things like that. But still, though, they still wake up like when their babies, like until they get to like 6, 7 months, they wake up like two, 3 times a night because they don't eat a lot, and you have to breastfeed. And there's the back pain. It's shit. Now I'm like, child. So I truly hope, I really, really hope that they have a proper plan in place to make sure that she is supported during the pregnancy, through her delivery, after the baby is born, and throughout the postpartum journey. Because it's not a joke. And it's truly not a joke. Postpartum is no fucking joke. You see this? I'm like, you see, postpartum's not a joke. And I hope she has enough sister friends or sister girls, right, to really pull up for her and be there for the postpartum. You know what I'm saying? Because it is not a joke. That's why even like in West African culture, they don't leave you with the baby because they don't trust the new mom with the baby. What if you kill the baby? Okay. So like you, the baby, they keep you all separated. They take care of the mom. They like sometimes you'll have two of your mother-in-laws, like your mom and your mother-in-law, they'll come together, right? One will take care of the mom, another will take care of the baby. So that way you get to rest, the baby gets to rest. They're bringing the baby just when it's time for you to breastfeed because they know you're really tired. They don't leave brand new mamas with the baby. What if you kill the baby? Okay? Because you're fucking crazy. You're fucking tired. Okay? So it's like, yeah, so hopefully her stepmom shows up for her, right? But they need to make sure that she is surrounded. They need to make sure she's me more than I'm like this life. People gotta take life seriously. But the problem is people are too busy with content. People are too busy glamorizing stuff instead of saying, okay, like how does this work? But Marlene, I will never ever glamorize a long distance relationship because I say when you don't see somebody all the time, it's easy to fall into a fairy tale. Because when you talk on the phone, oh, I miss you, I love you, I miss you. What'd you do? I did nothing, da, 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 right? But do you really know the person? Because you don't live with the person full time. Don't even live in the same city. You know what I'm saying? So what do you truly know about this person? Right? And now two people who had a long distance relationship are telling us they're married, about to have a baby. Okay. What does that look like? Do you guys really know each other? Have you gone to premarital counseling? Do you know what he's really about? Because when I saw these hands, I said, this boy is not Yoruba. I don't know what to tell you. Well, I told you, they love men. But that's not the problem. You can love the man, but please make sure you understand the man. Right? Make sure you understand the man. Make sure if he's Nigerian and he happens to be Yoruba, you need to make sure you understand his culture. You need to make sure you understand his custom because that's just me being West African and being an honorary Nigerian. If he is Nigerian and if he really is affluent, right? The odds of him being a one woman type of man are really slim to none. So I don't know what kind of bill of goods he sold that girl because she Black American. Okay. But I'm telling you, if that boy is Yoruba and he is who they say he is, a pilot, a lawyer, a businessman between Dubai and London, trust and believe the odds of him being a one woman type of man, West African, Yoruba, good luck with that shit. And that's why they call them people Yoruba demons. I had a little sister, I had a little sister who went to go be with a Haitian man. And I told her, as an Ivorian, you should know better. Okay? Because where we come from, anybody who's French speaking, it doesn't matter. All French speaking countries, hey, they will tell you don't marry a Haitian. Do not marry Creoles. Do not, we call them Antillais. Don't do it. They make for a horrible husband. She said, oh, big sis, nobody told me. I said, no, people told you. They don't want to listen. That boy put pepper in her eyes. I said, I told you he's Haitian. Let that shit slide. Let it slide. Haitian, oh my haïtien. Hey, hey, people know them. They leave their wives. Hey, exactly. It's not a joke, Lonnie. I'm telling you, if you go to any African, West African church, Ivorian, Burkina Faso, Nigeria, Togo, Benin, they'll tell you people who are by the waters, right? West African people believe that people who are by the water, they have a mami wata spirit. And this is the reason why they can't get married. And usually they're very promiscuous and they're always cheating. So usually you have to go do a deliverance. You got to go get delivered. Like I'm telling you, it's real. You know what I'm saying? So like right now she's crying. She hasn't eaten food. She's not eating the food. Like I told you. So she was like, "Oh, big sis, it's officially over." I started praising the Lord. I said, "You see, it's confirmation. You told me what is it like?" She told me yesterday. Was it yesterday? Today is Sunday, right? So let's say from Friday night to Saturday. She was like, "Oh, it's officially over." I started praising the Lord. She told me either I think she told me on Thursday, like either like from Wednesday to Thursday morning, because I was on the stairmaster, and then Friday night until Saturday morning, it's officially over. I said, you see, it's confirmation. I started praising the Lord. I said, what I saw, like she's talking to me, you guys, but the things I started to see, I said, no, 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 no. What? She's like, big sis, why? I said, no, tu es malade. Are you crazy? Tu es folle. Tu vole. Tu es malade. Maladie. Like malade. Are you sick? She said, no. Pas possible. I'm like, what the Lord is showing me, this man is a problem. And mind you, he also has another baby. He has a 6-year-old. But I said, okay, why did he leave the first one? He talked about the postpartum this, postpartum that. I said, okay, then why didn't he help with your postpartum? Right? I'm like, because you know what I'm saying? Maybe right now he likes you because you don't have baby. Who's to say that when you get pregnant, you're not going to get the same treatment as this one? They're like, oh, postpartum, I can't do it. Right? Because he's a postpartum kind of quitter. Right? But we gotta take this seriously. Don't do it, reconsider. So when she told me it was over, I'm like, oh, thank you, Jesus. I started singing like, Galile. I was rejoicing. I said, he's not a good person. He's not the one for you. She said, but he's so this, he's so disciplined. I'm like, oh, shut up. Do you not know that you wanted to see what you wanted to see because you want to tell yourself a fairy tale? And I'm like, at your age, are you ready to be a stepmom? Do you know what it entails to be a stepmom? Right? What course have you taken? What class did you go to learn how to be a stepmom? Because that's a child. She comes with her dad. And she might even be mean to you, but you still got to take it because she's a baby. Right? Makes sense? But I'm like, this is just ridiculous. Right? So I'm like, you ladies have a tendency of glamorizing stuff. You see what you want to see because you desperately want to see it. Well, there you go. Right? But I'm like, you should know. Then she was like, oh yeah, because even I was like, yes, so 2 days. She's so funny though. She's really cute. She's so funny. She was like, oh, because one time I sent him because she saw like there was a bunch of Haitian girls on a thread, and the girls were like, oh, don't date a Haitian man, don't date a Haitian man. And she's like, oh, I took a screenshot one time and I sent him the screenshot, and he was like, oh, don't mind these girls. They're just bitter, wumpty wump. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Now you see. And I said to her, when you want to date a man from a different country, different culture, you should become friends with the sisters, right? From his community. So they can tell you more about his culture, right? You should never marry someone from a different culture if you don't have any girlfriends from that culture to put you on game. Makes sense? Because there's a lot of stuff you don't know. But I'm like, if he does happen to be Nigerian and you happen to be Black American and he happens to be Yoruba, how are you equipped to go into that culture? How are you equipped for that? Right? Because he can show you a pretty face for a year. A lot of men can finesse you for a year. Dubai, London, you're traveling first class, one through one poem, no problem. But once you have a baby, men will show you what they're made of. Huh. Men, like, listen, and you see, and this is why even in some relationships, like some guys, they'll get certain girls pregnant and then they'll keep certain girls without baby because you're meant to be like a trophy. The moment you become pregnant, the moment you have a baby, and the moment you do all that, the wife stuff, the baby crying stuff, the diaper changing stuff, you're gonna see something different. You're gonna see something different, right? But you have to know. So I'm like, you. That's why you have to make friends with people. If you date somebody from a certain culture, you should be friends with the ladies in his culture to be like, okay. Like, give me the tea. Like these men, what's the good? What's the up? What's the down? You see what I'm saying? So it's like, it's like it's a lot. Makes sense. But so I'm like, imagine being biracial, and now if he happens to be Yoruba, he's Nigerian. It's like, girl, sis. right? So, like I said, by God's grace, safe delivery. By God's grace, it's not a C-section. By God's grace, the postpartum is not too intense. By God's grace, she's well surrounded. Okay, like that really is my prayer for her, because I'm like, your first baby ain't no joke. It ain't no joke. You saw even with your girl. What's your girl's name? Who's always comfortable broke? Kyle's sister. What's her name? Ari. You see what postpartum did to Ari, right? It made her go crazy, and that's why her and G Herbo were always fighting. It's not because she's a bad person. It was her postpartum, and he couldn't take it. He was not patient, so he left her to go with the other one. What's her name? What's her name again? Emily's daughter, whatever her name is, right? Right. But a lot of guys are not equipped for postpartum, because a woman changes a lot, because it's the hormones. It's a lot, because when you're pregnant you have all these hormones, and then when the baby comes out, all these hormones have to go right back to their normal level, and it's a lot for the human brain. It really is a lot, and then you're not even sleeping. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, by God's grace, by God's grace. But at the same time, y'all, if he is Nigerian, and if he is Yoruba, okay, and he has the means, good luck. I pray he's a faithful person. I really do. But they don't call them Yoruba demons for a reason. They do not call them Yoruba demons for a reason. I told you my sister married one, and she over there crying. I said, sis, you knew he was Yoruba. Did you not know this? Like, how you think this shit was gonna work out? So now, because I told you he has another woman, and then he goes there for 3 days. Yeah, I pray to God. But unfortunately, the thing about a lot of these influencers, they spend too much time living for vanity instead of actually acquiring the tools. Because the tools don't just come to you. You know what I'm saying? You actually have to pursue the tools. But Aaliyah, her life is very vain. Her life is extremely vain. And her life is extremely naive. She has a very naive life. Very, very naive. She's extremely naive. You understand? And my thing, and I think sometimes, like what a lot of Black Americans don't seem to understand, when it comes to Nigerian people, yeah, there's like 204 million people in their country, right? So one thing you know about people who come from countries with hundreds of millions of people, right, is that it's very aggressive. It's very aggressive. It's very competitive. It's really insane. So they have a different culture, because it's not. I mean, it could be a rich country, but let's say it's 204 million people. Okay, 204 million people in a third world country. Okay, so yeah, people are kind of ruthless. Okay, people are kind of ruthless. So when you know what I'm saying, when you are an American and you're biracial, you got 13 years of free school, shit like that, right? You have a certain ease of life, right? You haven't really been outside. Okay, you are in your cute little American cocoon, right? Messing with third world people who come from countries with 204 plus million people, and that's the people they could actually count. It's very possible that Nigeria got like 220 million people. Okay, because I don't know if they were able to count everybody. All right, so I'm like, it's a different. Like even me, like being Ivorian, even when because I have lots of friends, I have lots of family that's Nigerian, but they're very intense. French people, like French speaking people, we're very chill, right? We are very chill. If you ever meet like whether it's like Ivorian people, Burkina Faso people, Mali, Senegal, Benin, Togo, like the French speaking people, like Congo, we are chill. Like, hey, please, I don't want a problem. Nigerians are very like pop, 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 because it's so much competition. So much competition. And they got too many people. The Ivory Coast has 20 million people. Okay. Nigeria has 204 million people. They're like 10 times our population. We're very chill. Okay. They're too much. They're just too much. So I'm like, dang. Okay. But I'm like, by God's grace, prayers to her soul. Okay. But I'm like, please. I'm like, please. Okay. But culture is real. I even told you this. I said, I'm West African. Jimmy is Black American, right? And I told you, we might be Black like this, but we have two different cultures. But even South Africans, their population, Lonnie, is like 62 million people. Nigeria is the most populous country in Africa. Nigeria sits at 204 million people. After Nigeria is Ethiopia. They sit at 184 million, right? 184 million. After Nigeria is Congo, the DRC. They sit at like 120 million, right? And Kinshasa is the largest speaking French speaking city in the world. They have the most people who speak French, even more than Paris, okay? In the world, it's Kinshasa, it's the capital, right? And then after I think after the DRC, then it's South Africa. They only have 67, and it's not even black people, they mix with white. Huh. But Nigeria is the number one country with the most black people in the world. It's a lot of black people in a third world country fighting to make it. So like it's a certain level of like competition, like it's like, oh my gosh, like, pardon, excusez-moi, okay. But like if you see Ivorian people, like we're very, very chill. Like, oh please, please, please calm down. Thank you. Right? Yeah. You see, so like even Aaliyah too, like Aaliyah J too, like does she know Haitian culture? Is she familiar with Haitian culture? Right? How many Haitian women does she actually know? What has she learned about his culture? Right? Because most likely he's going to be a Haitian man. He's going to be just like his dad. He's going to be just like his uncles. He's going to be just like his granddad. Right? But I'm like, for us French speaking people, we were always warned, the girls were warned, don't marry a Haitian man because they usually leave the family. They don't stay. And if you ever meet most Haitian women, they take care of everything. They raise the kids, they pay the bills, everything falls on her shoulders. It is a real thing. Most Haitian women carry all the load. They carry all the load. If you ever see most Haitian men, even when they're old, they're not stressed. They never stress because the woman takes care of everything. Like it's a real thing. Culture is real. I tell you this all the time, and I will never stop saying it. Culture is real. It is very real. Culture is very real. It is very, very real. So, but if you're from one nationality, he's a different nationality. You got your culture, he got his culture, right? I don't know why I prefer white women. I don't know. I'm not a black man. You can go after people, right? But it's like if he has his nationality, you have your nationality. If he has his culture, you have your culture. You need to go investigate the culture. Don't just listen to what he tells you. Don't just listen to what he presents to you. You need to go learn his people, learn his culture, learn his family, learn his dad, learn his mom. Because most likely he'll be just like his dad, right? So if you go marry a West African, especially a Nigerian Yoruba dude, like, and he's polygamous, his dad was polygamous, most likely he'll be polygamous because that's their culture. And even with Yoruba people, like some Yoruba people are Muslims, right? Some Yoruba people are Muslim. So you know, like in Islam, you can have multiple wives, and they will do it. They will do it. I told you my cousin got played like that too. My cousin got played like that, right? Because the guy, he told my cousin that he's not a practicing Muslim. And she fell for that. He was like, oh, he's not a practicing Muslim, that he's pretty open minded, he's very chill, he can date a Christian, wumpty wump wump, right? And my cousin, she ate it up. She ate all that stuff up. And I'm like, they always say that. These Muslim boys, these African Muslim boys, they always say, oh, I'm not a practicing Muslim. I don't really care. I'm open minded. My cousin ate all that stuff up. My cousin got pregnant. Once my cousin got pregnant, all of a sudden, oh, I'm a practicing Muslim. Oh, my mom said, my daddy said, the custom said, the imam said, the what, because he was lying. He was lying because he was trying to smash, right? So then the baby comes. Oh, if you want us to be married, you have to convert. Wumpty wump wump. Blah, 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 blah. So my cousin says she's not going to convert. So he said, okay, since you're not going to convert, then we can't get married. You see what I'm saying? When he should have told her from the jump, I'm right now I am practicing, but if I ever have a baby, I will be practicing. Exactly. There you go. That's how they are. Right? Because he knew if he had told her this. I mean, even her, she should know better. Because they always do this shit. They always do it. They're known for that crap, right? So she should have known better. But because she's a goofy woman, she's a clown, she wanted to eat that shit up. The moment the baby comes, it's like, oh, you have, because first of all, the girl had to have a Muslim name, right? So they gave her the Muslim name. Then she had to do like a whole like Muslim baptism crap, whatever, right? Then it was like, oh, if you want us to get married, my mom said, my daddy said, my mama said, the imam said. Now all of a sudden he can think for himself. Okay, now all of a sudden he's a child, right? So she's like, yeah, so she's not gonna convert. When she says she's not gonna convert, she's like, oh, I gotta break up with you because my mom wants me to please, I don't have time for this, right? He was like, oh, my mom wants me to marry a Muslim, one thing, one. So guess what he did? He went and he married a Muslim. Okay. So then she went and she married someone else. I'm like, this is just fucking crazy. Okay. This is just fucking crazy. right? My aunties too, I have aunties also who married Muslim men. But it's always after the fact. They're like, oh, and now I'm a practicing Muslim. Okay. My mama said, my daddy said, the imam said, right? So now next thing you know, there's a second marriage. I have like two aunties like that. That's how they get your ass. After you have a baby, then they say to you, oh, if you want us to be together, you're gonna have to convert. So one auntie, she converted. One of my aunties, she converted. But when I tell you she was always miserable, she was always miserable. Okay, she was so miserable. She had to wear all these clothing and all the hijab and stuff. She looked so fucking miserable. She was so fucking miserable. I used to go see her all the time with my grandma. We used to go there because they used to like live down the street, right? We used to be there all the time. My auntie, she was so fucking miserable. So fucking miserable. Right? But even though she converted, it was still not enough. One of my other aunties, she did not convert. Okay. So since she didn't convert, so she did not convert, he went and got himself a second wife. Because they say, like, so according to them, these people be lying. But according to them, Prophet Muhammad said that you can have two wives as long as you can treat them equally. So he's like, well, if I put you in a nice house, then I can do da da da. So he got the other wife and he put her also in a nice house. And my auntie accepted that. Okay. So I have like two aunties I know for a fact, like that's how they got played. And my cousin, that's three, right? But this is what they do. They tell you they're not practicing. They tell you they're not religious. They don't really care. They're open-minded. It's okay if you're a Christian. And then when the moment the baby comes or you push the baby out, oh, by the way, my mama said, my daddy said, the imam said, if you want us to be together, you're gonna have to convert. Okay, because you have to convert. It's just like it's like with Judaism, right? With being a Jew, you have to convert. If you want to marry a Jew, you got to convert. If you don't convert, then you can't get married. So Islam is the same way. Okay, so yeah, so that's that, child. So I mean, a fucking mess, a fucking mess. But one thing I will always say is that love is not enough. Okay, love is truly not enough. People have to stop lying to themselves. Oh, he gives me butterflies. Who gives a fuck? Okay. Love is not enough. Long distance relationships will never truly show you who the person truly is. And the thing with a long distance relationship, you are going to create an image of who you think the person is because you don't see the person enough. You're not living in the same city. You don't see each other enough. You're not going to go see his family. He sees your family, right? You're not doing things like regular things that regular people do because it's a long distance relationship. You are lying to yourself. Okay. And then you have a baby with the person. So now let's assume that you guys actually get to live together. So that, oh, like that is the first time that you might live together and raise a child, all that at once. Yeah, good luck. Yeah. They don't they just want to lie. They just want to lie. They just want to lie. A lot of men are liars. And that's what creates all this anger, violence, confusion, all that foolishness, right? Because off the rip, these men are not being truthful. Tell people the truth. Even here, I think a lot of guys here, I think a lot of black guys here too, they should just say, hey, I'm polygamous. Don't pretend to be a one woman man when you want multiple women. Just say it. Now, I might say no, but this one, she might say yes. Right? Don't mislead people. If you know that you want to date, huh? No, I'm not lying. I'm not trying to be funny. I am being for real. I'm not trying to be funny. It is very real. It happens all the time. I told y'all, even in Cameroon, they have this really girl, like she's a really big influencer. I showed y'all her video before. They call her Biscuit de Mer, Coco Emilia, right? Coco Emilia, she's like one of the biggest like influencers out of Cameroon. Very, very pretty, very, very light skin, right? This guy came from Congo, the DRC, right? He said he was running for president. He told her that he was a billionaire. You guys, his name is Francis Vemba. Okay, so Francis, he encounters Coco and he tells Coco that he's a billionaire, that he's running to be the president of Congo, that he's going to win the presidency of the DRC. You're going to be the president of DRC. Does America even know that? Okay, does the what's it called? Um, the secretary, the minister, what's it called? The secretary of defense know that you're about to be the president of Congo. You don't get to be president of Congo unless America put you there so they can steal as much as they want. Okay. But anyway, she fell for that. He told her he was French. He told her he was a French citizen. He told her that if she ever was to get pregnant, she would come to France because he's a French citizen and she would be able to have the baby in France and the baby would be a French citizen. I mean, y'all, the list goes on and on and on and on. Just whatever you think he said, he probably said it, right? And Coco, because she has such a big ego about herself and she thinks she's so pretty, she's so this, she ate that shit up because she's a gold digger. And this man knew exactly what to say to her, right? So then comes, I think she got pregnant. Yeah, there you go. She got pregnant. So then he said to her, "Oh, we have to get married. You know, it's not good for you to be with a child, not be married." She's like, "Yes, yes, yes, yes." But then he said to her that his money was held in the bank accounts, that he couldn't transfer the money into Cameroon, that the money was being held back. So then he asked Coco if she didn't mind paying for the wedding. And by the way, get whatever you want. Because once my money is released, I will pay you back for everything. So then Coco, she put like 20 on 10. She just went crazy. Like their wedding was so extravagant. Like when I tell you all the African blogs were talking about it, it was insane. It was insane. Okay? Insane, insane, insane. Do you think the money ever came back to Cameroon? No. Then he tells her, "Well, you know what? Since the money's not coming back, I need to go to France to see what's going on." The man packed a suitcase. The man went to France. You think the man came back? You think the man came back? So now she's pregnant. She's like, "Okay, but you told me you were going to bring me, like, help me do the paperwork, get the visa to go have the baby in France." She had the baby in Morocco. And she was so embarrassed. She was hiding because she had people believing that she was going to go have a baby in France. She had the baby in Morocco. He never paid for the wedding. It was all her. She had to sell stuff. She borrowed stuff. She sold land. You guys, what Francis did to her, y'all, it was ridiculous. The girl, but I think the first time he saw the baby, she had to be like 3 or 4 years old. Because when he left, he never came back. And then one day we see him on the Instagram. He was in Senegal playing with the big booty hoes of Senegal. Okay? He was on Snapchat playing with the big booty hoes. Yo, you guys, man. Oh, you should have seen this shit. Like I'm like one. I remember one girl. She was dark skinned like that. She was like super dark skin, like ebony complexion. The girl came out with the jollof rice. Imagine a big booty that was just fed on jollof rice. Like it's like jollof rice raised her booty. Okay, jollof rice booty. Okay, it's all carbs, meat, protein, and fats. Okay, I'm like he was on Snapchat having the time of his life. And then rumors were getting back to her about all the girls that he was smashing in Senegal. Okay? Right? This dude ain't a fucking billionaire. It was a fucking lie. You guys, you should have seen Coco Emilia. Like the way she lost weight, you guys. When I bet we say dépérir, it's like she became like emaciated. The girl lost so much weight, it did something to her fucking brain. It was so embarrassing. It was embarrassing. It was devastating financially. Can you imagine? Because she used to date like older men who are married with money, like very powerful men. So one guy that she was dating, the way she broke it off, she didn't even tell him she was getting married. So he took a huge offense to that. And because he's a very powerful man in Cameroon, he made her life a living hell. And she couldn't leave. She couldn't leave. And that man tortured her. And then Francis, he's in Senegal with the big booty jollof rice people. Okay? So crazy. He didn't see their daughter until she was like 3 or 4 or something like that. Something so insane. So insane. And guess what? She went back to him. One day we woke up on TikTok or Snapchat. She was all over him, kissing him, all kinds of stuff. I'm like, yeah, because he must have a big penis. He must have a big penis. And that's why she fell for this fool. It was the penis, right? But I'm like, yo, I have seen things. I truly, I have, when I tell you, I have seen some things, right? I have seen, no, he must have a big penis. That's why she felt like that. That's why she became so damn stupid. Because he has a big penis. Like, one of my big since we're talking about it. I was like, no, he has a big penis. He's very good in bed. When you see women make irrational choices, when you see women out here make irrational choices, when you see these women say, "Oh, I would never have a child," then they turn around and they got a child. They turn around, they're doing this. Yes, the man has a big penis. And that's why she had to reconsider everything she's ever said on social media, right? He has a big penis. And that's why she went back there. Please. Even when you see, like, even when you hear a woman say something like, "Oh, I would never submit to a man. I would never submit to a man." First of all, he's not good in bed. That's why she's saying that. Women are very submissive to good penis. Like, fuck what you heard. Okay? If a woman finds a man that's really good in bed, she will fucking submit. She'll even cry for his penis. She'll cry for him not to leave. She'll even right? What do you mean besides the obvious? What the heck does this mean? Please leave. Right? Thank you. Okay. But I'm like, right? When you see girls out here paying for a man, paying for his car, paying for his bills, paying for his child support, paying for what else you paying, yeah, he's good and bad. And that has her going cray cray in the head. There you go. Right? Or he also has a lot of money. If a man has a lot of money, a woman's going to submit. Now imagine if he has both. If he has the penis and he got the money. Oh, she's a slave for real. She is a slave. No one can take her out of this relationship. Right? No one can take her out of this relationship. And that's why ladies got to be very careful having sex with people too early on. Right? Because if he's really good and bad, you will never be able to think straight. Your brain is going to be like a bunch of broken Legos. Okay? You will never be able to think straight. Right? So it's like, don't do it. Reconsider. Right? Reconsider. So that's all I got to say. But me personally, I would never glamorize long distance relationships. You might start off in a long distance relationship, but eventually y'all need to live in the same city. You need to live in the same city. You need to have a real couple problems, real couple issues to really see, like, okay, are you truly my person? Am I really your person? And also, while you live in the same city, you guys need to go see premarital counselors. Because if you've never done this before, you've never been married before, there's a lot of things you do not know. Right? And like I said, these people are trained, they are equipped, they have the skill sets, they have the tools, they have the experience to help you guys truly navigate this thing and to really realize if you are meant for marriage. Okay? Because you might be meant for marriage, but you might not be meant to marry each other. Right? Or you might not even be the type to be married at all. Because what comes with marriage, it might not be good for your personality. Right? So what's the point of going through it if it's going to make you miserable? Right? Not everybody's meant for marriage. And if you are meant for marriage, are you meant to marry this exact person? Because the answer might be no. Okay. So if the answer is no, then you might want to know that as well. Right? Because the sooner you know, the better. Right? The sooner you know, the better. Don't lie to yourself. Amen. So that was my video for today. So I hope you guys learned something. I hope you enjoyed something. I hope you enjoyed the video. Right? But one thing I will say, do not rely too much on social media, because social media, people on social media, they glamorize things that should not be glamorized. They make things look so easy that are not easy. Long distance relationships are not easy. That's even why I don't even like Love Island. I don't like that show. I think it's a horrible show. Right? Because it sells you on this fantasy that you can, yeah, Love Island, like it's so fake. Because how many times you get to meet people and you don't have to pay rent? Right? How many times you get to meet people, you don't have a job? Like Love Island, it removes so much of the friction that normal couples have to face. Hey, I have to work. Hey, I got to wake up in the morning. I have to clean my house. I got to do my laundry. I got to, you know what I'm saying? Like they remove so many hardship for these people. And they're in this fancy house. Nobody has to go grocery shopping. Nobody has to have a job. Nobody has to talk about bills. Nobody has to talk about money. That this is not fucking real. And so many women consume that show and they support the show and they cheer for the show. It's like, what are you cheering for? These are not things that we should praise. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we should not be praising stuff like that. Because in real life, you're gonna have to go get a job, right? You're gonna have to pay your rent. And in real life, you're gonna have to talk finances with someone, right? Hey, how would you want to be married? Would you want to pay half and half? Would you want to, the man pays for everything, right? In real life, you have to go to work, right? In real life, like in real life, you'll have to meet his friends. He would have to meet your friends, right? Like there's so many real things that just don't happen in Love Island. It is really toxic. It's really toxic. And then people use the word "I love you" so carelessly. How can you love someone you barely know? Right? Saying "I love you" to someone is something very serious. But on that show, people use the word "I love you, love you, love you" like it's a fucking joke. It's not a fucking joke. It's some real shit. Because when you say to someone "I love you," would you die for that person? Would you sacrifice for that person? Would you give your kidney for that person? Probably not. So okay, hey Carl. So why are you saying you love someone you barely know? Right? And this is how people just start to say things they don't really mean, or they don't even understand what the fuck they're saying. Exactly, it's to create a bunch of influencers. This is not a show about love. Because if we want to help people find real love, we should let the people be in real life circumstances when you really have to find love. And you have to, oh, what job do you have? Where did you go to school? How were you raised? Where are you from? Blah, blah, blah. What's your credit score? You know what I'm saying? Do you have an STD? Okay. Like these are real things that people ask in real life, right? But with Love Island, everything is embellished. All the hardship is removed. All the obstacles are removed. It's like it's fucking La La Land. And you think about the millions of young women who consume this show and think that this is how you go about finding love. It is so toxic. Yeah, Bachelor, one man kisses all these women, and even him too, right? You can fall in love with him, but he's not paying for any of these dates. And you're dating a regular man, and they're making you feel like he's a fucking billionaire or a fucking multimillionaire. Oh, he takes you on the jet skis. He takes you over here. This man can afford that shit. And once you guys leave the show, he's a regular person with regular income. Oh shit. And I don't like that. Like if you're gonna do The Bachelor, it should be a date that the man can actually afford, right? But it's all fantasy. They have these luxurious dates. They go on a helicopter ride. They go on the jet skis. They go skiing. Like what the heck? But it's all ABC that's paying for this. He's not paying for this. ABC is paying for this shit. And now you as a woman, you think you love this man because of all the fancy dates you guys went on. No, you are in love with the CEO of ABC because he's the one paying for all this bullshit. Right? And that's what they do, whether it's the TV, the social media. People are just like embellishing reality. And it's not real and it's disgusting. And it's really disgusting. Okay? It's really, really disgusting. So I'm like, we have to start getting real here about what relationships are and what relationships are not. And we have to start getting real about what marriage is and what marriage is not. Child, please. Okay? Make sense? And that's that. Because I'm a person, honestly, right? For as much as exactly as ABC as Disney out here selling fairy tales to people. You know what I'm saying? Me, I believe in marriage. I think marriage can be beautiful. But I think also it requires a lot of preparation. And I don't want anybody going in there with rose-colored glasses on. No, that's disgusting. Because we are setting people up for failure. It's like if going to get your bachelor's, we have to tell you going to college and fucking high school. The professors are not gonna wait after you. Professors are not gonna move the date for you. Sometimes you can't turn your homework in late. Like it is what it is. You have to keep up with your shit. It's fucking college. They expect you to be a fucking adult. Grad school is even worse, right? Gotta tell people what the real is. Stop lying to people. And that's why I find social media influencing so disgusting because so many of these girls are lying and they're lying to these young women. I don't like that shit. Because what, and even let's even assume, right? Not even to be mean, right? Let's assume. Let's assume that Aaliyah met a great guy. It was long distance and everything worked out. And he happened to be Nigerian. He's Yoruba and he's faithful and he's a one-woman man. No problem. But does that mean that every girl is going to get the same outcome? Right? So just because your long distance relationship worked out for you, does that mean that every girl watching this should follow your lead? Of the fuck no. The fuck no. Right? Just because something worked out for you, it doesn't mean it's going to work out for you for the audience. And we have to warn the young ladies that most long distance relationships are not going to work. Most long distance relationships, you are selling yourself an image of who you think this guy is, and he also has a fantasy of who you think you are. Because if you two had to live in the same city and see each other every day, you probably would make it past 6 months. And that's the fucking real, right? There you go, right? If you have a long distance relationship, right? If you have a long distance relationship, most likely you're not going to fly first class or business class to go see this man. You might have to travel coach, right? But the thing about content creators, they embellish everything. They make everything seem so easy, so perfect. Everything always works out. No, it does not work out. Everything doesn't work out like that. And who the fuck are you that your life always works out? And that's why it's all edited content. They edit the stuff to make it look a certain way. But no, in nobody's life do things just work out so perfectly. Who the fuck is that person? You see what I'm trying to say? So I'm like, and that's the part that actually warns me. And yes, and sometimes I might sound like a party pooper. I don't care. Because I don't like lies. I don't like delusion, lies, and finessing. It's all finessing. I don't like that shit. Because just because it worked out for you, it might not work out for this girl. But because she's watching your content and you make it look so easy, because you know all these girls is a bunch of chickens, right? Oh, it worked out for Aaliyah, so let me do it. You're a dumbass. Sit your ass down somewhere. And the words of TFC, mind the rivers and the lakes like you used to. Mind your business. Let Aaliyah do what she do and do what you do. Go date somebody local. Date someone local that you can study locally and get to know him locally, get to know his family locally, get to know his friends locally, and get him to know where he goes to work locally. Okay? So I'm like, you got to be very careful because a lot of people lie. A lot of men are liars. A lot of men will sell you a dream, get you pregnant, and then leave you with a baby. Okay? Like this stuff is real. It happens all the time. You also have 90 Day Fiance. In 90 Day Fiance, you see the stuff is so damn crazy. At least 90 Day Fiance, sometimes they try to keep it real, right? But long distance relationships are not what they're cracked up to be. They're not what they're cracked up to be. And many times when people actually get to live together after being apart for so long, there's an adjustment period because you didn't really know that's who the person was because y'all don't spend that much time together. It's 1 week, it's 2 weeks, it's a month that you did listen. What the hell? Okay? You see what I'm saying? Like, I can tell you this, the moment that I met Jimmy, we've been pretty much together like the whole time. Right? We've been like the whole time, like 17 years. We've been together the whole time for the most part. Okay? We've been together we even went to school to, okay? So we were like really in like, why you up in my grill? Why? Why? Okay? Okay? All up in my grill like this. Like, okay, like that 17 years, right? So it's like you really get to know someone. But when the stuff is long distance, it's over the phone, it's fancy travel. When you get there, it's fancy restaurants, you're wearing sexy dresses. Yeah, that is a fucking fantasy. That's a fucking movie. Ooh, what is this? You know what I'm saying? So like you gotta be very careful, ladies. So I'm not trying to be a party pooper. Aaliyah didn't do nothing to me. But I'm just saying, what works for one person, what works for an influencer might be disastrous for you. Please be careful. Because these girls on social media have a tendency of embellishing things. Because the whole point of their content is to make you want to envy their life. And let's not pretend that a lot of these girls who are influencers are not all in a competition with each other. Who's going to have the biggest ring? Who's going to have the biggest engagement? Who's going to have this? These girls are all in a competition. It reeks of insecurity. They're all these black girls are all competing with each other. Okay? The content is all competition. These girls are all competing. And because they're competing, they're rushing. And when you rush, you fumble. Not trying to be mean, but I'm keeping a buck. I'm not trying to be mean. And that's why many of these influencer girls, they hit the fucking wall. They hit a fucking wall. Because they're not mature, they're not reasonable, they're not even practical. A lot of them, they bunch of crash outs. I ain't gonna say their names, but a lot of them are a bunch of crash outs. So please, sometimes, let me tell you this, right? I just want you to learn how to enjoy content without taking it too personally. You know what I'm saying? Don't take it too personally. Look at the content. Oh, that's kind of cute. Go about your business. Look at the content. Go about your. These women are not. These girls are not a frame of reference for relationships. The vast majority of these girl influencers are not a frame of reference for relationship. Because you're gonna go ask all these heifers, did you go to premarital counseling? No. Did you have any counseling with this man? No. Dinners, fancy dresses, trips, bags, shoes, vacation. Boom, I think I'm in love. There you go, clown shit. Clown shit. Right? And you also have to understand the vast majority of beauty content, influencer content, luxury life content, it doesn't require anybody to use their brain. These girls fully rely on being vain as possible. So you think a girl who spends most of her time being vain is equipped to find a man who's mature, responsible, this? No, she's vain. So all she wants is luxury, 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 luxury. And this is how people get played. Right? There is nothing, right? There is nothing in this content. There is nothing in the content, right? That forces people to use their intelligence, use their logic, use their critical skills, go get some professional help, right? Because the content is all about appearances. How do I appear? How do I appear? How do I appear? How do I appear? Girl, how do you think? How do you think? How do you think? Right? It's not mature content. And if you are an immature woman, you're going to attract a scammer. because you yourself are not mature. And it's a hard thing. It's really hard to balance luxury life content, show my life everyday content, and be mature. Because if you become mature, the content becomes boring, right? You have to be a silly, ditzy, goofy ass, I spent all the money I have type of girl if you want to grow your platform. So when do you have time to grow, to mature, to even know, like, hey, what do I ask for? What do I look for? Let's go to premarital counseling. Let me get to know you, right? Because this stuff is real. Exactly. And even Lori Harvey, she fumbled because her also, all she thinks she needs is how she looks. No, there's more to life than how a woman looks. How mature are you? How do you compromise? How do you reason? Right? There was no sound reasoning behind why she left Michael. And now look at her. She has to put up with the cheating Idris. Right? There you go. Because Idris also, he played a good game. He pretended to be all obsessed with her, adore her, sing all her praises. And once he got the girl hooked, then he showed her his real face. Another one, Nigerian. Okay, another boy, Yoruba. And you're not Yoruba. There you go. You see? But Idris, the way he came, it was like a little dove, right? Oh, I'm obsessed with you. You're such a pretty girl. You're the pretty girl I ever seen. It was all a fucking game. Because he knows she's a fucking narcissist. Oh, I'm serious. He's Yoruba. It's a real thing. It's in the blood. It's not a joke. Like these people been doing this since like the eve the eve of humanity. Okay, it's in the bloodline. It's not a fucking joke. It's not a fucking joke. That's why a lot of African girls, when they see Black American girls married to African boys, they just sit back and just laugh. Like, girl, you have no idea. This culture here is something different, right? But it's in the bloodline. Hey Sandra, what's up, boo? It's in the bloodline. But you see Idris, right? The way Idris went at Lori, he played the idiot. He played the simp. Oh my gosh, you're so beautiful. Oh, like like just like the crow and the fox, right? Giving all the compliments. Oh my gosh, Lori, you're so beautiful. I will die if you ever left me. Wumpty wumpa, put. You see, Idris acted like a simp because he wanted to make her feel extremely confident. He wanted her to feel comfortable. He wanted her to put her blinders off, right? And just fully trust him. No problem. And she fell for that because he gave her exactly what she wanted. A man who worships her, a man who says, you're the prize, you're the prize, you're the prize. There you go. After he slapped her cheeks, right? Did all kinds of stuff. What's up, baby? Okay? Right? After he don't clap her cheeks, probably put his penis all up in her mouth, right? There you go. Now you see, like they say, he put pepper in her eyes, right? Now everything you see, Idris out here cheating, another girl, another girl, another girl, another club, another girl, another girl, another girl. There you go. The pretty Lori, the girl who doesn't settle, the girl you see now she's sitting here and she gets cheated on every single day by who? A proper Yoruba boy. There you go. There you go. Right? There you go. Make sense? And that's it. Because when you live a life of vanity, when you live a life, oh, I'm so pretty, I'm so this, I'm so that, you are so blind. You're so stupid. So many men are going to play with you because there are guys who know exactly how to handle a woman like you, right? I think a lot of ladies, they think they Tarzan. You're not Tarzan. You about to go meet King Kong, okay? I don't care how crazy you think you are. There's a man out here that is crazier than you. There are guys out here who will spend all day, every day just studying you. They study what you like. They study how you think. They study da da da. And then he shows up in your life and he looks like an answered prayer because you post so much content. You post so much content. And through your content, he can study you, like reverse. I don't know, like reverse psychoanalyze you. I don't know how you want to say it, right? And then when he shows up in your life, he looks like an answered prayer. Yeah, because she doesn't do anything. She doesn't have a business. She doesn't bring money. You see with the Kardashian, like the Kardashian people, the Justin Bieber people, you always need to have your name out there. Like, what are you working on? And Lori does not work on nothing. What does she got going for herself? You know what I'm saying? I was even gonna make a video. I didn't know how people are gonna take it. Because sometimes when you say things, people might say, "Oh, you're jealous. You're this. You're African. All kinds of bullshit." Right? But I was even gonna do a video on that girl Brianna, the one that's dating Gunna, right? Because her also, I don't think she's being strategic. I don't think she's being strategic, right? But because people are so sensitive, I'm like, okay, I probably won't talk about it, right? But I don't think Brianna also is being. I don't think she's being strategic. The way she's running behind Gunna like that, I don't like that. Because I'm like, in this life, like they say, The what? Distance makes the heart grow fonder, right? Sometimes you have to take a leave of absence. But if you're always running behind a man, he's not even your husband, sis. He's not your husband. You don't have children with him. He's not your husband. Every day you run behind this man. You drop your YouTube channel for this man. You drop your skincare plan. She had planned to start a skincare line. She dropped the plan for the man, right? You think it's cute to always be behind him like that? Every day he sees you. Every day you behind his ass. Every day you shopping with him. One day he gonna get sick and tired of your ass. A woman, you gotta have something for yourself. You gotta have something that you're working on, right? And that makes you more interesting, right? Why you think Jay Z married Beyonce, right? Exactly. Why you think Jay Z married Beyonce? Because Beyonce is not lazy. Even now, Beyonce makes more than Jay Z. It's just that she lets the man lie on her money, okay? Right? But look at Beyonce. She works hard. Beyonce has her own brand. Beyonce has things going on for herself, right? And so when you're a man, because like most of these rappers or men who are out there in the press like that, they usually want to have a power couple. They want to be an empowered couple. So they want to date a woman that also has something going on for herself, right? But I'm like, whether it's Chloe, Chloe has a resume. Whether it's Janice, Janice also has a resume, right? But when it comes to Brianna, what is her resume? What do you have going on for yourself? You're so happy to be in these Rolls Royce. You're happy to be this, but girl, it's not your money, it's his money. You're not his wife. And the more you show this man that you are growing accustomed to the life that only he can afford for you, he will use that as a weapon against you, right? You need to use Gunner to build your YouTube channel. Use Gunner to make sure you get 1 million followers. Use his name, grow your Instagram. Use his name, grow your YouTube channel. Go build your skincare brand. Make sure you have a very successful skincare brand. Use his name and have him send your stuff to all his famous people friend. Okay? Build yourself. Become a multimillionaire off his head. And then he'll have more respect for you. Then he will have more respect for you. Like, even if the man says, "Oh, Brianna, let's go to Mykonos." You're like, "Oh, you know what, babe? I got to work." There you go. I got to work. I have a meeting in New York. I got to go. Right? You got to do things like that sometimes to make people know, like, listen, I'm busy. Right? Make people miss you. But when you're always chasing up behind a man, you always running up behind a man. For what reason? Right? Exactly. You see, and I'm like, the thing about Haley, like, now that she sold the brand for $1 billion, so she probably got like 200 million. Who gonna leave her? Right? Who gonna leave her? Right? You have to show that not only are you an asset, but you're building stuff, right? Even Keisha Kior. The reason why a lot of people like Keisha Kior and they like her for Gucci Man, because allegedly when he went to prison, he left her some money and she flipped the money and she built something out of nothing, right? Even though it was like 3 million, so it's not negligible. But my point is, like, people like a story where the man is the power, the man is doing something, and the woman also is doing something, right? But I'm like, right now you're just a girlfriend. And if you rely on the fact that you think you're pretty, or you think that you're light skinned, or you have an ass, girl, who don't have an ass? Chinese has an ass and the titties. Okay. Chloe is all natural. And we saw this man grab a flight all the way to Nigeria because he realized that Chloe was messing with Burna Boy. Okay. But you see, either Chloe left and he was running behind her. But I'm like, one thing you want to do with these men, especially when you're young. Oh, really? Hey, Mr. Michael, what's up? Right? It's like sometimes you have to be missed. Let people miss you. Even when you are even a stay-at-home mom, you need to find a way sometimes to disappear. Right? You need to find a way to disappear, y'all. Even as a married woman, right? Sometimes go to the gym. Like, disappearing is not always crazy because you got to feed your babies, right? But I'm like, during the day, let your husband see you go to the gym. Let your husband see you wear a cute gym fit and go be gone for 2 hours, sis. Be gone. Okay? Be gone. Girl, you better find you something to do, right? Like, it's not a joke, y'all. It is not a joke. But it's, me, listen, right? Marlene, me personally, I could do some real content, but the problem is people are too sensitive. People are just too sensitive. And because people are too sensitive, I'm not in the mood. Because I don't want to hear no, you African, you tether, you do. I ain't trying to hear all that shit. Okay, I'm tired, right? But it's like people are just too damn sensitive. If people were not so damn sensitive, right, we could have some real conversation. Because Brianna, she didn't do nothing to me. She could be a sweetheart, but I'm just saying, like, she's not being strategic. Right? She's not being strategic. And also, when I had Lena lashes, she wore the lashes. She's a very pretty girl. But my issue is that you're not being strategic, and it really, really bothers me. It bothers me because while you are still connected to this man, you need to build your millions, not just followers. You need to build your fortune off this man. Build the fortune off this man. So if he wants to leave, you rich. If he wants to marry you, you rich. Okay, but a man needs to know that this woman here, you give her $10, she gonna go find, she gonna turn the $10 into $10,000. You leave this woman with $1,000, she gonna find you 100,000. Okay, people need to know you're a fucking alchemist, right? But one thing I have come to realize is that in this life, in any relationship, you need to be missed. You can't always be behind people. Okay, because then people don't like you no more because you're too available and they get bored. Ask any man. It's not even just gonna. Ask any man. If he sees a woman every day, all day, nonstop, he's going to get bored. He's gonna get bored. So it's not even just gonna, it's anybody, right? Sometimes you gotta disappear. So, like I said, even when you're a stay-at-home mom, when your husband comes home, go work out. He needs to see you go work out. Okay? You gotta disappear for a few hours. Show him that you take care of yourself too. Show him that you got something going on. It's the same thing. Like, let's say like you're someone and you live with your parents, or you live with your aunt and uncles, or you live with your friends, right? Wake up before everybody. Make your bed before everybody. Clean your room. Make your bed. Get the fuck out. Be the first one up. Be the first one out, and be the last one to come back in the house. Right? People are going to respect you. That, oh my gosh, because they'll call your name, you're not there. They'll go into your room, the room is all made, you're gone. They're going to respect you because they don't see you. So, oh, what is it? What's going on? Does she have a job? Does she have a business? Da, da, da. People want to know, like, what's going on? Right? And the more people think you're busy, the more people are going to respect you. But if you live with people and you're always in your bed, you're always in the house, you're always eating, they're going to get sick of you. Like, you're always here, you're always eating, right? Even sometime when they offer you dinner, oh, it's okay, I already ate. Like, what? Because it's giving self-sufficient, right? And people are going to respect you because you like you're always gone. You're always gone, right? But you cannot be in a relationship and you're always running up behind a man. You always running behind a man. What are your personal plans? What is your personal vision? What would you like to do? What are your dreams? When do you work on yourself? He's not your husband yet, right? You're just boyfriend and girlfriend, right? And I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm like, Janice is very pretty too. Chloe is very pretty and she's all natural. So it's like when I compare you to his exes, it's not a big deal. So if these girls got left, why can't you be left? Right? Oh, I want to go shopping with him. You're standing there in the bottega store having random ass conversation. You could be working on your skincare, right? If he wants to go, like if he wants to take you to St. Bart's or whatever, okay, fine. Bring your skincare. Take the pictures of your skincare. Bring some models. So like while you're traveling with him, find a way to also push your skincare line. Find a way to also create your content. So if he's paying for everything, use that to push your product. Exactly. She's not his first baddie at all. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, she's too comfortable with his money. And that is going to let him know that she's starving. But I'm like, she gave up her YouTube channel. She barely posts on it. Everything is her and him showing her ass. Like, girl, bye. Do something meaningful. You don't want to rely on this fool 100%. Because once he thinks you're too comfortable, you're living off his money, the man can turn to a whole demon. Right? So I'm like, to me, it's like, it's me. I personally wouldn't do that. I would not do that. Right? I'm like, because I'm like, it usually it doesn't last. And then you have to come back to a dying channel. Like I think Tierra Walker, right? Then Tierra Walker, was she not dating like a younger Ivorian soccer player from the ghetto, right? I don't think the boy even spoke proper French. But I'm like, she did the boy. I guess it didn't last. Right? Because I think she was doing the same thing, like showing like luxury watches. Look, because he's a poor African boy from the ghetto. He's fucking stupid, right? He's extremely. I'm sure he's pretty illiterate. I don't even think he speaks proper French, right? And she let her channel die. But what happened? She had to come back to YouTube, and now it's like she has to fight to like regain her place, the algorithm, and it doesn't. It's not going to last. You can't just uproot your life and go chase behind a boyfriend because he plays soccer or he's gonna give me this. No, please. He has an African mother. Eventually, should put an end to this bullshit. You think it's a fucking joke? You think the entire village is gonna sit there and watch some Cuban American take half the money while the village is starving? You are fucking crazy. People are fucking crazy. People are really, really crazy. I'm like, I swear to God, people are crazy. People are truly fucking crazy. You are insane. You are truly insane. But do not leave your channel. Do not stop working on yourself. Do not stop growing your brand for a boyfriend that happens to be a celebrity. Yeah, she came back. I'm telling you, like, if you had the blah blah, like, he's a poor guy from like, he's he's like the truth, like the little ghettos in the Ivory Coast, like that. He said, but you guys only get through. Then you get through. So of course, like, you're the first Black American girl he's ever seen. Okay. But after a while, he's going to get bored. And then the auntie, his mother, is going to get involved. Can you cook? Can you clean? Can you make extra cake? Can you fry fish? Can you make plantains? Can you make fried plantains? What can you do? Can you carry their children? Does the village even like you? Does the grandma like you? Do you even speak French? I'm like, where was this going to go? Where was this going to go? Oh, I'm an American. I'm black. I'm Cuban, black American. So he's like, I'm the most prettiest thing ever. Oh, please. He just started making money. He just got to the league. After a while, he's gonna get bored. He's gonna see a bunch of people, and eventually, he's gonna want to speak French. Eventually, he's gonna want to play his Ivorian music. He's gonna want like, 'cause it's a thing. Like you want to speak your language. So what happened? She came back to YouTube. There you go. There you go. And the thing about dating an African is like once you date an African, it's really hard to go back to date a Black American or wherever you want to date. It's really hard because like now you got the stigmata. Okay, there you go. So I'm like, stop. It's really silly. It's really silly. It is incredibly silly, and people need to stop lying to people. It is outrageous, y'all. It is outrageous. It's truly outrageous. Stop lying to people. Exactly. Yeah, do something. But I'm just like, you need to keep yourself occupied. That's the same thing with the girl Cuban who was dating 50, right? Where is she today? Right? Because she's not doing anything with her name. So eventually he gets bored. But one reason why he was attracted to Vivica Fox, because Vivica had a great career. She was just coming off Independence Day with Will Smith. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you're like I don't know why these girls want to act like this is like they're bringing something new. We've seen this. You see, dropped out of law school. You see, why are you dropping out of law school? Right. So imagine she had stayed in law school, graduate law school, started working on cases, was building a name for herself. He would have found her even sexier. Right. But you think Curtis, when he sees that Jay-Z getting married to Beyonce, you don't think he wants that too? Right? Most of these guys want a power couple. They want to be an empowered couple. They don't want to even like LeBron. LeBron just came outside and he said, "Oh, he can't see himself being married to a stay-home mom, and you sit there all day." Right? And I can understand what he was trying to say. He just didn't say it right because he's stupid. Right? I understand what he was saying. Like he wants a woman that got something going on. He just didn't express himself correctly. And they swear he's loquacious. Like he's a fucking basketball player. Okay? When it comes to LeBron, you have to go with the spirit of what he said, not the way he said it. The boy ain't bright. He was never asked to be bright. The man is not a Rhodes Scholar. He's a fucking basketball player. Okay? But I understood what he meant. He's saying that he wants a woman that has something going on. Like whether like exercise, do something, a charity. Like he wants you to do something. Because if you're in the house all day, you're gonna start bothering him. When are you coming home? Oh, is practice not over yet? Oh well, I'm waiting for you. Like, girl, go do something. Why are you waiting for me for? Right? I think that's what he was trying to say. But he didn't explain, he didn't express himself the right way. Because that's not what he does. He's not a public speaker. He's a basketball player. You see what I'm saying? But I'm like, that's what he's saying. I need you to do something. Even if you want to start a garden, I don't care. Do you want to start a garden? How much you want? Right? I'll pay the money and you can garden if you want. If you want to feed the poor in the neighborhood, start a non-for-profit. I'll give you the money. But like he wants you to be busy so that you're not always pestering him. That's what he was trying to say. He just didn't say it the right way. Because if you don't have something outside of him, you'll make your entire existence around him, and then he's gonna feel like he's suffocating. That's what he was trying to say. He's just not loquacious. You get me, right? And that's the same thing between Lori and Michael. Is that Michael didn't have nothing. Like Lori don't have nothing to do. What are you saying? Yeah, you sincere. You're saying a whole bunch of nothing. You think being in you like when you say, "Oh, women need to put themselves in an environment that men are in." You think a woman is a fucking plant? You're saying a whole bunch of nothing. So because you are in an environment and then what? So you think because you happen to be in an environment, therefore you'll be chosen? You're saying a whole bunch of nothing. Women are not fucking plants. You need to put yourself in an environment. Okay, and there are a lot of women that are in the environment don't get chosen. You like look at all these basketball players. Yeah, you will. Look at the basketball players. There are a bunch of girls who work in the league. Trainers, nutritionists, cheerleaders, all kinds of women. They work in the league. And a lot of them don't get picked. And they see these ballers every single day. They don't get chosen. So when you say put yourself in an environment, women are not fucking plants. They're not fucking plants. Right? You don't know how to relax. You're fucking weird. You people sound so damn stupid. You think all it takes is to be in an environment? So people don't like, what about being compatible? Okay, you can be in someone's environment all you want and you're not going to be compatible. You're saying a bunch of bullshit. Okay? Because y'all just hear shit on social media and just fucking repeat it without actually think about what you're saying. There are a bunch of girls, pretty girls, gorgeous girls in the NFL, in the MLB, in the NBA. Okay, even in the hockey league, it's a bunch of gorgeous ass women, and they're not going to get picked, and yet they are in the environment. But there's something to be said about, oh, are I even attracted to you? Do we have a compatibility, right? Who even said that people want to change? You're not even successful. You're not even successful. So whether you're a man, you're not successful because you wouldn't be on my live, right? Exactly. You're not even successful. Number two, if you happen to be a woman, you have not met any man that is successful. So shut up, right? Because that's even a dumb thing to say. Place yourself in a fucking environment. People are not fucking plants. A woman is not a plant in a fucking pot, and you just place her right there because she just happens to be there. He's going to choose her. He might not even see you. But it's like you when you watch the NBA, you don't see a bunch of girls there, right? You don't need to see my man. You want to steal my man? You side chick wanna be? Right? Where is your man? You will never know. Okay? Please. Probably got please. Yeah, I don't have to tell you anything. Right? Where's your successful man? I don't have one. Because you probably want to steal one. A lot of you girls, you're a bunch of side chicks. I don't have to front for anything. Right? I don't have to front about anything. You came to my life. There you go. You came to my life. I didn't come looking for you. I ain't come looking for you. But I need to tell you that my man is successful. The way the economy is bad, and some of you girls will do anything for even $1. Yeah, the fuck right. Yeah, the fuck. I don't have a man. I don't have anything. That's it. Let's just say that. I don't have a man. I don't have anything, girl. Exactly. Go somewhere else to destroy somebody else's life. I need to tell you about my man. Never. I don't have one. Don't have one, girl. I do not have one. Bunch of you professional side chicks on the internet. All you want is somebody else's man. Yeah, I definitely can be full of it. You don't have to be here. Exactly. Say all kinds of stupid shit. Oh, you need to place yourself in the right environment. Are you a fucking plant in a fucking pot? You think it's that fucking easy? The environment, the environment. When you watch the NBA, you don't see all these women there? Coaches are women now. The trainers are women. Nutritionists are women. They got their sports recovery people. There are all kinds of women. There are women everywhere. Hello, do you have eyes? But plenty of these girls will not be chosen because it's a lot more than being in the environment. You have to be compatible. You got to be able to have great conversation. You got to have things in common. He has to actually like you. You have to like him. There's a lot that goes into it. But you ladies are a bunch of simpletons. 13 years of free education. You're a bunch of simpletons. Your minds are so fucking simple. Like they're so fucking stupid. They talk like they're fucking plants. Oh, it's all about being placed in the right environment. Miss, are you a plant in a pot? Right? You think all these guys don't see a bunch of girls every day when they go to work? You even have owners of teams who are women. There are women all over the world now. There are women in every strata of business. You'll find all kinds of women. And these guys don't want these girls. They want something different. So it's not enough to be in the right environment. You also got to be compatible. You got to have the right charisma. You got to have the right look. He has to like you back. He has to want to make conversation because you don't want to chase behind this man look like a fucking stalker. What if they call the police on your ass? Okay, you're a bunch of fucking simpletons. They're so simple-minded. They listen to Ashley, right? They listen to Ashley. They listen to Ashley who ain't got no fucking man. They listen to Kendra G. They listen to Shira Seven, and they keep repeating the bullshit. Oh, it's all about being in the right environment. They're like, even right now at the World Cup. Do you know how many pretty girls went to the World Cup? Do you know how many beautiful girls went to the World Cup? And they're all gonna come back with no man because these guys are not interested. They went there to play soccer. They don't want no fucking problems. And they know that most of these girls are just here for money. They're a bunch of gold diggers. They don't want no fucking problems. The guys who are the what's it called? The guys who are really popular, like the Messi, the Chris Ronaldo, whatever, they're already married. So they're fucking looking. They're fucking looking. Right? There are so many pretty girls right now at the World Cup. Nobody's looking at their asses. Right? Looks matter. Let's not even say that. Let's not sit here and lie to people. Y'all take everything to the fucking extreme. Looks fucking matter. Even you would never date a man that you're not attracted to. So looks fucking matter. Please stop. And men are extremely visual. Men are visual. Looks matter. Stop lying to people. Y'all, oh, you can be 300 pounds and get a multimillionaire. Stop lying to people. Looks matter. Exactly. They do matter. You can't say not like that. You're not a man, sis. You're not a man. So what might not matter to you? You're not a man. You are not a man. So you can't speak for a man. Right? Looks might not matter that much to you. That's fine. Looks might not, it doesn't matter. There are girls that got bad attitude, and you will see some guys with lots of money who go crash out. Right? You saw Clay Thompson go with Megan. There you go. You saw Clay with all his money, 300 million. You saw Clay go with Megan with her attitude. Only to turn around and complain about, oh, she's so loud, she's so ghetto. But sir, that's who she was. That's who she was. Right? So that's it. There are a bunch of men out here who are fucking stupid. What they should prioritize, they don't prioritize. What they should, hey, I have 300 million. I should be very careful who I date. No, he gonna go date a female rapper because he wants to know if what she talk about, she can actually deliver. That's all it was. He wanted to see if the stuff she talks about, she really would deliver. The blowjobs, the sex, the this and that. He's trying to see. Right? Not that he saw, not he wanted to complain about, oh, her attitude, she loud, she loud, she loud. No, she was always loud. But he wanted to sleep with her. Now that he slept with her, he don't want her no more. Now he gonna talk about her attitude. Please, I beg. Right? We see guys all the time. A girl can have bad attitude, but if her ass is big enough, if he really wants to have a blowjob from her, he will do it. He will do it. You're not a man. And this is where a lot of you young ladies, you go wrong because you're always trying to think in place of a man. You're not a man. So just when you think he's not gonna do it, then he does it. That's why you gotta stop trying to predict human behavior. Stop trying to predict human behavior because you will never get it right. Companies like Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, they spend like hundreds of millions on models to predict human behavior. And you're just a regular person. So how you think you're gonna predict human behavior? Men are so unpredictable. Just when you think he ain't gonna do it, he gonna do it. A man can sit next to you, but oh, this girl is so ugly. This girl is so ugly. I never. You turn around, he go back there, he's smashing. He's smashing. How many guys have called a girl ugly only to be all up in her guts? Right? When that girl, the fat girl came out, they said, oh, Usher gave her the herpes, right? Nobody believed her. Oh, she's too ugly. Oh, she's fat. Why would Usher sleep with her? Lo and behold, Usher goes behind the scene and he settles. He settles. Right? Look at Ludacris. Look at his wife, Eudoxie. Look at the girl he got pregnant, his friend from high school. Exactly. Because people are stupid. That's what I'm saying. So you know what you wouldn't do, but never, ever, ever speak for a man. Never, ever, ever speak for a man. That's the number one mistake ever. Never speak for a man. But you can go look to Ludacris, the girl he had an affair with when he cheated on his wife. She's not that cute. But yet he went there unprotected and he put a baby in her. Right? Men will surprise you. So that's why when it comes to a man, you can never say, oh, he will never, never. You don't know what the fuck he would do. You only know what you would do. And that's why if a man come next to you, oh, I would never sleep with her. Oh, she's ugly. My ex is ugly. You look way better than my ex. Do not listen to any of that. Because the face could be ugly and the vagina could be awesome. There you go. Her face could be so hideous and her vagina is moist. Her vagina is wet. Her vagina is beautiful. There you go. So he likes going there. He don't like her face though, but the way she makes his penis feel, but don't. Exactly. So we like as women gotta stop being foolish. Because I think that's wrong. Oh, but she's not that pretty. She's not that pretty. Don't matter. She might not be pretty, but you don't know her blowjob might be amazing. She might know how to give good head. You might not. Right? There are girls that are not that pretty, but they're really good at giving blowjob. Your blowjob might have too many teeth. You might be biting people. You're biting. What the fuck, you fucking squirrel? Right? They don't want your rodent ass because you'll be biting too much. But this girl might not be pretty, but her blowjob might be 5 stars. Would definitely recommend. There you go. There you go. The girl might have an ugly face. That's fine. She might have acne all up in her face. But her vagina might be awesome. And your vagina might be dry. Right? It's a lot of truth that you girls don't know. And these guys don't tell y'all because y'all too emotional. You are too emotional. You can't take it. Right? But every day we see a very fine man with lots of money and he's out here smashing someone like, wow, damn, you fucked her? Yeah, because her vagina good. Her blowjob might be amazing. She might have the throat 6,000, the guac 8,000, 10,000. What the fuck do I know? So that's why, as a woman, you can never underestimate another woman. And then you have girls who are very pretty, but then in bed they're very stiff. Right? You don't know what successful man. There are a bunch of successful men who do all kinds of dumb shit. Everybody not successful because they got integrity. Right? And then what success might mean to you might be something different to another person. There are people who worship drug dealers because to them that's being successful. There are people who worship athletes. To them that's being successful. There are people who worship engineers because for them that's being successful. Success means different things for different people. There's not a single definition for success. There are a bunch of people who respect people who don't have integrity because they only care about the money. So as long as you have the money, they call you successful. There are people who respect people not because they have the money, but because they live a life of integrity. So what success might mean to you, it might not mean to somebody else, right? So it's like that's that. Exactly. Like all kinds of people, they're different, right? So it's that. Like what the heck? He had sex with this girl? Yeah, he did. It happens all the time. I'm not all over the place. You just can't keep up because it's not an Ashley Dalton episode, right? You just can't keep up. That's it. Because you like, put your be in the right environment. Okay, Miss Plant in the pot. Right? That's it. You can't keep up. Okay? And then my fault. Stop watching all these dumbass people and actually watch people who actually teach you how to think. Right? Because if you walk around at your big age thinking that all it takes to marry a rich person is to be in the right environment, you're really silly. You are truly silly. It's a bunch of people who see rich people every day. It's a bunch of women who serve, even in the yachts, people that have private yachts and stuff. A lot of people who take care of people on these private yachts are women, and they don't get chosen. They don't get chosen. A lot of men meet beautiful girls every day, and they walk past these girls. They walk right past this girl. That's not what they want. So it's like, what are we talking about? So you can have the proximity you want and not have shit. Even Chris Ronaldo, when Chris decided to take Georgina, he went to the Gucci store. The fucking Gucci store. So it's not like she had proximity. He went to the Gucci store. And when he looked at her, he said, okay, you be my girlfriend. Quit your job. It was just like that. And she just quit her job and he picked her up and that's it. That's it. So it's like proximity. What does that mean? At the end of the day, it's the man who chooses. You can be near the man, away from the man. If it's meant to be, it will be. But it's not as proximity. Like, please. Plenty of women are not getting chosen. They're not getting chosen. A few are getting chosen. Now, if you mean plenty get chosen to be baby mamas, yes. Plenty get chosen for a one night stand, yes. Plenty get chosen for threesomes, yes. People get chosen for all kinds of shit. Even life chooses people for cancer. What else is new? Life also chooses people for a car accident, right? Like, but people get chosen all the time. But how many people get chosen by a wealthy man to have a great marriage and to be in a monogamous relationship? It's not that many people. There you go. Not many people. So please. And I do not think I'm the one. I don't think I'm the channel for you. I don't know if Ashley is asleep, but Ashley Dalton has a channel. Maybe she's asleep. Go watch her content. Okay? It doesn't matter if it's basic. You've been here. So if my conversation is so basic, you're free to go. Right? You're basic, but you're still here. You're still engaging. Right? So if I'm basic, you're beyond remedial. Right? If I'm basic, you are remedial. At some point, you gotta pick yourself, Miss Proximity. Right? Mixed proximity. Why waste your time when you can find proximity to a wealthy man? Why are you still here? Mixed proximity. Right? So pick your plant and pick your pot and go. You're free to go. Nobody's forcing you to be here. Exactly. If I'm basic, you're remedial. Pick up your plan, pick up your pot, miss proximity, and go gain proximity elsewhere. You ain't gotta be here. Nobody called you over here. Like, what the fuck? People are fucking crazy, right? But my people, please understand. Do not let anybody deceive you into proximity. Yeah, proximity might make certain things easier, but nonetheless, though, you still have to be compatible. There still has to be some kind of chemistry. The person still has to be interested in you. And as a woman, what do you look like chasing behind a man? Especially you chase behind a man with money, right? He's going to think that you're none but a gold digger. So it's better if it's the man who initiates the contact. It's better if it's the man who wants to talk to you, right? It's fine. I can be masculine. You're still here. Pick your pot, pick your plan, and go seek proximity next to people who are feminine. You're free to go. Or you want to be blocked. I can block you too if you want. Right? You were free to go, Miss Feminine Proximate. Pick your plan, pick your pot, pick your proximity, and go places where people are feminine. You're free to go. We don't want you here. Why are you still here? Okay? Nobody wants you here. You're free to go. Go somewhere, right? So do not let anybody deceive you. Do not let anybody deceive. The NBA is full of women, and these girls are not getting chosen. Okay, from even the sportscaster, there are a lot of girls who do the whole sports commentary. They sit with all these NBA players. They see all the rich guys and stuff like that, and these guys do not want them. They do not want them. So don't let these girls lie to you. Oh, all I need is proximity. Yeah, the fuck right. You can gain proximity and people will look right past you because you're not his type. Right? And even like even with the content that Ashley makes, right? Even with the content that Ashley makes, where it's all about like, oh, dress this way, put your makeup on, go to this venue, go over here, go over there. Okay, cute. That might be for the first date. But how do you get a second date? Okay? How do you go about getting a second date? Right? Because you can say, hey, it might be pretty easy to get the first date, but how about a second date? How about a third date? How do you get to the point where the man says, "Oh, would you be my girlfriend?" Right? And you see, Ashley never leads to people. She never leads you to a position where a man says, "Oh, wow, I actually like you. I want you to be my girlfriend." Right? No, it's all about oh, wear this outfit, lose some weight, wear some makeup, get your hair done, no problem. Right? That might get you the first date. These women love to crash. They're so fucking emotional, right? Oh, really? Right? It's like, how do you get past the first date? Right? The nice clothes, the nice dress, no problem, right? But when you go on this date, you need to know how to have great conversation, right? You need to actually have something to talk about. What you gonna do? Stuff your face with food the entire day? Order everything on the menu the first date? Like that's just outrageous. That is really really outrageous, right? You need to have something to talk about. What are you going to talk about on this first date? Right? And the vast majority of young ladies are only concerned with how they look. That's all you have to offer the world is how you look. That's all you have to offer a man is how you look, right? That is crazy to me. Yeah, exactly. Like they're a bunch of you know what I'm saying? Like you got to have something to talk about, right? And if you spend most of your days on the shade room, you spend most of your days consuming love and hip hop content, Real Housewives of Potomac content, all that foolishness, right? When you actually go on a date with a man of substance, what are you going to talk about? Right? What are you going to talk about? Most women are not even learning a second language, but you want to marry somebody super rich. Are you learning a second language? Do you even know a few words in French, a few words in Spanish, a few words in Portuguese, right? What are you going to talk about? Right? Most women today don't even know how to cook. Don't even know how to cook. Can't even make a basic omelet. Right? What are we going to talk about? Right? And I'm like, and then I see this all the time with the Ashley content. I'm like, okay, this might be cute to get you in the door, but once you go on the date, what are you guys going to talk about? Do you watch the news? Do you know where the Strait of Hormuz is? Okay. What do you have to talk about? And most women have no conversation to speak of. So it's like, okay, so we're just here to do what? Eat food and go have sex? Right? Because you don't bring any conversation. What is your conversation? What do you have to talk about? And I'm like, and today, most women are so one dimensional. My body, my body, my body, my ass, my ass, my ass, my titties, my titties, my titties. No, but it's the truth of it, right? Because it's a date. Like, even while you wait for the food, right? So you get there. Let's say he picks you up and you guys actually meet at the restaurant. Okay, you might have to wait at the bar until the table's ready. What are we going to talk about? Right? When you sit at the table, right? As you read the menu and you order, okay, now you're going to order the entrees or you order the appetizers. Okay. As you wait for the food, you got to talk about something. What are you going to talk about? Right? While you eat your food, what are you going to talk about? Huh? If you want to order dessert, what are you going to talk about? Right? And then they wonder that these men are all the man wanted sex, but you present yourself as if all you're good for is for sex. Where is the conversation? Right? Because if you show yourself as a woman that actually has a brain and that can actually talk about hard shit, why would this man want to just talk about sex with you? You come here, you're all dressed up, you're all sexy, all your curves are showing, your ass is showing, your nipples showing, your titties are showing, right? You put all this lipstick on your lips like a God knows what, right? But there's nothing in your brain. Okay, so you must be good for sex. I mean, even me, like, what would you want me to think of you? There's nothing for you to talk about. There's nothing in your brain. And most women today are brainless. They are truly brainless, right? You're like, what? Even sports. Can you talk about the Knicks? Did you watch the game? Did you watch the entire series? Who's your favorite player? What did you think of the game? Do you like the Spurs better? If so, why? Right? You can't talk about shit. You don't know shit. See, when I was growing up, a lot of girls, they knew a lot about football. They knew football, they knew baseball, they knew basketball. Like me, oh my gosh, I used to light candles up for the Knicks. What? Baby. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Okay. But it's like these girls today, they can't talk about anything. My ass, my titties. I give good blowjob. I give a good blowjob. Okay, then let's go see. Let's see. But I'm like, they move around like prostitutes. They move around like I guess mid-tier escorts. Okay. Right? But imagine you take a lady on a date. She can't talk about shit. She's half naked. She wearing all this lipstick, bunch of weave, bunch of nails, bunch of all kinds of bullshit, right? And the girl can't talk about shit. You're like, whoa, this girl has nothing on her brain. That these girls are so fucking stupid. They are fucking dumb. But these women are stupid. So it's like even you, if you were a man, it's like, okay, I guess you feed her and you have sex for her. Then you move on. There's nothing memorable about this girl. And they think they're so memorable because their ass is big. Exactly. You think you memorable because you got a fat ass? Everybody that got a fat ass. It's called Dominican Republic. Okay? But how many of these girls have a big brain? They don't have brains. They just get blowjobs. That's all they're good for. So I'm like, you get to a point, you cannot even blame these men for treating these girls like sexual objects. They present themselves like sexual objects, right? You go on a date, you didn't even plan what you're going to talk about. Right? Like even when the guys call, when you meet the guy for the first time, or when you talk to him on the phone, you should try to pick his brain. Oh, what are your hobbies? What are you into? Right? And so before you go on the date, you do a little bit of research, right? If he says, oh, he likes basketball, keep up with what happened recently. Oh, the Knicks won. I think they won like 4-0 or some shit like that. Right? Try to learn a few of the players' name. Like trying to learn something he likes. If he tells you, oh, he's an engineer, oh, what kind of engineer are you? No, these bitches won't even ask a further question. Because all she wants is somebody to take her out to eat. They act like they don't have food in the home. I'm like, who's raising these people? Like these girls are so embarrassing. You don't have food in your house? But if a man tells you he's an engineer, are all engineers the same? You should ask, oh, what kind of engineer are you? Right? Then you can know. He might be I don't know, an astro engineer. He might be a petroleum engineer. He might be a software engineer. He might be an electrical engineer. But she's so damn stupid, she don't even know that there's different kinds of engineers. And then these girls are so fucking, they're fucking embarrassing. They are fucking embarrassing. They're so fucking stupid. They're so fucking dumb. Okay? A man say he a doctor. Ask him. Ask another question. Oh, what kind of doctor are you? You think all doctors are the same? They're not the same. There's different kind of doctors. No, I'm not. I'm close enough. I'm close enough. I'm right under there. Right? There's different kinds of doctors. Oh, you're a doctor. That's nice. Like, what's your specialty as a doctor? Right? Like, act like you have a fucking brain. Oh, girl, he a doctor, girl. Okay, but what kind of doctor, girl? Don't even know it. They're so fucking embarrassing. And then when people treat them like sexual objects, they want to sit here and start crying. But that's how you present yourself, you fucking idiot. You're a fucking tool. And if you want to be the wife of a rich man, yeah, the fuck right. He gonna lose all his fucking money. You see how dumb you are? They're so fucking stupid. They're really fucking stupid. You need to ask different questions, right? If a man tells you, oh, I'm an accountant, oh, okay, what kind of accountant? Are you like a forensic accountant? Are you a regular accountant? Are you a CPA? Right? There's different kinds of accountants. Some accountants are forensic accountants. They try to see if nobody stole the money. Okay? Some accounts are auditors. Some accounts are like regular accountants. Some people, the CPA. You need to ask some questions. Act like you really want to get to know the person. No, they just want food. Okay, so I just want sex. What the fuck is the problem? Like in all honesty, like what the fuck? Right? What the fuck is the problem? But I'm like, you gotta act like you actually care about the person. Ask some questions. And before you get to the date, do some research. It's not that fucking hard. They're so fucking lazy. They are fucking lazy. They are so fucking lazy. And they think, oh, all I have to do is wear this tight dress, show my titties, show my ass, walk around like a damn donkey, right? And he gonna be so in love with me. Nobody's in love with you. You're stupid. You don't have a fucking brain. You don't have a brain. Why would anybody want to have kids with you? Well, like, how you gonna make the kids stupid? No, you are insane. You are truly insane. No, 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 no. Yeah, you have to think. You have to show people that you know how to think, and you have to show people that you can hold a conversation, right? Because it's like you go on a date to get to know the person, he has to also get to know you. Do you know how to hold a conversation? Do you know how to talk? Do you even know how to say things that are interesting? Are you even funny? Do you have a sense of humor? Or do you always get offended? Right? They're just gonna go there and just order everything off the menu. No, that is not how life goes. You gotta say something interesting. And that's why I said it's not enough to just think of proximity. Because you have proximity, but you have nothing relevant to say, then why the fuck are you here? Right? Imagine you meet this basketball player. Okay, you have proximity to the basketball player. He look at you, you look at him. Okay, you ain't gonna say shit. You're not even have something cute, something flirtatious. No, she's like what is wrong with these idiots? And a lot of women are idiots. They're truly dumb. And and I'm done pretending. You're so fucking stupid. You're fucking stupid, right? You know what I'm saying? You need to study people. Oh, you have a great 3-pointer, or you have a great rebound, whatever. Like, I don't know, study him. So that when he actually talks to you, you can say something clever. You're like, oh, that's cute, that's cute. Nah, right? Because she does her homework. No, just want to show up on a day, everything super tight, everything super exposed. Girl, what? Are you okay? Are you all the way there? You guys, I mean, that's so embarrassing. I'm like, they don't care. They do not care. All they want is to go on a date. So okay, you need food. Damn, are you that broke? Right? But you should want to go on a date and not just impress someone with your body. A lot of girls have pretty bodies. But how many girls can actually have great conversation? Yeah, exactly. How many girls can have great conversation? Talk about something meaningful. Even if you want to talk about cooking, like have some. Oh, what's your favorite dish? Oh, I'm really good at making this. Oh, I would like to make that. And sometimes I use this kind of seasoning. This kind. Oh, I gotta try that one day. Yes, you sure do. Right? That's how you might get the second date. You go there to sell yourself. No, you just go there to expose that you starving in your household and you ain't got no damn money. And your daddy never took you on a fucking date. It's your poverty ass. Okay? Make it make sense. So that's nothing but some poverty ass business, right? But it's like if you go on a date with somebody, you should want to know, oh, what's your favorite dish? What do you like? Like, even if you don't know how to make, oh, I've made that before. Like, oh yeah, I have. So sometimes I use a little bit of like cayenne pepper. I might use like some ginger and things like that. Like, I make a pretty good dish. You might want to try it. Oh yes, I love to try it. Okay. Well, let me know when you're free. I love to make it for you. Boom, second date secured. What we talking about? Okay. Make sense? Boom, what we talk about? How much you want to bet? Marlene gonna get a second date. How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet? You know, oh, I want to try that. Anytime you want, Playboy. Oh, when you free? I don't know. Maybe Friday, maybe Saturday. What you got? Okay. Okay. You gotta know how to sell yourself. Okay. All they want is one day to go bloop 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 bloop, bloop, eat the damn food like some damn ass turkeys. That's all they want. Eat food, eat food, eat food. They're so obsessed with food, these girls. They're just so damn obsessed with food. The average black woman only thinks about food all day, every day. Food, 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 food. But damn, it's excessive. It's excessive. And the way you love to eat, can you cook? No, they just want to eat food, swallow food, blah, 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 blah. Always trying to swallow the damn food. Can you breathe? Okay, can you actually cook? Right? But I'm like, you should know how to secure a second date. Ask the man what he like to eat. Ask him, what's your mama? What's the favorite dish your mom ever made for you? Okay. What you like about that? How did it taste? Explain that to me. Do you have a picture? You're like, oh yeah, sure. Okay, let me see your mom. Oh, she beautiful. Like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Baby. Right? It's called having personality. It's called knowing how to connect with people. Okay? It's called you better know how to secure a second, third, fourth, fifth date. Right? Y'all out here. I'm like, hey, let me tell you before I go. Me talking my big shit. You know what I'm saying? Imagine you trying to go through somebody's phone. Instead of worrying about trying to go through his phone, you should make him want to delete the phone numbers. But you don't know how to win. You see what I'm saying? I swear, these people here, man, they play like chickens. They play to lose. I play to win. I play to be memorable. And nobody ever forget my ass. I promise you that. And nobody ever forget my ass. Right? You worrying about people's the numbers, the numbers. Yes, phone is phone. He should be so in love with you, he starts deleting numbers. Okay, you go, ooh, I think he just blocked somebody. Okay, people so in love with you, they start blocking numbers. They start sending people to voicemail. There you go. Out here worrying about something. This ain't your problem. Because let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Right? Play to win. Okay, play to win. I be stacking rings. Okay, I play to win. I don't play to get stressed, right? But it's like if he's still seeing other people, then he's not sure about this because you might not be the one. right? But if you're really the one and it's a lasting impression, he gonna send people to voicemail. Okay, winners know how to win. When winners know how to pick them. Okay, there you go. But if he really thinks, oh, this girl is something serious, he gonna start sending everybody else to voicemail. Numbers will get deleted, even in front of you. You'll see. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait a second. Wait a second. Boom, she got sent to voicemail. I'm taking them down. Okay, there you go. And then there will be no other, and you'll be the last one standing. Because you don't know how to play this game. They go in there, they're so damn childish. Let me tell you something. A grown ass man is always going to have people on his phone. Okay? Unless he gay. Is he gay? Is he very gay? Okay? Unless he gay. But most grown ass men, okay? Most grown ass men are always going to have a few girls they talking to. He a grown man. He's a grown man. And you will never find a man with nobody in his phone. That's not possible. That does not exist. Like, but that is just so damn crazy. The thing is, once he meets you and he really likes you, right? What does he intend on doing with the other people? And that should come from him. It should not come from you. You don't tell a man what to do. Okay, you tell him what you're about, what you offer, what you propose, and what you selling. It's either he wants it all or he don't want it at all. Because a choice got to be made, right? But you want to go into somebody's phone. This is some childish stuff. It is childish business. You are very childish. You need to grow up. You need to grow up, right? And imagine the man is a multimillionaire. But shit, he got a bunch of people, and it's to be expected. Because if he did not, if something is weird. Is he into children? Okay, is he gay? Okay. But if you meet a multimillionaire and he's not married, of course he has a bunch of girls in his phone. That's to be expected, right? And the thing is, the girls got to start being blocked one by one. So you got to know how to sell yourself, right? You got to know how to sell yourself. And the best thing, and even in that situation, a man who's really successful, lots of money, he looks good, he smells good, he know how to talk. Listen, it's very normal that a lot of ladies are in his phone. That's perfectly normal, right? And a man like that also, you don't tell him what to do. He knows what to do. Worry about yourself and make sure you know how to sell yourself. That's saying you gotta be very mature. Y'all want to date these rich people, famous people, successful people, and you out here throwing all these tantrums and shit. That what the fuck? Like what the fuck? Are we grown or not? We're all grown people, bitch. We are all grown people. If you're too sensitive, if you're still a child, if you're still in high school, go date the brother down the street because that's where you belong. Okay, that's it. But I'm like, what LeBron said, I understood what he said. Okay, the way he said it was very chaotic, but the spirit of what he said, I understood what he meant. Is that when you're a grown woman, what are you about, right? Exactly. What are we? What are you about? You got to have something to do. Because even the kids, okay, but the kids are not with you all the time. Because once the kids they start school, what are you doing while the kids are in school, right? So if that's like you paint, you do art, you have a non for profit, you are on the board of a non for profit, you serve at a school, right? But it's like we as you need to contribute to society. And a woman who's married to a wealthy man should definitely contribute to society. Your husband is just too rich for you to be unfazed by the woos and the ills of society. You have his money. Do something good. Do something for the greater good because he can't do it because he's busy working. But the wife should say, "Oh, you know, my husband's so busy. We're gonna start a non-for-profit in his name." Yeah, makes sense. So I'm like, no, find you something to do, and I completely agree with that. Like even me, if my husband was LeBron James, I would not be at home all day because he has too much money. Yeah, maybe, right? Like I'm like, I could not be a homeowner. He has too much money. I would either start like a defense league. I would pay for people's legal fees. I would definitely pay to get Carmelo out, right? Because he got too much money. So with all this money that I have, what are you doing in the community to make our names look good? To make my name look good? He has a point. Because the kids are not with you all day. And when you're the wife of a multimillionaire, you also have nannies, you have lots of help. So you should be doing something for the community. You should be doing something to better society. Why aren't you doing it? Why aren't you doing it? Right? So I'm like, I fully agree. I fully agree. And I think too many women today are getting comfortable being stay-at-home girlfriends, stay at home, don't do nothing all day but eat, be on the phone, watch the TikTok. You need to find something to do, right? There you have ladies who are stay-at-home mom. The kids go to school and the whole year they're fat. A real man will study and know. A real man will study a woman and know all the things that she needs and wants. Even that doesn't make sense, but it gives you. I don't think a real man needs to study a woman to know what she needs and what she wants. Because if you leave it up to a woman, she wants this on Wednesday, and then by Friday she wants something completely different. Women cannot make up their minds, okay? But I think what he should do is to read her. Is she mature or is she immature? Is she childish or is she not? Is she the one to go call her mom and call her girlfriends and spread all her business in the streets, or does she keep shit private? Right? I think he should study her character. But as far as like, you should know what a woman needs and wants. Most women are bipolar. Okay? Most women are highly delusional. They want something on Wednesday and they completely change their mind on Friday because she saw something on TikTok and now that's what she wants. So it's like these girls are crazy. Okay? But you should know if she's immature or not. You should know if she's the type to want to fix the problem, or she'd rather be mad, pout all day, stay to herself, call her mama, call her girlfriend, spread all her business to the streets. Okay, yeah, get the fuck out of here. Okay? That's something you gotta be careful, because if you are a very wealthy man, your privacy means a lot to you. So a girl who's quick to spread all her business, that's a fucking liability. She gotta go. Exactly, she gotta go. Because you should never be with a woman of a certain age who still needs her mom, her sisters, her cousins. Woo! That's too many people. Okay? Whoa, whoa. That is just too many people. She's not mature enough for this relationship. Like me, if I was a man and a woman has to call all her family because we have an issue to the streets. Okay? I don't do that shit. Okay? Like your mama. I want to respect your mama, but I don't want your mama in my house telling me all kinds of stupid shit. I'm not the type for that. Do the saying? That even me, I don't do stuff like that. To me, that's crazy. Let your mama needs to be the mama. She don't need to know everything. Because at a certain age, you need to know how to solve your own problems. You see what I'm saying? But as far as like what a woman needs and want, most women are bipolar. They don't know what they want. They say they want a good guy, a nice guy. Then they get the nice guy. Then they get bored. And they want to go back to the bad boy. These girls don't know what the fuck they want. They don't know what they want. Don't know what they want. And if you're a man also, you want to waste your time trying to know what she want or what she don't want, you'll never get anything done. Okay? You will never get shit done. These girls are psychos. Most women are psycho. That's why they love social media. That's why they love social media, where they can know, oh, what else to add to my wish list? What else to add to my wish? They have these lists, right? And they never get to work. I want. Women are great at saying what they want, but they're never great at telling you what they're willing to work for because they hate work. They despise the work. They hate the work. Okay? But they love to ask. They love to want. They love to scold other people. They love to lecture other people. But when it comes to them and their laziness, lo and behold, they will never tackle that shit. Okay? And that's crazy. So as a man, don't you ever waste your time trying to know what she wants. She don't know what the fuck she wants. Tell her what she's having. Don't tell her what she's gonna have. Oh, what would you like? It's like asking a child what they want. You they know what you want. This is what we have for dinner. You get to eat it. That's it. That's that. That's it. Because if you tell this woman, oh, what would you want? What you want? What you want? You will never build shit. You won't have shit. You won't save shit. You won't grow shit. You won't multiply shit because she will never stop telling you what she wants. Because every time she goes on social media, she's like, oh, I want this. I want. Like she'll just keep adding. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't you do it. And that's why a man got to be a man and a woman has to be the woman, right? Somebody got to be the brains of this relationship, right? We can't both be emotional. But once they come from the heart, and most women in their heart is lots of foolish things. A lot of women in their heart is nothing mature. It's all foolish things. It's envy, it's jealousy, it's comparison. It's the stuff she could have in high school. It's the stuff she could have in middle school. She still carries that bullshit, right? Nobody has time for that. And if you train her this way, when she has children, she won't even know how to put the children before her because you train her to always put what she wants first and foremost, out of order. It's a relationship. It's a relationship. So she's not gonna have everything she wants. Now, sometimes she can, but not all the time. Okay, her needs need to be met, and even that, it's the program. She accepts it or she don't. That's it. That's that. Don't make your life complicated. Right? That's it. The less options you have, the easier life is. If you're a man and you want to be like a restaurant that has like 70 different offerings, 100 items on the menu, you will never make it. Okay? Like things that work out really good for most restaurants is when they have a simple menu. They have an easy menu, a simple menu, boom, 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 boom. You can get this, or that. That's it. Nothing else, nothing more. Right? You gotta make your life simple. You gotta make life easy for yourself. You gotta make life super easy. But I think many times it's like the less money a man has, the more he wants to overpromise. Why? You're broke. A man who don't have a men who have lots of money, they barely offer anything. And they accept it because he has lots of money. So find something to entertain yourself with, right? And that's what I would recommend. Okay. But this conversation was all about going to premarital counseling. I don't even know how we got here, right? But long story short, when it comes to LeBron James, me personally, I understand exactly what he meant. Okay. You need to have some business about yourself. A woman needs to have something going on for herself. You can't always be behind this man, all up in his butt, all up in his pants, all up in his phone. You need something for yourself. And the more you have something for yourself, the more he's going to appreciate you, the more he's going to respect you because you have something for yourself. So you can distract yourself, you can occupy yourself, it can keep you busy, it can give you a sense of purpose, right? And then it makes the relationship even better. So when you guys come together at night, oh, how was your day? How was your day? What'd you do? What'd you do, right? It makes the relationship even more rich, right? And I think what he said is the same thing that Will Smith also said to Jada Pinkett, because Will Smith said to Jada Pinkett, I am not responsible for your happiness, right? If you want to be happy, it's your responsibility to make yourself happy. We have all this money, we have all this stuff, right? So if you don't know how to utilize everything we have to find what makes you happy, I can't help you, sis. Right? I think that's the same thing with Lori Harvey and Michael B. Jordan. Is that she wanted Michael to be there all day, every day. Like, no, he has to work. And sometime when he's on set, he might be there for 12 hours. He might be there for 16 hours. You need to find something to do, right? You need to occupy yourself because he can't be there all the time, right? Because that's the job. That's how he lives. That's how he can pay the bills. That's how you can have the life that you have, right? It is a sacrifice. And while he's away sacrificing, he needs to know that he has a wife who has something to do. Because if you don't have anything to do, you'll be over consumed with this man. And now the man's going to feel like he's in a fucking prison. And that is not fun for anybody. Nobody wants to be harassed. When you coming home? When you coming home? When you coming home? Nobody wants to live like that. And you would not want to live like that. So therefore, find something to do. Occupy yourself. Okay? And that's it. Even all these like couples trip, they're always on a vacation. After a while, it gets fucking boring. Okay? Because I don't think he wants to travel with you all the time like that. I don't think he wants to be in a hotel with you all the time like that. People need their personal space. Because the marriage is a marathon. It's not a race. If you want to be married for 10 years, 20 years, 30, 40, 50 years, right? You're going to have to learn to give each other space so that when you come back together, your love is even stronger. But you can't be together every day, all the time. It's suffocating. It suffocates people. You need your space. He needs his space. Find you something to do, and he needs to find himself something to do. Okay? And I feel like that way you're going to have a better relationship. Okay? So you should write a book. Yeah. All right. But I'm like, make sense, my people? I didn't even mean to stay here this long, but I did. Okay. So hopefully you've enjoyed the conversation. Okay. And remember, proximity is not enough. Don't let anybody lie to you. Proximity is not enough. Trust me. Okay. A lot of ladies have proximity and they're overlooked. A lot of pretty girls, let's make the cheerleader people, like the cheerleaders, very pretty girls, right? And they most likely won't marry a player. Okay, but they're very pretty though, but it ain't gonna be for them. All right? The Dallas Cowboys got pretty cheerleaders. And most of these girls will never marry an NFL player. Okay? So a lot of girls have proximity. A lot of girls are very pretty with proximity. The man is still not interested. He's not interested. Okay? You can also look good, have proximity, and he's still not interested. All right? Because chemistry is real, connection is real, charisma is real, personality is real. Having something to talk about is also very real. Okay? And so think about the kind of man you want to be with. And sometimes when you sit there, practice a conversation. You can practice in the mirror. Okay? Practice in the mirror. and see if you have great conversation. You can record yourself and see if you make great conversation. Okay, there you go. But you have to know how to make good conversation. You have to know how to keep people's interest. Okay, you got to know how to be interesting, right? And remember, everything that shimmers and shines, everything that glows and glitters on social media, right, is not always what you want. It's not always what it's cracked up to be. Be very careful. Please be careful. Just because you see something work for someone on social media, it doesn't mean that if you try it, it's going to work out for you. It might be disastrous, right? Don't you ever forget that when it comes to content creation, a lot of influencers are not telling you the full story. Okay? A lot of influencers are not showing you the good, the bad, and the ugly. Everything is always pretty. Everything's always good. Everything is always a fairy tale. Everything always works out. Yeah, right. Okay? It's life. We all have our highs and we all have our lows. We all do. Everybody does. Nobody's life is a high for their entire life. That's not possible. We have highs and lows. Sometimes we also have middles, right? But we have highs and lows, right? So be very, very careful. Be really, really careful. I really urge you as well to not look in marriage like a fairy tale. Oh, if I get married, everything is over. We'll just have a perfect life. We'll be married forever, be happy forever. We'll always be best friends. And think, oh, please. Oh, please. Okay. When I got married at 25, all right, when you get married at 25, you don't know who you're going to be at 30. And when you turn 30, you don't know who you're gonna be at 35. Then when you turn 35, you don't know who you're gonna be at 40. Okay, now I'm 41, right? But I'm like your goal, like in your marriage too, you're gonna become a new person. Every 5 years or so, you'll be someone new. Because we grow, we change, we evolve, right? The way you look at things when you were 25 and the way you look at life when you're 41, trust me, it's not the same. Okay, and he's also going to change and evolve, and the goal is to still be the same, even though like it still be connected, even though you're changing, you're growing, you're evolving. But we're mature by God's grace. You mature, right? You mature, and by God's grace, you don't lose your connection. But I've come to realize that the more you let people have their space and you let people be themselves and do what they want to do for them, I mean respectfully, right? But you let people do what they want to do, I think it makes the relationship a lot stronger. Don't try to control people. Encourage people, pray for people, cheer for people, wish them all the best, right? But if somebody feels like I have a real supporter, I think they, for the most part, they ain't gonna forget that. But I think not enough young people take premarital counseling seriously. Think it's a joke. Oh, we're in love. We'll be okay. Love is not enough. You can love someone and not have the tools for success. You can love someone and not know how to help a person. Because when you date someone, all you want to see is the pretty stuff, the cute stuff, the fun stuff, the stuff you like about him. But there's also stuff you do not like about him. And you can't just pretend that, oh, it's just going to just disappear one day. It might never disappear. That might be part of his identity. That might be part of his character. And you're going to have to love him through that. Like, hey, what if this never changes? What if he's always this person? Right? Can you do 5 years of that? Can you do 10 years of that? Can you do 15 years of that? Can you do 20 years of that? Can you do 40 years of that? Right? So let that sink in. Okay? Can you put up with that? And say, you know what? That's just part of his character. I'm not, it is what it is. Right? Or are you going to have control issues? And you need to know that as well. Amen. That's it. Also, exercise. He might like to exercise. You might not like to exercise. That might become a problem. Or you might like to exercise. He don't like to exercise. That could also be a problem. Because of life, career, children, stress, people put weight on. Right? That also needs to be addressed. So this is why I strongly recommend that people go to the premarital counseling people and get the help that you need. Get the help that you need. Okay? Get the help that you need. All right, people, I'm about to go to sleep now. Okay? They didn't get to go on the Stairmaster because of y'all. But yeah. So hopefully you've enjoyed this live. Okay? So with that being said, Lonnie, good night, my love. Everybody who was here, Larry, Abby, who else was here, child? Gigi, Kiki. Okay, Kiki was here. Kiki, good night, my love. Good night, Nolly. Good night, everybody. Harriet, who else is here? All my peoples, right? I love y'all. Yeah, I've been really busy with the Carmelo case, right? But listen, Mello, my baby, he gonna be just fine. He gonna come out. They try that shit. Okay, he's coming home, right? But I'm like, I might get back to my relationship content because there are a lot of things I need to say. There are a lot of things I need to say because it's outrageous. I oh my gosh, I hate fairy tales. I fucking hate them. I hate them all. I do not like people who sell fairy tales. I hate it. Oh, I prayed and God brought me my husband. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. You prayed how? If it was only that easy, shut up. Shut up. I hate when people oversimplify things like that. Because then the next girl will be like, oh, what's wrong with my prayer? Ain't nothing wrong with your prayer. Okay? Where in the Bible does it say prayer bring a husband? Okay? You need to use your brain, right? And many, hey Lonnie, and many times when people say, "Oh, I pray for a husband," usually they knew that person before. They knew the person before, so the person was always like around you, right? That's it. You prayed for the husband, and God just brought you a husband with UPS, and He also sent you a tracking number. He sent your husband with FedEx, and He sent your tracking number. I prayed, I prayed, I prayed. Shut up, okay? Marriage is for you. Marriage for the earth, okay? Marriage don't get you to heaven. All right. So when it comes to praying for our husband, okay, you can say like you prayed and it calmed you down, but ultimately you have to know how to play the game. You have to know how to vet. You have to know how to ask questions. You have to know how to go to premarital counseling. You have to know what you can accept, what you cannot accept. You have to also know that hey, this man also he has flaws, and he might always have flaws. Hey, people, yeah, like, oh, the Sierra prayer. What's Sierra prayer? And who told you she prayed? She's just famous. Okay? Like, and I hate when people, because they don't want to properly explain to people, oh, it's all a prayer, like it's hocus pocus. It's not hocus pocus. Oh, I rubbed the lamp and the genie came out and he gave me a husband. Like, it sounds so juju-ish. And I hate that part, right? I hate it. I truly hate it. You have to tell people how to think. Hey, I prayed for the husband. I prayed for the husband. So what? So your prayer is more righteous than the next woman's prayer? Like, girl, bye, girl, please, girl, please. You guys, I hate that shit. I fucking hate it. Like, I hate people who sell fairy tales. I fucking hate it. You see, and this is why also I'm not trying to be mean, y'all. Before I go, right? I ain't trying to be mean, but I feel like this is why also some people out here they getting divorced. I feel like that's why some influencers they got divorced. They're getting divorced because they were selling deception, and God didn't like that. God don't like ugly. So one day it all goes kaput, 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 and then everything gets exposed, and you realize, oh shit, it was all a fucking lie. Yep, it was a lie. It's all deception. And when you build a house on deception, how can you people stay married for a long time? It's all fugazi. It's all fake. It is a lie. It is a sham. And it's not okay to do that. It's not okay to lie to people. Do you get me? Right? Have you ever heard me say, "Oh, I prayed for my husband, and God sent me the prayer"? I told you that. No, we did some prayers. Yeah, we prayed a lot, but it wasn't just a prayer. You have to talk. You have to reason. You have to go to the person's family. You have to see how they live. You have to understand their culture. Like prayer is a great start. Don't get me wrong. I think everything you do, God should be in the center of it all, right? God should be in the center. Like, oh, God, give me the maturity, give me the wisdom, things like that. We should always pray. Everything you do, you should always start with prayer. But is that where it stops? Right? Even when you go to school, can you say, oh, I prayed for an A? No, you can pray for the A. Oh, God, I would love to have an A in this class. I pray that you give me an understanding. I pray that you give me a great relationship with my classmates. I pray that I have a good study group. I pray that I have a great teacher, right? But you still have to go to office hours. You still have to show up to class. You have to take notes. You still have to ask questions if you don't understand. If your friends have the study group at 6 p.m., you have to go. Like prayer does not exclude work, right? You still have to go. But if you want to, you can pray for an A, but you also have to posture yourself like someone who really wants an A. You can't pray for an A and then you behave like an F student. Like, how does that work? How does that work? Right? So I truly hate that shit. I hate that shit. Right? Because what are you saying? But there's a lot that goes into it. But we can pray, but we still have to be intelligent. We still have to take stuff seriously. We still have to go to premarital counseling. We still have to understand culture. We still have to like ask questions. Go meet his family. Let him meet your family, right? And also be honest about Be honest. Be honest about yourself and be honest about who he is. good and bad. And because some things might change and some things might not change, right? And you got to be honest about that. But to just say, I prayed for a husband and then God brought me a husband, right? But the thing about Brittany, right? Brittany, her issue is Brittany, her problem, she refused to admit that she's the problem, right? And because I don't want to do content on her, that's a little sis right there. I think of her little sis. But Brittany is the motherfucking problem. She is the problem. But I think she's a bit of a narcissist. You understand, right? She's a bit of a narcissist. Somebody who goes to Turkey and asks the doctor to cut off 90% of her stomach, something is not right. Something is not right. You understand? This is not the first, this even the husband she left. Before the husband she left, it was the guy she was with for a long time. She left him too. Even her friendship with Beauty by JJ. Look at how and it's always she has a problem. She has a problem. Like she has a track pattern. She has a trend. Not trying to be funny, right? But it's not just the man. Even her friendship with Beauty by JJ. Look at how she conducted herself. And Jenny never said anything. It was her bashing Jenny. It was her being passive aggressive. It was her with the microaggression. It was her with the shade. Jenny never talked about this girl. She never even said her name. But it's like she wanted all the smoke, right? But I'm like, because she's also chasing a fairy tale. Because I think a lot of these girls, they want to use a relationship to prove their self-worth. Oh, if this man chooses me, then it means like something is wrong on the inside. Something is not okay. She's not okay. Right? But it's like she don't want to see that she's the problem. And I also feel like when you wear all these wigs and all these different color wigs and the color contacts, I think sometimes you become like you have like body dysmorphia. Like you just become a little cuckoo in the head. People need to start wearing their natural hair and they're gonna be a little bit calmer. Okay? But Brittany is the problem. She really is the problem. Right? Even this new relation, the fiance, once again, she goes from 0 to 100. No, like if you watch her for a long time, right? Yeah, if you watch her thing, if you watch her content for years, Brittany has a tendency of going from 0 to 100. She doesn't pace herself, and that just lets you know that deep down she's insecure. And I think seriously she feels inadequate. She doesn't feel like she's good enough. And relationships is how she gives herself a new pet project. Or give me something to fix. Give me something to fix. The whole time she's the one who needs the fixing. Okay, that's it. That's that. Yeah, I don't know. Like she's too much. But I'm like, she's the problem. But when I saw her trip to Turkey, I'm like, you asked the doctor to tie you up, like cut your stomach. You want the doctor to cut 80% of your stomach? Like, girl, what the fuck is wrong with you? What about when you get pregnant? What about when you become a mother? You'll need your stomach. You have to eat to breastfeed. This is so extreme. But everything she does is extreme. She met the man, became a Christian. She became so engrossed in his church. She went and decorated the pastor this, I'm like, what are you doing? Right? But I'm like, I feel like she uses relationships to make herself feel whole. Like she wants to fix something. Give me something to fix. Give me something to fix. No, you need to fix it. You need to fix it. Right? And I'm like, and that is problematic. And then they want to rush to make the content. How about you go live your relationship, make sure you're successful, you can come back when you're ready. No, they always want to make a big announcement as they're building. You just started building yesterday. Oh yeah, but you need to know. They meet. Oh, I got engaged yesterday. How about you go through the whole process? How about you even keep everything private until it's all good? You know what I'm saying? No. Always have to announce stuff. Always have to announce stuff. It's like they have the fear of being left behind. It's like they have the fear of people thinking that, oh, there's nothing special going on with her life. These girls are too much. They are truly too much. But I'm like, you are the problem. Because it's not just the man. Even your friendship with Beauty by JJ, out of order. Completely out of order. Okay? Melissa Ford also, she mentally ill. Because I think it's a girl, she was so pretty, men were gassing her up and things like that. She never thought that she was going to I mean, you can't if you're comfortable sharing, right? But don't overshare now because it is YouTube. Okay. But I'm like, Melissa Ford too, she used to be so pretty. Men were gassing her up. She never saw herself aging. She always thought there's gonna be men lining up. No, like it's not gonna happen. And she struggles with that. And also she was not good with her money. She wasn't good with her money. Like most women, they're not good with their money. They spend all their money because everything's shiny. They got to buy it. Everything in a fancy box, they got to buy it. Everything pink, they have to buy. Everything that comes in fancy packaging, they have to buy. So most women, even if they make a lot of money, the money disappears. But Melissa was very pretty. And a lot of guys were going goo goo gaga for her. So it got to her head. And she never made the right investment in terms of relationship because she should have been married a long time ago. Okay. I mean, okay. So I'm like, this is insanity. It's insanity. Like, you are crazy. And like, even Chanel, I don't know if you guys know Chanel Boateng, right? Chanel was like, oh, she was like, I guess she's celebrating being divorced. She's like, oh, ever since I'm divorced, I've lost all this weight. My stress is gone. Acting like her husband was the problem. I'm like, the husband was not the problem, Chanel. You were the problem. Why can you lose your weight in your marriage? Right? Why can you lose your weight in the marriage? Right? You are a fat, morbidly obese wife. And you don't think that was a problem for him? You should be grateful that as big as you were and as lazy as you were with your weight, that this man chose to be your husband. Right? You were lazy in some aspects, so he was lazy in other areas. Right? You weren't at your best, so he also wasn't at his best. Yeah, exactly. She was fat. Her whole marriage, she was morbidly obese, walking around like a two-legged elephant. Okay, and she was proud of all this fat she was carrying. She was carrying a whole house on her tummy, and she was fine. But I'm like, a lot of men saw you and didn't want you. So even if this man had flaws, at least you need to say thank you that he married you. Plenty of men saw you looking like Ellie the elephant and walked right past you. Right? I'm like, these women are really crazy. Right? Why didn't you lose the weight in the marriage? So maybe if you had lost the weight in the marriage, you would have had a better version of your husband. But if you come in your marriage at your worst, why can't your husband also be at his worst? Like, be so for real. But I'm like, it's not to me personally. I'm like, to me, it's not the flex you think it is, right? Like, if you can lose the weight after you get a divorce, why didn't you lose the weight in the marriage? Why can't you be smaller in the marriage? Right? So if you want to be fat, so you're not at your best, so you're cheating your husband, why do you expect him to be at his best when you're at your worst? So you were both in that marriage, you were both being mediocre. You were both mediocre people. But like I said, at least he married you. Somebody else, she had a baby before. The man got her pregnant, he left. So this guy, even if he wasn't the best husband and you were overweight, at least he married you. You had a child with him, he didn't leave you. Right? So I'm like, learn to give people their just due. Stop acting like you're such a victim. Everything happened to you. Oh, look at me. Ever since I divorced my husband, my life has been easier. No, no. You waited to divorce your husband to lose the weight. But you don't understand what I'm saying, Lonnie, right? You don't understand what I'm saying. Listen to me, bro. Listen to me, right? This stuff the husband was doing, right? The stuff the hubby was doing, yes, it's low vibrational. I agree with you, right? But do you understand my point, Lonnie? If you yourself do not show up at your best, do you see how people will take advantage? Do you get my point? Right? Because the willpower she had, listen to me, right? The willpower she had to lose the weight after the marriage. If she had this willpower even before she married him, hey, Janet, do you not think that the marriage would have been better? Right? And this is what we tell people, don't date while you're fat. Right? Do not date while you're morbidly obese. Do not go marry somebody while you're fat. Right? Because when you don't take care of yourself, people will feel entitled to do certain things to you. Exactly. So both, hey Lala, what's up, boo boo, right? So I'm like, you both was low vibrational. Do you get me? Because like if you don't take care of yourself, he like, okay, well, let me give you a good example, right, Lonnie, right? Let me give hey Lala, what's up, my love, right? Let me give you a good example. Let's say you're a mom, right? Let's say you're a mom, right? Do you see how if every night you make sure that the sink is clean? Lonnie, do you think anybody in this house gonna try you by leaving a plate in the sink? Think about that, right? Your husband, the kids, right? If you're the type of mom, you make sure that every night your sink is completely clean. Do you think there's any motherfucker in this house who gonna try to leave something in your fucking sink? What do you think? Because maybe that's a good example. We're gonna have this conversation tonight, right? What do you think's gonna happen? Okay. So if every night, hey boo, love you. If every night you make sure that the sink is clean, the kitchen counters are clean, nobody gonna fucking try you. Exactly. Because they know mommy keeps the sink clean and she cleans the counters, right? Okay, that's one. Now, number two, imagine this scenario. Every night there's a bunch of dishes in the sink. So once there's a bunch of dishes in the sink, nobody feels bad because they think, oh, what's one extra dish? What's one extra fork? What's one extra spoon? What is one extra cup? Because there's already shit in there anyways. You get me, right? It's the same thing, right? Let's say a woman, let's say anybody, you have a clean house, you have a clean apartment. Baby girl, when people step into your house, they know not to fuck with you. Because your house is so clean. Like, oh shit, I don't want to mess anything up. Because just coming in the house, you're like, oh, this is a very clean house. Right? So you feel bad. You are very mindful, right? If you step into a house and just you open the door, there's stuff falling on your head, there's toys everywhere, there's shoes everywhere. You're thinking like, oh, okay, well, I guess this is a fucking dump. So hey, I'm about to be a pig as well. You understand, right? And to me, it's the same thing. If as a woman, especially as a single mom, if you don't have high standards for yourself, right? When this man sees you, the shit, anything goes on in this bitch. Right? And the thing with Chanel does not want to have introspection. She doesn't want to look into herself. So it's a lot easier to say, oh, no, Chanel, it was your standard, right? Your standards were fucking low. You had fucking low standards as a single mom for yourself, for your son, for your life. So it's like, okay, well, shit, all I got to do is be a fucking husband. But what kind of husband? Well, what kind of wife are you going to be? You understand? Right? But I'm like, people act the way that they act because they know they can get away with it. Because even when it comes to yourself, you allow yourself to get away with fuckery. You know what I'm saying? Right? Like they're not, I don't know why these women like they struggle with that. Right? If you take good care of yourself, if you prioritize yourself first, even before you date, before you get married, ain't nobody finna fucking try you. Cause I'm like, damn, she works hard. Damn, she's committed. Damn, look at how much weight she lost. Damn, there's competition. Damn, 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 damn. So now the person said, well, I gotta be this kind of husband, right? But when you are low frequency your damn self, he's like, well, at least I married you. The fuck you want? What else the fuck you want? So I'm not saying it's okay, but I understand his mindset because she herself was low frequency. And let's be so for real. She wanted a husband because if you remember back in the day with her content, Chanel was consumed with proving to her audience that no matter how big you got, 300 pounds, 400 pounds, 500 pounds, you can get a husband. That's all she cared about because she did not want to lose the weight. She was more committed to being fat than getting the best husband possible. Because I remember her content. She used to take so much pride in her obesity. She used to take so much pride in her fat ass stomach, right? She took pride in that shit. And then she used to make the content and tell the girls, oh, no matter what size you are, no matter what size you are, there's a man who wants you. That's it, Lonnie. That was just that was the only criteria this fucker had to meet. Be a man who's okay with a fat ass woman. Exactly, like Brian said, settle for less and people will gladly give you less. That's what it is. Know your worth and nobody can get away with offering you exactly. That's some real shit. That's some real shit. But that's all her content was. Oh, no matter how big you are, no matter how ginormous you are, you can always get a man. Okay. That's all she wanted was a man, Lonnie. So he was just a man. Do you get me? And the girls do, oh, as a fat woman, I can always get a man. Of course, duh, we know that. Because there are men who will still have sex with you. But what is the caliber of the man? And the content that Chanel was making, it was like no matter how big you are, 300 pounds, 400 pounds, 500 pounds, you can wear whatever you want and you can get a husband. Okay. So you just want a husband. That's what you got. Why are you mad? Why are you mad? Right? And even to me, that is a lack of self accountability. I'm not saying what the brother did is right, but I understand why he did it. I understand why he felt like he could do it. Because even with her own standards, her standards were non-existent with herself. And she misled so many women with her hauls. Oh, you can wear a quadruple XL. You can wear a 5XL. And when she went to lose weight, didn't tell anybody. When she decided she's gonna do the surgery, did not tell anyone. I mean, her and I talked about it one time, but she didn't make no damn video to tell the people, oh, by the way, I'm looking to lose this weight. Because for so long, she told the ladies, you don't have to change. You can stay the way that you are. You don't have to do anything. There's still a man. There's a Range Rover. I'm making all this money. There you go. And the whole time she was miserable. You see, so to some extent, she deserved the suffering that she got because she was selling a lie. Because had she been at her best self, had she lost the weight, she would have attracted a better man. But for so long, Chanel was trying to convince people that this older man who was a pastor and drove her car was a catch. He was this, he was that, he was this. She was helping people. She was out here finessing the ladies. That a woman can be 400 plus pounds and she can attract the best of the best of men in London. So no, she deserves also a little bit of spanking. Because it's not okay to mislead people. It's not okay. But I'm like, if you and when you show people that, you are sending these girls straight to the gulags. Because what we should encourage every woman to do is for her to be her best self. Because it's up to you to show people how to treat you. No woman, even in your early 20s, you're going to be okay with being 400 pounds. For what reason? In your 30s, you're going to be okay to be 300, 400 pounds. Why are you doing that to yourself? And Chanel was sitting here telling these girls it is perfectly fine to be 300 pounds. It is perfectly fine to be 400 pounds because Fashion Nova always has a size for you. She made so much money doing this bullshit, these super, super, super size hauls. She was making so much money from Fashion Nova that she was buying herself a Range Rover. She was giving this man all kinds of money, right? And the whole time she's selling people diabetes. She's selling people pre-diabetes. She's selling people the early grave. And she has a horrible husband. And she was being deceitful. Oh, look at me. I'm in love. Look at me. He loves me. He doesn't mind my weight. And the whole time he's a gambler. The whole time he's an alcoholic. The whole time he's a cheater. Right? And I'm like, no, she needs to be punished for this kind of deception. And if I was part of her audience, even me, I will file a class action lawsuit against her because that is wrongful marketing. That is deceitful marketing. And so many of these content creators, they lie. They lie. And when she went and lost the weight, did not tell anybody. Even after she did it, did not tell anyone. She waited to lose so much weight. And then she came on the camera. Oh, by the way, I got the surgery. Oh, really? Oh, really? And these girls, now the girls, they're stuck because you said there was nothing wrong with the size. And now that you have the money, you stack all your bread, you go find a doctor, you do the consultation, everything is cleared, you get the surgery, you lose all this weight, and then you just turn the camera. Oh, by the way, y'all, I'm a skinny bitch now. How's that okay? Now you want to deflect to your husband. Oh, let's talk about my husband. No, we're gonna talk about you first. We're gonna talk about you first. But when you live a lie, you're gonna attract a husband who's a liar. When you sell a lie for a living, you're going to attract a husband who don't have integrity because even you don't have integrity. And that's what these influencers do. They are out here just selling death and destruction and obesity to people. They're fucking insane. They're fucking insane. I'm like, no, 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 no. Mm-mm, mm-mm. Because I saw this shit. Oh, no matter what, Chanel Boateng. She was like, oh, no matter what, you can always have a husband, no matter how big you are. And how can we do that to people? Every woman should know there's a certain size. You should never get past that size. It's not even about a man. Do you want diabetes? Do you want them to cut your legs off? Do you want to go to the hospital? Do you want to go to an early grave? It is completely outrageous and it's irresponsible. It's irresponsible. A woman is 300 pounds. Why? Even 250. Why are you 250? Even 220. I've been 220, right? Even that also is outrageous. Lose the fucking weight. Because if you take better care of yourself and you regain control of your health, even 200, Brian, is too much, Brian. 200 pounds is too much. Because all it takes is 1 month of bad eating. Brian, you're back at 220. It's so easy to gain weight. It is so hard to lose it. But most women need to be like 160, like 150, 160, even like 180. That's what most women need to be. We have no business being 200 pounds. Because all it takes is one bad month. 30 days, you can put on 10 pounds. 2 months, you can put on 20 pounds. It goes so fast. Oh my gosh. Putting weight is easy. Losing weight, my God, it can take you 2 months to lose 10 pounds. But you can gain 10 pounds in 1 week. And this is what she was sitting here glamorizing. Do nothing about your health. Keep gaining the weight. There's always going to be your size of Fashion Nova, right? Fashion Nova XXL or whatever they call it, plus size, however they call it, right? Fashion Nova curve, is that what it is, right? Like all these 13X, 14X, 6X. I'm like, this is crazy. And that's how she was making her money. And I'm like, this is so sick. And it's so sick. So I'm like, no. If you want to attract. Exactly, exactly. Even for a man, yeah, even 225 for most men is fat. They're not healthy. But I'm like, how can you encourage ladies to be plus 200, plus 300, plus 400, plus 500? And she was the old Fashion Nova curve, Fashion Nova curve. She was doing all these Fashion Nova thingies, right? And then what happened? Once we came out of Black Lives Matter, we came out of COVID, we came out of all this body positivity, right? A lot of the brands that were really into plus size, they went back to being a bit more reasonable. Because I'm sure even they realize that, okay, like we probably shouldn't promote this, right? Because people are going to die. But a lot of the brands that were so plus size, curve size, whatever, a lot of these brands, they stopped coming to her. So she was no longer making the money that she was making. So once she realized that there was no money to be made being a plus size, she had to lose the weight because the brands were no longer interested in morbidly obese content creators. So now she's losing the weight because that's where the money resides. Do you get me? I don't even think that she lost the weight because she feared for her health. I think she lost the weight for money reason because there a lot of brands now are no longer advertising to the 6X, the 5X, the 7X because you're going to kill people, right? I think today it's like mostly like what, a large, an XL or double XL at most, right? I think it's double XL at most, right? But most brands now too are mostly promoting to like a large or an XL. Exactly. Like it's outrageous. It's truly outrageous. But just to promote morbid obesity, just because you want to make money, and then you're surprised that the man you attracted is also a fucking scammer. So it's okay for you to scam your audience, but somehow your love should be pure. No. When you deceive people, someone else will come into your life and deceive you. Hey, Tanner, what's up? Somebody's gonna come into your life and deceive you. That's what I'm saying. You have to live a life of integrity. Because if you have integrity with yourself, you have integrity with your husband, with your audience, how can you have a husband with no integrity? But when you lie to your husband, lo and behold, you have a husband who's lying to you. You see, in this life, you reap what you sow. You reap what you sow. So if you don't want someone to be lying and deceiving you, you should not lie and deceive other people. I think this is just crazy to me. But I'm like, no, you don't have the right to do that. But this is what she was out here promoting. And that's why she needed a husband. And I feel like, I think he went to her church or he was like her pastor or whatever. But I'm like, she rushed to marry this. I used to even think he didn't, I even think he didn't even have the papers. Okay. But I think she went to his church or he was her pastor because he's quite older, right? Chanel. And so they got married pretty fast. And I was like, does this man even have papers? Is he legal in the UK? Because she was born in England. She was born in England. Like I'm like, she's Ghanaian, but she was born in England. She was born in fucking London. Okay. What does she know about being married to yeah, it's disgusting. Like, what do you know about being married to a man like straight out of Africa? Nothing wrong with being African. I am African, but I'm like, it's a different culture. You're more British than you are Ghanaian. Right? He is full blown like African. Okay. So I'm like, yes, they met at church. Right? The thing about Aloho to me, she seems so unserious. You guys, I swear, because I don't want to do the content. Right? Aloho to me seems so unserious. She seems very unserious. So once again, y'all, I don't know the man, I don't know her, but I'm like, to me, if the husband is a scammer, maybe she's also a scammer. You get my point? Because when she came on the scene, because YouTube is so fucking messy. YouTube is so messy. So what happened is that initially I saw her I'm divorced video because it's a new trend now. Divorce is the trend because these girls ain't got shit else to talk about. These girls ain't got shit else to talk about. So now divorcing is a trend. Oh, Patricia divorced. Let me say my divorce story too. They're a bunch of fucking chickens, right? So I saw her divorce video, and then right after that, right, a video came out where she talked about the husband 3 years ago. I'm like, so within 3 years, you're doing all this shit? Right? But when she first came out, what did she say? Oh, I manifested him. He's a man of my dreams. He's the wumpty wump wump. So what does that tell you guys? Are these men really the problem? Right? No, be so for real. Because it could really be that from the base, these guys weren't shit. But these girls wanted what they wanted to see. They wanted a fairy tale. Right? Because how can you make a video? Oh, I manifested him. He's everything I asked for. Oh my gosh, my engagement was so beautiful. He gave me the engagement of my dreams. And 3 business days later, oh, I'm getting a divorce. Like, are you all the way there? Right? So it could be that he's a scammer. I don't know. Right? But if he's a scammer, she also a scammer. Because what's the point of that? Okay, and that's why I say all these fancy engagement, we need to shove these things down the toilet. Because these people have all these fancy engagement and then they end up getting a divorce. Okay, so fuck the engagement. Go to premarital counseling. Right, but it's all about the content. It's all about saying, "Oh, look at me! A man chose me. A man proposed to me. A man." These girls are fucking insecure, and they're a bunch of pygmies. So like their worth is who they marry, who they manifest, the engagement. When I tell, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something for real, for real. Do you know that I never got engaged? Like real motherfucking talk. Me and James, we went straight to the courthouse, y'all. This engagement foolishness, like I don't even know what's going on here. Okay, engage, you engage. We went straight to the damn courthouse. Exactly. Gave me a house. These girls are batshit fucking crazy, y'all. So that's why I'm asking y'all. Are y'all sure it's the guy or it's not these girls being crazy? You understand? I think these girls are so delusional. They just want to see what they want to see and just a random ass dude because they can't wait to make the content. Oh, look, I've got proposed to. These girls are a bunch of followers. If their favorite influencer gets engaged, they also want to get engaged. If their favorite influencer gets married, they also want to get married. They don't even know what the fuck they're doing stuff for. They do stuff without conviction. Because the way you talk about you manifested, you did it, okay? I never got engaged, Ram. We never got engaged. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. Would white people be happier in Scotland? I don't know. You tell me, right? But we never got engaged, right? We just got married. We went to the courthouse. Okay. We just went to the courthouse, right? And you see, no engagement, none of that foolishness. We went to the courthouse, y'all. We just went to the courthouse. We paid the 50. I was like $50. No, I think it was $35, right? $35 back in the day, pre-inflation. Okay. You go to the courthouse, you fill out the paperwork, and you pay them with a money order or a certified check or some weird shit, right? We went to the courthouse, right? We got married at the courthouse. We got the license at the courthouse, right? We've been married for 16 years. We've been together for 17. That's what I be telling y'all, right? Like this, oh, this is just a waste of money. It is a waste of money. It is performative. It adds no value. It adds no value. You sit down and make a list of all the people with the fancy engagements and the fancy weddings. Where they at now? Where are they? Where are they? Have I ever made a video where I said, "Oh, you guys, you know, I manifested my husband. I really manifested Jimmy. I manifested, like, I prayed for 30 days and 30 nights." I've never told y'all this. Bunch of bullshit. What are we even talking about? Like, what the fuck are we even talking about? Right? 16 years, 3 kids. Right? I mean, this is just utter nonsense. Utter nonsense. Have you ever seen my ass tell you guys, "Oh, look at me. I'm 200 pounds. I'm 220. And James loves me the way that I am. And look at my fupa. And I love being fat. And my husband loves me because I got some extra meat on me." Have I ever told you that? No, it's a fucking lie. Men are visual. Lose the fucking weight. Okay? How many times have I told y'all? How many times have I told you, "Ooh, I'm 220," and y'all just start seeing me run in the gym like, "Oh, I gotta find the gym." Because even I, Marlene, when I get to 220, even I know it's out of order. Because then no woman has a business being 220. Last year, I got to 243. Did James tell me to lose weight? Did y'all tell me to lose weight? No, I took my ass straight to the stairmaster. Because even I know it's out of order. Nobody has to tell me. You have never watched my content. Not one time have you watched my content. And I've ever said to you, oh, it's okay to be fat. Oh, take your time. I know. I said, lose the weight. You're too young. Why are you fat? I even said to y'all, when you don't have kids, it's just you. Why are you not working out twice a day? Right? I don't encourage foolishness. And even what I tell you to do, I do the same thing. I said to y'all, take care of your natural hair, wear your hair. I also wear my natural hair. Like I'm not somebody who misleads people. It is outrageous. When I lived in Columbus, like my pastor dad, I told y'all he had diabetes. They had to cut his legs. That shit had fucking traumatized me. Because he had diabetes and he had kidney failure. So he was done with his diabetes and he had to do dialysis. Oh my God. Then they moved him to this house, to this nursing home. Y'all, it was just so damn sad. But when you see diabetes in the hospital, when you see somebody have a leg amputated and they had to cut his leg twice, the same leg, they had to cut the leg twice because his white cells were not coagulating fast enough, so he was not healing fast enough. So they had to come back and cut the leg higher. In a matter of 2 days, they cut the same leg twice. Like this stuff is really diabetes is traumatic. Okay, if you ever see people deal with diabetes, if you ever see people have to go get amputations for diabetes, it is not a fucking joke. It is not a fucking joke. So to sit here and to make content where you make light of people being insulin resistant, because that's what happens when you start having too much fat. There's too much sugar in the body. Okay. Like there's too much sugar. You have too much sugar in the body. And if you don't fix it, eventually your liver will give out. And that's what leads to diabetes. Your liver is going to give out. If you don't fix this, your pancreas is going to give out. You have too much sugar in the body. You have way more sugar than your body knows what to do with that shit. And it's not okay. You need to lose this damn weight. Gotta change how you eat. And then to sit here, oh, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong because you're getting paid by Fashion Nova Curve. Because you're getting paid. I'm not a doctor. You're getting paid by all these people. All these brands are paying you. And you're telling people, oh, there's nothing wrong. Keep eating. There's nothing wrong. Keep eating. No, you should not eat. You are insulin resistant. And at some point, if you don't restore your insulin, and that's what they like with diabetic people, they talk about your A1C, right? Like if you don't restore your insulin level, your pancreas will give out. Your liver is going to give out. And when that stuff gives out, good luck to you. And even your cortisol gets to be too high. That's why it's really hard to lose the belly fat, right? I don't have a profession. And that's why it is so hard to lose the belly fat because you have a lot of cortisol. So you have lots of sugar, so you are insulin resistant, and then you also have high levels of cortisol. And to sit there and to tell people, "Oh, do nothing about that. Do nothing about that. Keep eating, keep eating." There's always going to be a bigger size on Fashion Nova. There's always going to be a bigger size on Fashion Nova. That is completely criminal. That is criminal behavior. And the thing is, just because they make bigger sizes doesn't mean you should buy it. At some point, you have to say to yourself, when is enough enough? Okay, you're a size 12, then a size 14, then a 16, an 18, a 20, a 22. At some point, right? At some point, you have to say to yourself, when do I stop? When do you stop? So you're going to go from a size 12 to a size 22 to a size 24, a size 36? Make sense? So at some point, you have to say to yourself, enough is enough. Enough is enough. I got to stop eating this food. Right? Size 12, size 14, not that bad. But even that, you should want to go back to your 12, right? And then you should want to go down to a 10. The point is not to go up in size, you should go down in sizes. Because you get to a certain point, you can't bring it, it's hard to bring it back down. Right? But think about all these so-called body positivity, right? Not all these girls are using Ozempic. All these girls are using Ozempic, which lets you know they were miserable. They were truly miserable. They were not enjoying being fat. They were not enjoying it. Because if being fat was so great, if being fat was so empowering, if being fat was so awesome, why are you using Ozempic? Why are you using Ozempic? But all the whales of body positivity are trying to turn to this little tuna fish. No, why don't you stay a whale? Right? Because they were not enjoying being morbidly obese. It is not comfortable walking around, okay? No, but Viola, if you're a size 24, you got to lose the weight, sis. You got to lose the weight. And no racism. It's you. You're the one that's opening your mouth. You have to stop. But why? I'm like, even why do you want to be a size 24? Why do you even accept being a size 24? Right? We have 6 months until the year is over, Viola. So 6 months, you can go down to at least a size like 18. Okay? You can go down to a size. If you really commit, Viola, by the time, yes, I am. That I am. I like the gym, right? What are we in June, right? Well, we're kind of like in July. So over the next 5 months we have left, right? Viola, you need to commit to yourself to at least be a size 20. You need to give that to yourself as a Christmas gift. Fuck a gift, fuck this, fuck the cards, fuck the money, fuck the your Christmas gift to yourself, Viola. You need to be a size 20. You have to do this. And that's out of order. That is just out of order. That is out of order. No, no. Okay. Yes, you have to do it. You have to do it. And the thing is, like, it's not even anything crazy. You just have to walk more. You just have to walk more. You don't have to run. I'm not asking you to run. That's gonna hurt you. You don't have to run. But you need to start walking. Even if you start but just 10 minutes, 15 minutes, that's better than nothing. Start with 15. Do 15 minutes for like you do 15 in the morning and then 15 at night, right? That's 30 minutes. Do that for 30 days. And then in August, you try to do 30 minutes in the morning, 30 minutes at night. That's 1 hour, right? Then in September, 45 minutes in the morning and then 45 minutes at night. But you can do it. And you have to you were not born to be a size 24. Absolutely no. That is you should not even identify with a size 24. That is outrageous. You should never, there's certain numbers you should never accept. On the scale, on your clothes, on your credit score, you name it. There are certain numbers you should never accept that. Oh, I rebuke the name of Jesus. You got to rebuke it. Right? But the problem is like people like Chanel and all these body positivity people, lying people, they told these women, oh, it's fine. No, it's not fine. And you can say, sis, it's not fine. It is not okay. And you have what it takes. Trust yourself. You have what it takes. Gotta believe in yourself. You have to see a healthier you. You gotta believe that there is a healthier you. There's a you that's in control of what she eats. There is a you that can walk. There is a you that loves to exercise. Everybody can reinvent themselves. You can learn to love exercising. You can learn to love eating salads. You can learn to shop. You can learn to read the nutrition label on the food stuff, right? All it takes is support. It's support, it's knowledge, it's encouragement, and it's also accountability, right? Like I'm like, this is outrageous. And if I don't know if you live in America too, if you live in America, right, trying to see locally if there's not a fitness gym like in your area, right? Look for a gym that specializes in strength training, okay? Because it really matters to have a community, okay? Yes, they're gonna charge you. They're gonna charge you. But the good thing about paying, when you pay money, you go. Because sometimes if it's just you and your willpower, you're not gonna go, right? When you pay the money and you know that if you don't show up, they'll take your money, it makes you go. And the more you fear losing your money, the more you show up. And the more you show up, you're going to work. And it adds up because a big part of losing weight is not doing stuff that's drastic. It's just being consistent, doing good things for like the next year or so. But I promise you, Viola, if you do it and if you commit, not just the gym. Oh, you're in the UK. In the UK, there has to be a gym there. There has to be some kind of local gym. You have to look. There has to be some kind of trainer, a black trainer who does the group, like somebody who does group classes, right? But find a place with group classes where they're going to help you to lift the weights, okay? Because you need to learn strength training. And the thing about strength training, some people make it look easy on social media, but trust me, a lot of these girls have horrible form. So when it comes to lifting weights, you need a professional to help you to lose to know how to lift the weights because you don't want to injure yourself. Because you can really injure yourself with weights. So that's why your form matters and stuff. But if you go somewhere where there's a professional, they'll make sure that you have the right form when you do the exercises and you don't hurt yourself. Okay. But right now the weather's nice. I mean, it is London. It does rain, but try walking. If you have the means, try to get a walking pad from Timu. There are a lot of affordable walking pads, like maybe for like 100 pounds, nothing too crazy, but you can start walking in the house. If it rains too much or if it's too gloomy during the summer in the UK, right? Try to get a small walking pad inside the house. right? So anytime you're watching YouTube, anytime you're watching all kinds of stuff on social media, right? Just walk and watch the stuff, right? Little things. Every day, do little things for your health. Every day, do little things for your health, right? But this Christmas, you have to say to yourself, my Christmas gift to myself is a size 20. You're going to be so proud of yourself. You're going to be so proud of yourself. We should never accept complacency. Like, no, no, no. You should never accept that. God gave you life for a reason. He gave your body for a reason. You gotta take care of it. You gotta take care of yourself. Nothing drastic, small things. Reduce your portions. Try to cut back the drinks, right? You don't have to cut everything 100%, right? But you just need to drink a bit more water. So let's say you take like 3 cans of soda. Can you bring it down to 2 cans of soda, right? That's it. Like for the month of like this, the remainder of the month, and then the month of July, I just want you to just change your diet by like 10 to 20%. Don't do too much. And then in August, if you do 10% for July, August, do 15 to 20%. Okay. And then September, 20 to like 25%. Okay. Like every month, do something small. Don't do anything drastic, right? Because if you do too drastic, your brain is going to fight you. So cut things out, like, cut things out in increments, cut things out slowly, right? But you have to walk. There you go. Even if you like the fizz, like you like the fizz of the soda, there's sparkling water also. There's seltzer water. You have some drinks so that have 0 calories. They have 0 sugar, right? Just look when you go grocery shopping. Read the back of the label. Read the back of the label, right? If you like juice, try to make your own juice at home. Because there's a lot of sugar in this food, huh? It's a lot of sugar, right? But I just want you, like, every month, just clean your diet by 10%. Clean your diet by 10%, right? Clean your diet just 10%. Don't do anything drastic. Just clean your diet 10%, 10%, 10%. But by the time you get to December, a lot of things that you like today, you're not gonna like them anymore. It's a real thing. You can go from liking fast food and sugary stuff, and in 6 months from now, like, oh yuck. And if you can look it up, there's a thing called L-carnitine. Let me show you. It's a good fat burner. But you have to take 6 grams. You have to take 6 grams. You have to take 6 grams a day. So you'll buy the thing that's like 1,000 milligrams. Let me show you. You see this? Right? So take a screenshot, right? So you want the L-carnitine. So L-carnitine is an amino acid. It's an amino acid and it's a fat burner. So you need to take 6 grams a day. Two in the morning, two for lunch, and 2 at night. But every time you eat carbs, for example, every time you eat carbs, take this. Okay? Every time you eat carbs, you take this. L-carnitine. Okay? And then you also want this one. It's called berberine. Let me see if they have it in the one that I use. Hold on. If you take the berberine too, berberine is gonna help you with your it's gonna help you with your crave like sugar stuff. Okay. They call it nature's Ozempic. All right. Let me see the one if they have the one that I use. I don't even know. Yeah. This berberine. Okay, so take a screenshot. All right. So berberine as well. Berberine, you take it after you eat the carbs. So L-carnitine, you take it while you're eating the carbs. So you eat the carb. Like let's say you're eating rice, you take the L-carnitine while you eat the rice. If you're eating bread, you take the L-carnitine while you're eating the bread. Okay. When it comes to berberine, you take it after you're done eating the carbs. Okay, after you're done eating the carbs. Another thing also you can do is to always eat a salad before you eat the carbs because then it slows down the sugar. Okay? Instead of having like a sudden spike of sugar in your blood, if you eat the fiber slows down how quickly you spike your sugar levels in your blood. Okay? There you go. But that needs to be a Christmas gift that you give yourself. So on December 25th, like December 24th, 25th, your Christmas gift to yourself, right? I don't know, how do I pin this? But Bola just message me. And what's it called? For Christmas, Viola, your Christmas gift to yourself, it's not a car, it's not clothes, it's not whatever, okay? Your Christmas gift to yourself needs to be your health. Your health. You got to give yourself the gift of health. Okay? I thought I had your number. What happened? Well, maybe you should text me. Okay? You gotta gift yourself the gift of health. That is the most beautiful gift you can give yourself. I did the same thing for myself like last year also. Because last year, like with Maverick and stuff, I was 243. 243. Right? And I said to myself, let me show you. So you can see. So you can see I'm not trying to pick on you, right? But I don't know if I was a size 24. I don't know. I don't think I ever got to a size 24. But like last June and stuff, not June, but yeah, around that time, child, I was like, how big was I? Yeah, I know I got to like 243. Let me show you. You can see for yourself. I thought April. Pretty sure I have other videos here. No, let me see. I guess this was the first one. Let me see. Look like, like, yeah. And I know I don't want. I not listen. Viola, there's certain numbers you should never, ever, ever accept that for your life. Never. You need to be like, oh, I rebuke this. I don't identify with this, and I do not want you to identify with a size 24. Out of order. Out of order. I want you to go. I want you to get to a point like about December. I want you to get to a point where you can go to the store and be like, oh, I'm a smaller size. Okay, and then we'll get to like by the time we get to June 2027, right? By God's grace, we can get you to a size like 16, 14. Okay. And then by next Christmas, you might get to a size 8, size 10, size 8. Okay. You could just walk into Zara and be the person. You will just walk into Zara. What are we talking about? This is me. You see me? I was so big. I was so big, it was outrageous. Do you see this? See this? Look at my legs. Look at my back. Look at my boobs. Okay? Do you see this? You see this? Outrageous. I said, oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Okay? And nobody told me, oh, Marlene, go this way. No, I know it's out. Hey, Curtis. Even I know it's outrageous. No. Nobody had to tell me anything. Because even okay. Yeah. So, like, let's tell you to do something I'm not doing. If I tell you to wear your natural hair, I already wear my natural hair. If I tell you lose weight, I'm doing it myself. Right. And one thing I realize is that when I pay money, I go. When I don't pay the if I don't pay the money, I'm not gonna go. Because like motivation, all that stuff is a lie. Motivation, what motivation? Shut up. You need to have a system. And so, like I said, if you can find a trainer, there has to be an up and coming trainer or some kind of black trainer out there in the in London that don't charge too much, right? Maybe like 10 to 20 pounds a class, right? If you can take at least 2 classes a week, just so you can know how to lift those weights so you don't hurt yourself because your form matters. You can't just grab weights. You can grab the weights and hurt yourself for real, right? But it's like it's really good. Hold on, let me show you. Outrageous. It was ridiculous. Look at this one. Look at this. That's me. You see this? Do you see this? This is me. It was outrageous. You see this? Right? You see? I was like, no, 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 no. I can't live like this. I cannot live like this. No, no. Okay. Now I'm gonna show you. This is me. Like, when was it? Like a few days ago. Let's go to now. But I was like, my Christmas gift to myself. I'm gonna lose weight because I'm using my iPad. I will show you different pictures, but I'm using my iPad. Right. But I took a break though. I took like a 3 month break off the thingy. But this is me now. Okay. Work in progress. Okay. This is your girl now. Okay. Things are getting better. But think about how big I used to be though. Do you see this? Right? It's a journey. Like I said, you want to start, right? You want to start with where you are. Okay? But first and foremost, you have to say to yourself, I will not claim this. I don't claim this weight. I refuse to be the size. Let me show you a picture of me with my stuff, with my back before. Hold on, if I can find one. It was outrageous. It was truly, truly outrageous. Hold on. Let me see if I have a picture from before. Yeah, I want a picture of me on the stairs. Hold on. Oh yeah, this is probably a good one. You know, Rosie, you see this? You see my back? You see the rolls? You see how bad it was? You see this? And this is why I say, when you are, I didn't even know it was that bad. I've come a long way, y'all. Damn, it was pretty bad, right? Even the way I used to like step into my legs were so tired. Okay, make sense? Exactly, Viola. So don't ever think I will. When I say things, it's not like, oh, I'm making fun of you. I'm trying to be less than you. No, no, it's something I did it myself. I don't. I'm not somebody who just preaches. No, you see this, right? And that's why I say you have to start. You don't have to start perfect. You don't have to start. Oh, I gotta have the cleanest diet. I gotta have the cleanest meals. No, 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 no. You just need to start. You need to start. It's the consistency. Like the result, it comes from the consistency. It don't come from like being drastic. Everything drastic. Like even if hold on. Yeah, you see. Yeah, in fact, even if I take off my shirt, not trying to flash y'all, but if I take off my body looking different, right? It's just every day. And sometimes if you do it for 6 months and you can take a break, right? You can take a little break, but you just have to get back on it, right? So I worked from June until February and stuff. I got a little tired. I took a little break, but I didn't take a break from the strength training. I took a break from the Stairmaster, right? Makes sense? But I'm like, you just need to start. You have to start. It don't, you see, look, this is me. You see? Look at this. Do you see this back? This is just ridiculous, right? Do you see this? You see all this fat? This was me. Look at this, right? This is me. Okay, right? And I never said to anybody, oh, this is okay. Oh, this is fine. Oh, as long as you love yourself, a man should just love you this way. No, even you shouldn't even love this. This is outrageous. Like it is outrageous. And it's okay to call something outrageous. It is outrageous. Nobody needs to look like this. It's just not okay. It's really not okay. So I took my behind to the gym. Okay. And I paid the people. I paid the money. So my strength training stuff is like it's 300 a month, and I go 3 times a week. You see this, right? And I didn't stop going. I was going hard. I think 2025, I did like over 130 sessions on the stair. I was almost going like every day. Girl, I wanted this weight to come off of me. But I know, once again, you just have to be consistent. What's this one? Let me see this one. But I mean, you get the point, right? I mean, it's just obesity like everywhere. It's like rolls everywhere. Hey, Ruva, back rolls everywhere. Rolls here, rolls there. I mean, it was a freaking bakery. Okay. And now this is your girl. And even that's because I took a break. But I thank God because I didn't gain that much. You see? Now this is me. Okay. like even now, I'm like, I need to give myself a nice body for Christmas, right? Like that's just the way I look at things. Because I'm like, the best thing you can give yourself for Christmas is being healthier. Okay. But think about how big my rolls used to be, right? Think about that for a second, right? So that's what I'm telling you, Viola, right? You have to you gotta say to yourself, oh my gosh, it was outrageous, Kiki. Like, I mean, it was just because I got to 243 pounds. I've never been this big. When I saw 243, I said, I ran straight to the stairmaster. You ain't got to tell me twice. Okay? No. And that's why I don't like it when these girls are like, oh, it's okay to be fat. Oh, there's nothing wrong with being fat. Oh, embrace your fupa. You should never embrace a fupa. A fupa is a sign that you're insulin resistant. Something is wrong. You should never embrace a fupa. You have too much sugar in your blood. If you have a fupa, you have too much sugar in your blood. Okay? You have too much sugar. And also, you might be very stressed because a lot of overweight people are really stressed people. So, your cortisol is also really high. So, there's nothing to embrace. You need to lose the fupa. You should never embrace it. You need to burn it. Okay? And the best way to burn your fupa, you change your diet, try to reduce the carbs and the sugar, and you need to walk more. All right? Consistency. Don't do anything drastic. There's no need to do anything drastic. That's not going to fix the problem. Okay? The things you have to do, you take it slow. And every month or so, right? Yeah, right. Matt, you're crazy. What you like? Why would you like to be fat? Are you kidding me? People gonna treat you like shit. No, right? But I'm like, you should the fupa is the belly, the big belly. Oh, embrace your fupa, embrace your belly, right? Matt, go to sleep. You're bored. Okay. So it's like you shouldn't do that to yourself. But just change the way you eat, change your diet, do small things that you can do consistently. Don't you dare do something drastic. There is no need to do anything drastic. Do not There's no need, don't do anything drastic. Like if you really love soda, keep drinking your soda, just cut back on the soda a little bit. Or try to find things that taste like soda but don't have as much sugar. If you like the fizz and stuff, right? Until you can get really used to drinking water, right? But don't do anything drastic. And before you know it, it's going to melt off like that. Okay? And if you can, look, even whether it's on Instagram or some on Google, right? Yeah. Look for a trainer. Look for someone that has group classes, especially strength training. You want to lift the weights. Because the more you lift weights during your weight loss journey, it's going to help with sagging skin. Because you don't want your skin to sag, right? And that's another reason why you don't want to lose the weight too fast. Because when you lose the weight too fast, you're going to have a lot of loose skin. Okay? I don't want you to have loose skin because even if you lose the weight and then you have the loose skin, you're going to be self-aware about that. So I don't want that for you. So when you take it slow, you allow your skin, you're not going to lose elasticity in your skin. And when you also lift the weights, also, it helps your skin to be strong because you're building muscle. So where you're losing the fat, you're building muscle there. So your skin is not going to sag. You see, one of the reasons why people who take Ozempic, they look so old because it happens so fast. They lose the weight so fast. The skin is sagging. Okay. And a lot of them too, while they take the Ozempic, they're not doing the strength training. So there's nothing to go back in the place of the fat. Right. So if you take out the fat, you need to put muscles back in there. Right. So you don't have to do anything drastic. Okay. If you can just get from 24, size 24 now, and then by December, you can get to a size 20. Okay. I think that would be a beautiful Christmas gift to yourself because it's not just the weight loss, it's to show yourself that you can do it. You can make a promise to yourself and you can see it through. Right. And then Christmas, you'll like before like December, you'll buy yourself something in a size 20 and you're going to fit. Or if you want, you can buy it now. Buy something in a size 20, right? And then by Christmas, you have to fit in the size 20. Even if it's still a little bit tight, that's fine, but you got to fit in it. Even if you can't zip it all the way, but your whole legs, like both of your legs can get in, and you can't fully zip it, that's fine, right? But you need to see yourself in a size 20, okay? And then by next summer, you have to see yourself in a size 16. Okay. And then by like Christmas, like next Christmas, not this one, 2027, you can be a size 12 or 10. That's pretty fucking good, right? And to me, that's what real woman empowerment should be. It's not telling people, oh, be complacent, accept the fat, eat more food. No, you should never be complacent. No woman should ever tell another woman to be complacent. You want her to get hurt? Exactly. Okay. You better. Okay, and put a little salad next to it, right? A woman, if you are a woman that's why I don't call myself a feminist. Okay, I don't call myself a feminist. I will never be a feminist. All right, you don't need a label to be about empowering women. Your message should be empowering, and your message should never be, oh, be complacent. You just accept the food, eat the food. No, why would you do that? Why would you ever be complacent? Right? There are ladies in their 40s who are completely fit. You have ladies in their 50s, super fit. There are ladies in their 60s, fit, no stomach. There are ladies in their 70s, no stomach. I have seen black women here who used to be morbidly obese. And in their 40s, they decided to lose the weight. Unbelievable. It's never too late to learn how to be healthy. It is never too late to learn how to eat healthy. It is never too learn how to exercise. Yeah, 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 it's something else. Like it's really something toxic, right? You don't need to be a feminist to empower women. Absolutely not, right? But a lot of these women, oh, it's okay. It's no, it's not okay. Because when does it stop? When does it stop? And let's also be so for real. When you're big in this world, people treat you like shit. People treat you like shit. So if you really support the woman, you have to be honest with her. If you stay at this size, a lot of people will treat you like shit. You're not going to change the world. So you need to change you. Okay, at the job, in on the metro, outside, anywhere you go, people are just not nice to fat people. So why would you want any woman you care for to be overweight? No, you got to encourage her to lose the weight. But what I will tell you is, I don't want you to do anything drastic. That is not the point. Everything you do, it got to be sustainable. You have to enjoy the journey. So that way you can that way you can also encourage someone else, right? But if you yourself don't enjoy it, how can you encourage other people? And the best way to enjoy your weight loss journey, your fat loss journey, is to do something progressive, do something sustainable, and do something that you actually enjoy. But I promise you, Viola, if you listen to me, by December, a lot of the foods that you like today, by December, they will gross you out. But the thing is, like, you can't get there overnight, right? What is going on here, right? Makes sense. Do something small. So it's like you want, like, and the thing is, like, when you think about your weight loss journey, you want to celebrate the small steps, not the big steps, right? But even from a size 24 to a size 20, it's a big fucking deal. It's a big deal. It's a really big deal. It sounds easy, but it's a big deal. And then you go from a size then you go from a size 20 to a size 16. That's a big deal. So then by next year you would have dropped 8 sizes. But the thing is, you want to do it in small increments that you enjoy. It's enjoyable. It doesn't feel like you're punishing yourself, but it does feel like you want something better for yourself. It's like, you know what? I do want to be healthier. I do want to live long. I want to be able to move. I don't want to be groggy, tired, exhausted. You don't want to always crave sugar, right? You're going to be so proud of yourself. And I'm like, by next year, or you gonna be like, oh, I love this. This is the new me. Okay? This is the new me. And that's why I get really mad at Chanel. Like, I low key, like, she triggers me because I don't like people who mislead people. And then you make all this money, and then you go quietly get the surgery, and then you get to be super skinny, and then you leave these women with this weight, and then they have no help. And not everybody can afford the surgery, but I'm like, it's not okay to mislead people. It's not okay. That's why I find it so funny when these ladies cry, oh, my husband did this, my husband did that, but you also did the same thing to your audience. I don't know why people don't connect the dots, right? If you mislead your audience, why are you mad that your husband also misled you? Like, be so for real. You're not making money in an honest fashion. If you are deceiving your audience, why can't your husband also deceive you? Now, if you were honest with your audience, I can see why you want an honest husband. But if you are deceiving your audience, why can't your husband also deceive you? It's not okay to lie to people for money. It's disgusting. It really is disgusting. And too many of these influencers be lying to people. Exactly. Exactly. So I'm like, they mislead their audience. They mislead countless of people. Oh, it's okay. It's fine. There's nothing wrong. Somebody here could be pre-diabetic. And some people also is genetics. Some people is genetics. So some people really have to be careful because in their bloodline there is diabetes. There are people who don't have diabetes in their blood, so that's different. But some people, like their grandparents might have had, the granddad might have had diabetes, their mother might have diabetes, right? Even high blood pressure. Some people are predisposed for high blood pressure. People have certain health issues in their bloodline, and so to sit here and to make a mockery of a life of no fitness, gluttony, consumption, clothes, and the X double X fifth, it's outrageous. It's outrageous. A lot of black people have high blood pressure. A lot of black people too, it's genetic to have high cholesterol. Some people also have the reverse. Some people have a low cholesterol disease, right? But a lot of black people will have high blood pressure, high cholesterol. Sometimes they have sickle cell, because that's more of a black American thing, right? They'll have sickle cell anemia. Some people will have lupus. Also, lupus, sometimes people don't really know what causes lupus, but it's truly an inflammation, right? So if you're severely morbidly obese, also, you are inflamed. So your likelihood of getting lupus is getting high. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot of things. And the thing about lupus, it's like lupus just takes your hair. Your hair starts to fall in chunks like that. So I'm like, it's really insane to not tell people to take care of their health. It's not just because you want to look good. I mean, yeah, that's it, of course, right? But like some real stuff could really happen. Hey Tina, what's up? Some stuff can lupus, like when you have lupus, y'all, your hair just like your hair will come out in all, like, just in chunks. Your hair just comes out. PCOS also, right? PCOS is also really real. So when you have PCOS, if that's what you have, I don't know if you could ever heal PCOS, but it requires you to eat differently. You might have to stay away from dairy. You might have to stay away from like cheese, all kinds of stuff, right? Because that's the way, that's the life. And you have to know how to eat accordingly, right? But it's not a death sentence, but it does require that you clean up how you eat, and then you're going to feel better, right? But I'm anti-obesity. I don't like fatness. I don't like obesity, even with pregnancy. Sometimes if you're too big, it makes it hard to get pregnant. Sometimes being too big can render you infertile for a season, and then you lose the weight, and now you get pregnant, right? Like, it's just not good. It's just not good. And I don't like it when people make light of obesity. Like, you're fucking evil. It's not okay. There are many things a woman can swim, a woman can dance, a woman can walk, she can lift weights. Like, there are different kinds of exercise. Find something you love. There are so many people who are nice enough, I guess, to make content for YouTube where you can exercise from the comfort of your home. Even with two dumbbells, two 5-pound dumbbells, two 15-pound dumbbells, right? You can do so much. But there are videos here. There are 10-minute workouts on YouTube. There are 15-minute workouts on YouTube. You have Grow with Joe. You have all kinds of people here. They have so many videos. So there's no reason to not take care of your health. Even if you don't have a gym membership, you can walk outside. It's free. You can exercise for free on YouTube. Trap cardio, exactly. You just have to move your body. You can go on Temu. You can buy a whole treadmill for $100 with free shipping. You have all the money you spend on the fast food. You can buy yourself a treadmill for $100 on Temu and put that in front of your TV, and then you can walk and you can watch YouTube, right? But there's no reason to not move your body. There's no reason to accept obesity. There is no reason for you to be a size 24. You don't have a reason to be a size 20. You're not even trying. You have to come up with a plan and you have to stick to the plan. Nothing drastic, something small. But if you can wake up even 20 minutes early, if you can wake up 30 minutes early just so you can you can walk before you get ready for work, you can do it. You can stay up an extra 30 minutes and walk before you go to sleep, or walk before you take your shower before you go to sleep, right? You just don't want to do it because you listen to people who tell you, oh, there's nothing wrong. There's always going to be a man. That's not the problem. The problem is not whether there's going to be a man, it's what kind of man. Okay? If you want a man, you can even go outside and get a man. That's not hard. You can go in the homeless shelter, get a man. You can wait outside the prison, get a man. You can get a man wherever you want. But you just want a man? You want a certain kind of man. So to have a certain caliber of man, you also got to be a certain caliber of woman, right? But you can always get that. It's not hard to get a man, but it's hard to get a quality man, right? And these people here, they're crazy. Oh, you can get a man, duh, no shit, right? But does anybody do you want just any kind of man? No, you want a great man. So you got to take better care of yourself. But if you neglect yourself, how can you attract anything great? You don't even believe that you're great, because if you believed in yourself, you will not allow yourself to just go by the wayside, right? That's it. You can't say you want something, but the way you treat yourself, you don't treat yourself in a way that says, oh yeah, she really believes that she deserves to have the best. Outrageous. Because even the best, are you eating the best food? Of course not. That's why the weight is where it's at. You're not eating the best food, right? So like, I truly, I'm not a fan of like content that just encourages complacency and that encourages people to not even try to lose weight. No, you have to lose weight. And even when you lose the weight, you're not done because you're not married yet, right? You haven't had your kids yet, so you still got to keep exercising. And when you have your baby, when you get pregnant, you have to even exercise. If you can walk, you walk. If you can swim, you swim, right? And then after you have the baby, you still need to exercise because the baby weight, it does not come off by itself. People need to stop lying to people, right? But by God's grace, once you make fitness a part of your life, it will always be part of your life. And that's always going to help you to keep your weight under control. It's going to keep your mood going good. You have great mood, great attitude, great confidence, right? But fitness should always be part of your life. That's it. Until God calls you back. Even in your 80s, you want to work out. Even in your 90s, you want to exercise, lose a little bit of weight so that way you don't fully arch over, right? Because older people, that's why they fall. They lose their balance, right? And like even older people need to lift weights, right? They don't have to lift crazy, but just even a little 5 pound dumbbells like that, it helps old people. It helps them with their center of mass. It helps them with their center of gravity. It helps them to have the right posture and they don't start arching like this, right? You gotta take care of yourself. You only have one body. And you can't buy a body at the store. You only have one. It's extremely sacred. Your body is more sacred than a car. It is more sacred than a house. You only have one. And all these organs that you have, you can't pay for that. It's very expensive. Kidney, if you need a kidney replacement, you know how long the list is to get a kidney? So take care of your kidneys, please. Do you know how hard it is to get a heart transplant, a kidney transplant, a liver transplant? So why even go for a transplant when you can just take care of what God gave you? Take care of your kidneys, take care of your pancreas, take care of your liver, take care of your heart, take care of your mouth, take care of your eyes, take care of the body that God gave you. It's one of a kind. So treat it like it's one of a kind. Take care of your body and feed your body in a way that shows respect for your body. And little by little, you will see your body's going to thank you. And you'll go, oh, wow, my body is so beautiful. Yes, it really is. And that's why you have to take care of it. And you should never listen to anybody who tells you, oh, don't exercise and just keep eating. No, I will not just keep eating. I'm going to go exercise. You are crazy. They're very crazy, right? But Viola, I cannot wait for the day where you come back and tell me that you can just walk into a Zara and get whatever you want because they have your size. Okay? They have your size on the floor. That'll make me very happy. All right? Wherever you go, you want to be able to go to a store and your size is right there on the floor. Like, man, what size are you? Size 8? Ooh, okay. We got that. Okay? That's how you have to see yourself. You're not asking for a bigger size. The normal sizes. You go into a store, there's your size, right? Something you like, there's your size. Wherever you go, there's your size. You go to the UK, you go to France, you go to Germany, you go to freaking Spain, you come to America. Any store you want to go into, they have your size. Okay? You don't want to miss out. You've missed out on too much. Okay? You have missed out on way too much. It's enough. Okay? You want to beat that girl, you want to live that life, and you want to feel like, hey, wherever I go, they have my size. Absolutely. Okay? So fight and become that person. Because it's a big thing to go to Zara in London, right? Y'all, you people, you love Zara, you love Primark, you love to go to Oxford Circus, right? You want to go down to Oxford Circus and be able to just go into any store, okay? And there's your size. If you want to wear Lululemon, there's your size. You want to wear Viore, there's your size. You want to wear Gymshark, there's your size. Whatever you want to wear, they have. Hey Bree, you have your size. You deserve to have this life. And I'm really trusting you and I'm counting on you, right? To come back and tell me, Marlene, they have my size on the floor. I'm like, ooh. Go ahead, Viola. You better claim your size, okay? I want you to be a size 8 and a size 10. But that's going to be your goal for December 2027. Okay, so that's 18 months, right? Yes, that's good. 18 months. And you'll see like your skin will be very plump. Your skin will be very elastic. It's not going to sag. You'll have some muscle mass, flat tummy. Your boot, and also going to do some hip thrusts to like lift your butt. Okay, because one thing about obesity too, sometimes it damages the butt. The butt starts to get really flat like a pancake, right? So you have to start doing like some hip thrust and RDLs and stuff. But if you get a trainer, they'll show you how to do that, right? So that you can bring your booty back. Because sometimes when you gain too much weight, the booty just disappears. It disappears. Y'all, I'm telling you, it's a mess. It really is a mess. And that's why you cannot listen to anybody who tells you, oh, it's okay to be fat. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it is not. A woman needs to have curves. People got to be able to tell your torso apart from your butt. It can't just be torso and a slit. That's outrageous. Okay? When you turn around, we got to be able to tell your boobs from your belly. You can't just have gut and boobs. Like, no, 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 no. There has to be a distinction. Like, the belly needs to be flat. Okay? And you'll get there. I'm trusting you to get there. Okay? I really am. But I'm like, you cannot accept obesity. You have to refuse that, right? But oh, let me go back to my convo with Aloho, right? So I'm like, Aloho, I don't know, y'all need to pray for her. But I'm like, how do we know that she also not a scammer? But I think the problem is like we have too many young ladies who are chasing a fairy tale. They're chasing a fairy tale. And so when it gets challenging, it gets a little different. Oh, I need to divorce. Like, no, it's year 3. And once again, if people go to premarital counseling and if people talk to people who've been married before, you would know that some people, it's like some people will tell you like the first 7 years of marriage are challenging. Some people will tell you it's the first 5 years that are challenging, right? But it's really normal. Okay. It is very normal to have issues in your marriage at year 3. It happens. Some people, hey Mexico, what's up? Some people it's year 1. It's really crazy. Then it gets better. Some people it's year 2. It's crazy. It gets better. Some people it's year 3. It gets crazy. It gets better. For some people it's year 4. For some people it's year 5, right? And then people, it just gets better. Exactly. But it's perfectly normal to have trials and tribulations in your marriage. You are 2 different people. You were raised in 2 different households. You have 2 different cultures, right? You have 2 different cultures. You have 2 different traditions, right? You are 2 different people, right? And part of marriage is that 2 people become one. And that is not an easy process. It is not a fun process, right? Because if you're used to living a certain way, he's used to living a certain way. You might want to go this way. You might want to go that way, right? And this is why I will say it again. Before we talk about engagement parties, before we talk about how many flowers, how many carrots, right? People should go to premarital counseling so you can have a clear idea of what marriage is. It is not a joke. It is not a playground. It is not a fairy tale. It is not a fantasy, right? But when you don't spend the time preparing yourself for what marriage is, yeah, you're in for a rude awakening because it's no longer the dating stuff. Oh, thank you, Boo. I appreciate you, right? It is no longer, it's not a fantasy. It is real. And when there's a baby, you guys are being tested differently, right? Because who's going to stay up at night? Who's going to watch the baby during the day? Who's going to clean the bottles? Who's going to make the food? Who's going to give the baby a bath? Who's going to go buy the grocery? Who's going to make dinner? And that's the point that you guys have to figure this out, right? And a lot of people, when you young people are dating, right? Oh please, when you young people are dating, you don't use dating to really get to know each other. You don't use your dating period to ask each other some real tough questions, right? How many women, when they date a man, ask the man, would you ever change a diaper? Right? Have you ever changed a diaper? Right? Would you consider changing a diaper? Okay? You have to seriously take the dating season to ask some real questions. But no, y'all want to go to restaurants. You guys want to travel. You guys want to live in La La Land instead of really, there's a war in Mexico. Since when? Jesus Christ. Okay? You want to know that, right? But you don't want to talk about these things because all you want is a fairy tale. Hey, Nikki, what's up? Okay, right? Use the dating season to ask some real questions. Don't just be la la land like the whole dating phase. You guys are just in la la land. Oh, I like him. He likes me. Or yeah. Oh, he texts me 8 times a day. Okay, but when he's texting you 8 times a day, what are you people even talking about? Right? What are you people even talking about? Right? What are you talking about? Talk about some real things. Have some real conversations. Ask the man when you were a kid, or did your dad ever change a diaper? Ask him that. It sounds like a silly question, but it's not a really silly question, right? Was your dad really helpful in raising the kids, or was your mom fully responsible for raising the kids? You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Like they just want to live a fairy tale. They're just looking for a movie. Oh, he took me out. Oh, he proposed to me. Oh, he brought me 1,000 roses. But how does any of this prepare you people for being a husband and wife? You see? And that's why I even think like people who get a lot of young people who get a divorce, I don't even think it was worth divorcing over. Okay? I think if I was involved, I could have fixed it. Because you people are being delusional. You are delusional. And you have false expectations. And this is really what marriage is. It's like running a business. Okay. So you have to compromise. You have to talk. You have to listen. You have to forgive. Right? You can't walk around so I changed 5 diapers. He's changed none. Sometimes it happens. Maybe next week he might change 10 diapers and you might change none. You know what I'm saying? It's not 50-50. It really is. I swear it's not 50-50. Even these men who claim, oh, we got to do 50-50, they're lying because it will never be 50-50. It's a lie. It's never even down the middle. How can you even guarantee that? You're going to be there every day. Oh, I did a diaper. You did a diaper. It doesn't work like that. It is never 50-50. It's a lie. What if you have to travel and she's here with the baby? How's that going to be 50-50? How you going to change the diaper if you're not here? Okay. It will never be 50-50. But it needs to be something reasonable, right? Sometime it might be 60-40. Sometime it might be 70-30. And sometime it might be 80-20. Or it might be 90-10. And like this is how if your husband has to travel out of town, how y'all gonna do 50-50 on some diapers? Okay, it's just you. It's just you, right? If he works like see me, I'm lucky that my husband he works from home, but some people their husband works out the home. So if he's not in the house, how y'all gonna do 50-50? Because from the morning until he gets back to work, it's you and the baby. So how's that 50-50? It's not 50-50. Now maybe on the weekends he can do more. I don't know. Because some people also they have really demanding jobs. So he might not, even on the weekends, he might not be able to help you too much because he has all this thing that's due for Monday. You see? And that's why we have like that's why you have to understand like sometimes it might never be for even for a season. Like I have one sis, her husband's a pilot. She got so many kids. Oh, it is definitely not 50-50 because she's there all the time with the kids. I'm like, Jesus, right? But as long as you guys have if you have understanding, if you have respect and you have trust, it's okay. It's okay. Everything is not bad, right? Every man is not trying to do you dirty, right? If you guys have an understanding, that's just how it might work for a season. But the good thing about kids also, they get older, they sleep more, they take naps, they become nicer, right? Especially when they're able to tell you what they want, right? So nothing lasts forever, right? The first few months, even the first year, baby crying, it gets better. It really gets better, right? You might not think you can do it, but you can do it. Everybody's done it, right? You're not going to have lots of sleep, but even if you have a positive attitude, not having lots of sleep also, it won't bother you too much. Okay? You can do it. But the problem is that a lot of young people who want to get married, they do not talk to people who've been married before. They think they know everything. Right? They don't want to go to premarital counseling. When the issues start to arise in the marriage and you guys seem to be talking over each other, nobody wants to go get a counselor. Okay? But everybody knows how to get a divorce attorney. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Okay? Before you go call a divorce attorney, there should be levels to this shit. right? Have you tried talking to other people? Have you tried to talk to a mediator? Have you tried talking to a counselor? Right? Nobody wants to do premarital counseling. Nobody wants to do marriage counseling, but everybody knows how to go call a divorce attorney. You people, bunch of clowns. Okay? That's some clown ass behavior, right? But you have to understand that, which is why I said young people need to go to premarital counseling. Okay? Stop looking at these influencers. Exactly. Exactly. It's not pretty. You guys even know, like, look at me. Like, me and Jimmy, we almost went through a divorce, right? And I was like, what, year five? Is that it? Yeah, it was year five, right? There you go. So it happens. And here we are today, 17 years later, right? So I'm like, it happens. Things happen. But it doesn't mean that you have to get a divorce. Sometimes you have to mature. And sometimes you also have to apologize, right? But it doesn't mean that you married the wrong person. We have to stop thinking that. Sometimes you did not marry the wrong person. You fools just don't have the tools to make this work. You're two silly people, right? Oh, thank you, my baby, right? That's the thing. There are a lot of people get filing for divorce. It's like there's nothing wrong with your relationship. You just don't have the tools. If you could actually go to professional people and you could calm your asses down, they would help you guys out. You don't need to get divorced. People are glamorizing divorce like it fixes everything. It doesn't fix everything. You dissolved your marriage. Okay. That is still the father of your daughter, ain't it? That's still the father of your son. Okay. You're still going to have to see this fool every Saturday. There you go. So it's like, like divorce, it does what? It just dissolves the marriage. But you guys are still going to have a relationship. You are still going to need to have a relationship. What you going to do? Drop the baby off at the police station? Drop the baby off at the gas station? All that is so fucking traumatic. What are you fucking doing? Right? Go talk to the premarital counselor people. Okay? It's not that hard. And then in premarital counseling, they're going to tell you guys what I'm sure they probably ask you, what do you think, Vanessa, what do you think marriage actually is? They're going to ask you. Then you going to answer, he going to answer. Oh, okay. There you go. Because you see, even something so simple like, what do you think marriage is? Have you ever asked him? Has he ever asked you? Right? Something so simple. You're like, oh, wow, I didn't know that's what you thought about marriage. Well, right? Because you see, because you can marry someone, he can be a really sweet guy, but in his head, you're gonna do exactly what his mom did. You see what I'm saying? Even Wizard Liz, she thinks she knows everything. And people also gassed her up because her skin is white, her nose is straight, she has a bunch of Botox, and these girls treat her like she don't know shit. She's never been married. But she told these girls all the things they want to hear. Oh, make a man worship you, make a man adore you. But with all the stuff she said, she still got cheated on. You don't need a man to worship you. You don't need a man to adore you. Like, what the fuck? You're not Mother Mary. Okay? This is really weird. This is really weird. Right? But now look at her life. Exactly. This is real. You don't need a man to worship you. And even all this worshiping stuff. What if he becomes a stalker? You like these girls, they say all kinds of crazy shit. I'm like, this is sorcery. But why would you ever want a man to be so obsessed with you? He worships you. So do you think the day you want to break up with him, he gonna let you go? I mean, they're so insane. For everything you ask, you gotta say, okay, what's the flip side of what I'm asking for, right? Because he needs to worship me. Okay, it's cute if you like him. It's cute while you still like him. But what about if you say, you know what? I don't think this works out. Well, you asked for this man to worship you. And now he don't want to let you go. He follows you home. He's in your apartment building. He knows who you're dating. He's all up in your social media. He follows the people you're dating. Look, yo, be careful. You gotta be careful what you ask for. You don't need a man to worship you. That's so childish, right? Because you think if a man worships you, he's not gonna cheat on you. Is that what it is? Like, what is this? Why do you want a man to please don't worship me, please? Because I might want to leave one day. Do not worship me. Worship Jesus. Worship Christ. Worship God. Worship Mother Mary. Okay? These are the people that you worship. I'm a regular human being and I'm prone to make mistakes. But if you worship me and then one day I make a mistake, what you got in store for me? You gonna fucking put a blade to my fucking neck? I don't want to fucking die. Thank you. But it's like these women are like low key manifesting stalkers. Like, why would you want a man to worship you? especially a white boy. Imagine being somebody being white. Oh yeah, I want this white boy to worship me. White boys are crazy. Okay, you need to know what you're asking for. I'm not about to ask for that foolishness. People are crazy. They are truly crazy, right? But where's the Liz? Like she caters to a very immature, childish audience. These girls are very silly. Now, why would you ever trust her? Like, what's her track record? Because she's super skinny? Because she's full of Botox and lip fillers? Right? But even Liz, did she go attract the man who's super tall, super handsome, highly successful? No. She got a basic ass white boy who looks like he's a fucking gamer and masturbates all day. She didn't get herself a winner, right? Because once again, men who are winners are not attracted to social media content creator people. They don't want that. They do not want that. And a man who's also a winner, he might go for a supermodel. That's not Wizard Liz. Thank you. A grown ass lady calling herself a wizard. Like, what in the name of Jesus? I rebuke that energy. Okay. But I'm like, no. No and no and no. So like when it comes to Aloha, I didn't watch her video. Maybe we can watch the video. But when it comes to Aloha, it's very possible that her and the young man, right? It was just growing pains in the marriage. Yeah, I'm reading the chat, Vanessa. I'm here, I'm reading it, right? But it's very possible that Aloha and her husband, right? It's very possible that they were having growing pains. I'm like, did y'all go to counseling? Why don't y'all give counseling a chance? Not do counseling for a week, not do counseling for 2 months, do counseling for like 6 months to a year. And this is why, once again, I say people need to go do premarital counseling. And I think all you parents also, if your daughter comes home with a man, oh, mommy and daddy, I want to marry him, you need to say, I will not give you my blessing until you guys go to counseling. Because he might be a nice man. I'm not saying, the guy, he might be cute, right? Right? What'd you say? The guy didn't want it. Yeah, because maybe she bashed it crazy. Right? Exactly. But I'm like, let's say you go up to your husband, say, oh, let's go to counseling. He doesn't want it. Well, you should go. Go first. You should go first. And that you should be a living testament that counseling actually works. Right? Because for a lot of men too, they might think, oh, if we go to counseling, you're gonna take a woman counselor, y'all might gang up on me, which is a reasonable thing to fear, right? He might think, oh, they might go try to psychoanalyze me or things like that. That's also a reasonable fear, right? But if you truly believe that counseling helps, you should go first. Why can't you go first? You should go first. And maybe God hasn't worked, maybe that's what God wants to. Go first. And then you start to show that counseling works. But eventually, if counseling works, the way you argue should change, right? Your maturity should change, right? Your patience should change. And then maybe one day you'll say, oh, wow, ever since she started counseling, she's really nice. There you go, right? And then he might say, you know what? Let me see what the counsel thing do, right? It's okay. Just because you have an idea or just because you recommend something to someone, they might not want to do it right away. It's human nature. A lot of people fight the things that they need. We all done it. Okay. A lot of people go against the things that they need because they think they know so much. That's human hubris, right? And it's fine. You should go first. And maybe that might even be better, right? But if you truly believe that counseling is needed and counseling work, go first. Go first and take it very seriously. And then try to practice all the things you learn in counseling. And within a few months or so, he should be able to say, wow, she really changed. Wow, she's very calm. Wow, she's different. I guess this counseling thing is actually pretty good. Let me see what that's about. Right? And then he might want to go try the counseling next. But you don't always have to start together. It'd be nice if you did. But sometimes it doesn't work out like that. So why can't you go first? Somebody got to be mature in this relationship. Right? Someone has to be mature. So why it can't be you? You see, women, they love to talk about, oh, I'm equal to a man, I'm better than a man, I'm stronger than a man, until it comes to counseling. Well, if he's not doing it, I'm not doing it. So you see, you yourself don't believe in counseling, right? Because if you truly believe that this thing is it's a positive, you should go. You should go, and then he can watch the baby while you go to counseling, right? And hopefully, like I said, hopefully by God's grace, within a few months, at least 6 months, we can say, oh wow, she's different, she's calmer, she's more patient. So counseling seems to work. There you go. Right? But all of that too, it's maturity. It is maturity. And that's why when you get married, you cannot be a feminist. It's not going to work. And that's why people need to go to premarital counseling. Because sometimes you might have to take the lead. Sometimes he will take the lead. It happens. But if your marriage, if your family, if your child not being raised in a broken home means a lot to you, why can't you go to counseling first? What's the big deal? Right? It's the lack of maturity. It's the lack of perspective. And it's the lack of seeing the bigger picture. Gotta see the bigger picture. Right? Somebody has to be mature. And that's what marriage is. People, somebody gotta take the lead. Because if both people want to be petty, it's not going to work. You see, but it's too much chasing fairy tales, living in la la land, dreaming about a fancy engagement. Oh, I can't wait to post this on Instagram. Versus saying, are we even mature enough for what we're about to do? Yeah, it's good to see like minded people walk the same path, right? But sometimes it doesn't happen right away because some people might not be believers. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you talk about some black people. You had a lot of black people, they were raised like, oh, we don't talk to strangers. We don't tell our stuff to strangers. Well, my mom and dad didn't do it and they turned out okay. Well, I never did it and I turned out okay. You know, people say all kinds of dumb shit, right? Because people will be stuck in their ways, even though it's like there's a better way, right? But I'm saying it's like if you want to break the mold, somebody got to do it, right? Somebody got to do it. So why can't you do it first? Right? Why can't you do it first? If you believe it works, go ahead and do it. It's like if you tell somebody, oh, like let's say we're both sick, right? Now you say to someone, well, this is the medication. Take the medication. First of all, you're also sick, so why don't you take the medication? Because they might want to make sure it's not poison. I get it. So if you're sick and I'm sick and we both have the same symptom, and you say, oh, Marlene, and I say, oh, Ruva, take this. It's the medication. She'd be like, well, did you take it? I'm like, no, I didn't take it. So why you want me to take it first? You have to understand. People have a reason not to trust. Because what is this thing? Right? What is this thing? Why have you done it before? So it's a reasonable thing. Right? And when people are skeptical, we can't be mad at people for being skeptical, right? Right? You cannot be mad at anybody for being skeptical. They have the right to be skeptical. Like, what is this? And if they say, oh, my mom never did this, my dad never did this, my parents never did it, no one in my family's ever did it, and they turn out okay, you can see why. It's like, this might not be necessary. I can see why you think that. So why don't you go first? You're like, oh, wow, like, oh, okay. I didn't know that's what it was. Right? But we do it all the time. But yet, when you're married to someone and he's like, "Oh, I don't want to go to therapy." Oh, how come you don't want to go? What do you mean? How come you don't want to go? He doesn't think he needs it. He thinks he's fine. Like the fuck, right? So he needs to see it. Right now, he doesn't see it. But a lot of us, we are blind to our failures. We are blind. And think about this too. And I can also see how for a young man, you're like, but this is the man I was when I proposed to you, and you were okay with that. So why I got to change now? Because some of it, I can see someone thinking, like, oh, if you want me to go to therapy so they can change me, I can see that as well. Because people think from a place of ignorance, right? But I'm like, and this is why I say I encourage young people to go to premarital counseling. And I think a lot of parents, you should not give your blessings to your kids to get married until these fools have gone to premarital counseling because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. And they're just thinking about the engagement, the dress, the party, the content, posting the content, getting all the comments and the congratulations. Oh my gosh, you look so good, girl. Your dress looks so good, girl. That's all they want. Compliments, 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 right? Right? But I'm like, after this, you all got to live together, right? And you don't have to listen to my love. I mean, then keep your ears safe, right? Make sense? So it's like, you got to think about that. Go to counseling. And if he doesn't want to go to counseling with you, you go first. And then you stick to it. And eventually, if it's a good counselor, if you have a great counselor and you apply the advice of the counselor, people should start to see that, oh wow, like she's really changed. This is really nice. And then there's more trust, right? And in the meantime, you pray, right? In the meantime, you also pray, right? In the meantime, you also pray for your husband as well. God touch his heart, right? God give him the faith to not be afraid. Give him confidence to come with me. And one day you'll see he'll be right behind you, right? So I'm like, you shouldn't try to. People should not try to force people to do things, right? Because that also can create more issues in the relationship. Like many times, pray and just trust the Lord. One day before you know it, he'll walk right behind you. Oh, I want to go to counseling with you. That's it. It's over. Right? Too many people try to do things with their flesh. And instead of making things better, you're making things worse. Right? Because let me tell you something. It's better when something comes from the person themselves. You don't want to force people. Do not force people. The more you force people to go left, they want to go right. The more you force them to go right, they want to go left. Right? So the best thing is, hey, here's why I think we should go to counseling. I would love for you if you came to counseling with me. But if you don't, I understand, right? But I'm going to go because I think I really need it. Okay? But I pray that you change your mind eventually and we can do it together. That's it. That's it. When you talk like that to people, it's respectful. You respect the boundaries. You respect how they feel and you give them time, right? And I'm telling you, they're going to come around. They're like, oh, that was very respectful. It's very mature. Is that counseling? Right? And then boom, before you know it, they go to counseling with you. But you gotta be patient. But I think what I'm starting to see is that for a lot of young ladies, it's like, oh, you have an issue with a man, and in 1 week he has to change. If he doesn't change, you call a divorce attorney. But at this rate, you're gonna divorce a lot of people. At this rate, you're gonna leave a lot of people behind. How many relationships are you gonna have? That is outrageous. That is really outrageous. Right? Even your kids, even when they get to be teenagers, you can't always rough them up because at some point they're going to do what they want to do. It's better to help the child think, right? Teach the child how to think. So hopefully, if they know how to think, most likely they'll make the same choice you would have made, right? But you don't want to control people all the time because one day they'll go to college. You're going to be there 24/7? No. So the best thing you can do is to teach your child how to think, and hopefully by God's grace, if they know how to think, they'll probably make the choice that you would have made. So, oh, thank you, Jesus. Right? That's what you want. That's really what you want. Right? But it's very possible that the young man is not that bad. But when people have control issues, when people want perfection, when people are, oh, you got to change by tomorrow. Well, I can see how you people end up getting divorced. But guess what? The next relationship, you'll have the same issues. Right? You know, if you want to leave that man too, you go to another relationship, you'll still see issues. So nobody is perfect. You just have to work with what you got, right? That's it. But I'm like, it can't always be the man's fault. You also have to look at yourself. But I think it's really funny that 3 years ago you were bragging, oh, he proposed to me. Oh, I manifested this man. Oh, this, and that. Oh, this man is everything I wanted. This man's everything I wanted. Now you married the man that you manifested. Oh, divorce, divorce, divorce. Something doesn't sit well with me. It's like, why are you divorcing him? Right? Is he not the man you manifested? Or you think when you manifest someone, everything is going to be just good because it's a manifestation? No. Even if you manifest someone, people have flaws. Wumpty Wumpum, his muscles, right? Wumpty Wumpum, you discovered that he has flaws. Okay. Your manifestation has flaws. Okay. Why don't you use the same energy and manifest patience for him and manifest some patience for yourself, right? But oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, right? But I'm like, what happened? Some people on social media need Jesus, right? Lord have the mercy. Okay, right? That's it. But you got married. You have to push. You got to keep pushing through. I keep pushing through. You don't divorce within 3 years of marriage. That's crazy. That's really crazy. Even there's another girl too here, Ronke. Ronke also divorced her husband. She said, "Oh, he was doing this. He was doing that." I'm like, Ronke, he was always doing that. Why didn't you go to counseling? Why weren't you patient? Now she's like sleeping in her car, with her kids. I'm like, what are you doing? Truly, what are you doing? Y'all divorce people to be homeless? Like, what is going on here? Right? But I'm like, he has a temper on him. I see it. But he can change. He always had a temper. Right? What's the problem now? He always had a temper. And sometimes also, like, when it comes to content creators, sometimes I wonder, like, do you divorce your husband because you need to blame someone because your engagement is not what it used to be? Because I feel like sometimes, because I see a few people, it's a few people that came to mind, but I'm like, I think at one point, like, your channel was doing well, you had a bunch of views, you got a bunch of money, or your Instagram was doing really well, a bunch of people, bunch of followers, bunch of likes, bunch of comments, right? So you were making a lot of money, right? But I'm like, my question here is that when your channel loses engagement, when you lose the traffic, when you lose your engagement, when you slowly become irrelevant, right? Do you use your husband as a punching bag? Do you want to make the husband the scapegoat? Because I'm really starting to wonder if this whole divorce trend is not a way to revive dying channels. Okay. Oh, I'm divorcing my husband. Oh, I was a victim. Oh, I'm a feminist. Oh, I'm putting myself first. It's like, is it because your channel was dying? So now you need to divorce your husband to try to revive like a dying channel. When in all honesty, is like, listen, the people have evolved, right? People have changed. Like they used to like you for a certain season, and now they're no longer interested, right? Yeah, I feel like these girls are trying to revive their channel. And I think because they're not happy with themselves, they want to blame other people, right? So I need to blame my husband because he's the person right next to you. So, oh, it's my marriage, but it's not really your marriage. It's your YouTube channel. It's this algorithm, right? You can't take the fact that people are not watching your content the way they used to. So now we have to blame the husband, blame the husband. Like it's getting old. It's getting old. People just don't care about your content. Right? And so like now you want to blame your husband. Like even Camila Cello, she's Brazilian. She divorced her husband. Like she divorced Icaro. I'm like, she's been with Icaro for like 20 years. And I'm like, what did he do? Right? And I think it's because she's not as popping as she used to be. And because he's the closest thing to you, you want to blame him. But I'm like, you cannot be naked all I mean, all she does is wear outfits on Instagram. Her abs, her abs. Okay, we get it. But it's like you're a mom. Why don't you also have mommy content? Well, thank you. Okay. Why don't you have mommy content? Why don't you do homework with your child? Why don't you go grocery shopping, right? Like, how many people can sit here and consume content of just you wearing clothes all day? You're in your underwear with your abs, wearing clothes all day. Like most women don't live like that. Most women have to go home. They have to cook. They have to clean. They have to do homework, right? So I'm like, people have outgrown your content. Exactly. So I'm like, yeah. So it's like engagement to spike the content, getting married to boost the content, pregnancies to boost the content, and then it's like, oh, divorce to okay. What else you gonna do after that? Right? Even Patricia, I feel like Patricia also a big reason why she wanted to divorce Mike because she needed somebody to blame. But I'm like, Patricia, people have outgrown your content. They have outgrown the content. Like, hello. And now she's out there. I saw one of her posts on Instagram. She's hanging out with girls from Love Island, UK. I'm like, these girls are so beneath you, right? These girls, like these Love Island girls, are beneath you. And like they're younger than you, right? They are absolutely younger than you. That like they offer nothing at all. But I'm like, she's hanging out with all these girls from Love Island. And I'm like, what can these girls do for you? What can you learn from these? You have kids, like you were married, you're now divorced, you have daughters. These little girls can't teach you nothing. And they're boho clothes, they wear boho, pretty little thing. Like you look what? This is bird behavior. But I'm like, Marlene, I mean, from what I've seen of Mike, right? From what me personally, what I've seen of Mike, I would rather go on a date with Mike, my husband, than to be on a stupid ass girl date with these stupid girls from Love Island. Like, why am I here with these birds? And their boohoo clothes, their pretty little thing, cheap ass dresses. I don't have time for this shit. I do not have time for this shit. Okay? Like you get to a certain age, like you have to, like you gotta turn the page. Like we're all like, are we not all in our 40s? Why do I want to hang out with some 20-year-olds who don't have kids, never been married, right? Could never even get a husband like Mike. Let's be so for real. Okay, because Mike has a real career. They even have a job. Mike has a real career. I'm gonna leave my husband so I can go hang out with these blow birds from Love Island who wear boho and Pretty Little Thing. You are crazy. It's true. No, even being a host for what? A host for what? She like it's like she doesn't know what she wants. It's like one moment, oh, I want to teach you about money and how to do this with money. Okay, then be about that energy, right? But when you get to a certain age, you should be with other women who are married, right? Go on dates with married people, with their husbands, right? Why don't you try to be even friends with like white girls who are supermodels, or even black girls who are supermodels, and go on the date with their husband and their babies? Because you guys have way more in common. But how can you be a 40-year-old hanging out with 20-year-old and you think you're gonna win? What are you doing? It's embarrassing. I'm like, this girl is so embarrassing. Okay. So I'm like, oh, I divorced. I feel like the whole I divorced my husband thing, it's a new trend. It's a trend to revive their channels. I divorced my husband. I divorced my husband. Like, girl, what? It is so damn stupid. Because they think they're going to glamorize divorce. You are a fucking idiot. I mean, it might work for some people, but it's not going to work for me. There's another one. I think she lives in the UK also, right? She made a video. My husband divorced me, or I divorced my husband. She's skinny like that. And the guy's like light skin, y'all. He's like light skin. He kind of looks Arabic a little bit, right? And she was like, oh, that she took him out to Dubai. It wasn't even his birthday. She flew him out to Dubai, right? And so when they came back from Dubai, that he gave her the divorce papers. And I'm like, you are such an unserious person. Maybe that's what we'll do. Okay. I feel so bad because I feel like every day I come outside, I should be like, mellow, mellow, my baby. Right. But it's my baby forever. My baby's coming home. Right. But I'm like, maybe we should do like a whole review of all these like I divorced my husband videos because these girls are clowns. Right. I'm not all be quiet. Okay, you knew damn well this man was no longer happy. Yeah, Gigi, she's so immature. Like her energy is so childish. I'm like, how old is this chick? Because when I first clicked on the video, I thought it was a fucking joke. So I clicked out. Because I'm like, divorce is very serious. This girl is acting like a child. I'm like, what is this? Right? But I'm like, then I got the gist of the thing, which is like, oh, she took the man on a vacation. It was not his birthday, but she wanted to spoil him. Wumpty wump wump, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, girl, bye. Me, I'm 40, like I'm 40, 41. You ain't about to play with me, right? You knew he wasn't happy. Like it takes a lot for a man to file for divorce. Women will just file for divorce because a man just sneezed wrong, okay? But if a man went and he filed for divorce, that man really was not happy. Okay? And most likely he's been telling you, Gigi, I'm not happy with certain things. But because you bring in a lot of money, you didn't think he was going to leave. Right? So when you took him out to the Dubai trip, you were trying to finesse the brother. So he sure did go and he sure did enjoy himself. But when he was on the trip, though, there was nothing there that truly changed. So when he came back, he's like, okay, I'm still going to do it because he's really miserable. He is seriously miserable. He doesn't want to stay married. Right? But the way she tells the story, of course, she has to be the victim. She's this great wife who took her husband on a fancy trip. And when they came back, he had the audacity to repay her by giving her divorce papers. I'm like, nobody does divorce papers in 3 days, y'all. If y'all came back from the trip and the papers were ready, he had the papers well in advance. Well, who's Jeannie Hello? I don't even know who that is, right? But I'm like, if when you came back from the trip, the divorce papers were ready, they were already ready. They've been ready. So maybe the trip to Dubai was to get him to change his mind. Maybe. So why don't you just say that? But obviously, when you guys went on the trip, instead of him changing his mind was, oh yeah, definitely doing this shit. So what exactly are you doing in this household? Yeah. You know, like they always play victims like that. But I'm like, y'all need to come outside and tell these women exactly what y'all be doing in these relationships where these men are not happy with y'all. But they can never do that because their egos won't let them speak the facts. Right. But I'm like, no man, like, how can he go on a trip and come back and the next day he has divorce papers ready? Those papers were already ready. They were ready. He had a lawyer way before the trip. He talked with the lawyer way before the trip. How did he get divorce papers so quickly? How were you served so quickly? So everything was in motion before you guys went on the trip. And you thought that if you took him on a trip, you spend money on him like a trick, that somehow, oh, she spoiled me, so I'm gonna stay with her. No, he knows you have money. The problem is there's something about your attitude he don't like. Right? And let's not pretend that the person you showcase to be on social media, that might not be who you are behind closed doors. You might be breaking dishes, cussing him out, cussing out his mama, all kinds of bullshit. We don't know who you really are. I don't know you. Right? But he knows the real you. But I'm like, most likely he came to you and he said, Gigi, I don't like X, Y, and Z. And you thought it was a joke. Right? You thought it was a joke. Right? Come to find out. Yeah. Come to find out, you're not telling us the whole story. And that's why I say, if you're going to come out and talk about your husband, your ex-husband, your divorce, unless he also gets to tell his side, right? Unless he gets to tell his side, right? I don't want to hear from you. I do not want to hear from you. Because in this marriage, two people were married. It's not just you. But if it's only you, uh, yeah, something is wrong with these chicks. A lot of these content creators are narcissists. A lot of these content creator girls, I think they're mentally ill. You can't convince me otherwise. They're really childish, arrested development, right? But I'm like, it's two people in a marriage. And to every story, there's three sides. You have your side, he has his side, and then we got to go ask the Lord, where does the truth actually lie? Okay? But I'm like, if we can't talk to your husband, I don't really want to hear from you. Because you're never gonna come here and be like, oh yeah, you know what, you guys, even though he did this, I have to also be honest. I did this, and that as well. You ain't gonna say that part. Because you want the girls to feel sorry for you. You want the girls to say you did nothing wrong. You want the girls to find his Instagram, go cuss out the man on Instagram. You want these girls to find his Yelp, his business page, go leave all kinds of one-star review. You know what you're doing. Right? But I'm like, how often does a woman come out here and say, "Oh, you know what? My husband filed for divorce, right? But I'm gonna say this is where I think he messed up, and this is where I think I also messed up." They don't do that. These girls never take accountability. They're always innocent. They're always so blameless. They were the perfect wife, the perfect spouse, the perfect best friend, the perfect trick. Nobody is perfect. It's a fucking marriage. You fucked up some, he fucked up some, right? But you don't have the courage to say, you know what, this is where I messed up. And if I could do it all over again, this is what I would have done differently, right? But they never say that. Everything is the man's fault, the man's fault. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. Okay. But I do believe that's just me running. I do believe that he told her he was not happy. And I do believe that he asked her to change a few things and she thought it was a fucking joke. Because most likely she felt, oh, I make a lot of money. Why would he ever leave me? I can spoil him. Why would he ever leave me? Because she thought her money was enough. You know what I'm saying? He's like, okay, fuck your money. I'm out of here. Because some people will choose their sanity over money, right? But I'm like, we can go through all these videos, right? Yeah. So I'm like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, to me, it's like, what the heck, right? Like, make it make sense though, you know? But I'm very leery to just like trust one person, even a man. If a man came out and said, oh, my wife divorced me, I'm like, okay, but what did you do? Right? So if we can't talk to your wife, I don't want to hear it. Because we need to hear from both people. Right? And then the truth is somewhere in between because they both gonna lie to us, right? For the most part. We must assume that they both gonna lie to us because everybody wants to look good. Everybody wants all the sympathy. Nobody wants to lose their sponsorship. Nobody wants to lose their followers. Nobody wants to mess up their social media image, right? So it's like you have to think about, right? You gotta think about you have to think about these things, right? Makes sense? You gotta think about these things. But I'm like, how do we know? Yeah. It's like you need to, if you want to help your audience, you need to tell your audience what you did. Yeah, they're monetizing divorce. Absolutely. Absolutely. Feel sorry for me. Watch, because they know if I say, oh, I divorced my husband, usually you get more views, right? If you have an engagement announcement, you get more views. If you have a marriage announcement, you get more views. If you have a pregnancy announcement, you get more views and comments. And if you have a divorce thing, you also get more views. but you're not really fixing the problem, right? Because if you always need controversy or some bullshit to get people to watch your content, do people actually like your content? Right? Do you actually make good content? You know what I'm saying? Right? Because I'm like, that's not sustainable. So what's the next thing you're gonna do? Right? What is the next thing you're gonna do? Makes sense? It's like even Mercy Gono. Mercy went and found herself a new man. I'm like, there you go. Right? And once again, she's publicizing that relationship because it brings the views. People are very nosy. And in a few months, when they start fighting and putting hands on each other, she'll be like, oh my gosh, I'm such a victim. This man is like trying to hurt me. No, you hurt yourself. Right? But I'm like, if you have to always monetize controversy, you might not be a good content creator. And it's time to think about that, right? Are you actually a great content creator? Do you know how to create content that's actually engaging? Right? Do you know how to create content that people actually want to watch? Right? There you go. Because honestly, even if you divorced your husband, why does anybody need to know? It's your private life. And even for your kids, it's their privacy. If you put this on the internet, one day when your kids are old enough, they're going to see it. So why even put this on social media? Right? If you're like, for example, Aloho, right? Aloha, she does a commentary channel. It's like this pro blackity black woman commentary channel. So honestly, whether she's married or not, it doesn't really matter because people watch her because she gives her commentary, right? But if you need to make, oh, I divorced my husband video, to me, I'm like, okay, you're trying to revive a dying channel because people don't really care about your commentary, right? They moved on. They can go listen to Armand Wiggins or whoever they want to listen to, right? But it's like, so maybe become a better content creator, make better content, have better commentary, right? Stop repeating everything everybody says. Say what you really feel, right? Don't just be a parrot. And that's the thing. Like when you make content and you repeat all the things that the ladies want to hear, well, by the time they get to your channel, they've heard this thing 100 times. So it's like, okay, you're saying the same thing everybody says, right? Be brave and say something different. Say what you actually believe. Yeah, that's all they do. Exactly. So many people get bored. I feel like Aloho, her channel was dying. Oh, I divorced my husband. Okay. What about next week? What about the week after that? So ultimately, if you don't know how to make engaging content, right? Okay, a divorce video might bump up your views for a while, but what about next week? What about the week after that? What about next month? What about the following month? What are you going to talk about? Right? That is not sustainable content. And I really don't think that it's wise and prudent to bring your marriage or divorce as content on YouTube. I don't think you should do that. It's private, keep it private. Because what if he wants to start talking about you? Right? So I don't think you told us all the facts. So don't bring his name up. He don't bring your name up. Continue your business. Right? That's the way that I see it. But I'm like, I divorced my husband. I'm divorcing my husband. Divorce my husband. Okay. Do we get to talk to your husband? Okay. So if we don't get to talk to your husband, I don't want to hear it. Because if I'm just going to hear your side of the story, then it's a narrative. It's not the facts. Right? But that girl Gigi, though, I thought the video was so damn silly. Yeah, I thought it was so damn silly. I thought it was a joke at first. I'm like, oh wow. But I'm like, if this is how, yeah, but if this is how you carry on, Gigi, something so serious, I can see why this man was fed up with you. Like, how old are you? You know? But I'm like, he wanted to divorce you a long time ago. Yeah. I got divorced. I feel like now it's the trend. Like now they're trying to glamorize like divorce, 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 divorce. It's like, please. Okay, please. Because the celebrities are doing it, you want to do it too? Please. Ladies, please stay with your husband. Okay? Do not listen to these influencers. Stay with your husband. You start something, you finish it. You made a vow, you took a vow in front of people, in front of God. See it through. Okay? Go to school, go to counseling, do what you must do. You start something, you finish it. Marriage is not easy. Nobody ever said it was easy. But these influencer people, they're not grounded in reality. They're grounded in analytics, views, AdSense, competition, comparison, right? Very, very immature. Like even me, Marlene, I don't know. I mean, as far as I don't know, I'm sitting here, but I don't even see myself divorcing. Like you've been with someone for like 17 years. It's like, oh, might as well die together, right? Might as well die together, right? That's why I say, like, when you get married, do not chase a fantasy. It's a regular life. It is a regular life with a regular person. Don't try to make it more. You're not a princess. He's not a prince. You're not a queen. He's not a king. We are just regular people with regular money. Okay? So live a regular life. And understand that yes, stuff happens and you need to figure shit out. Welcome to being married. There is no manual for this. That's why I think going to premarital counseling is really good, right? If it's really something serious, go to counseling, right? But why would you divorce your husband? Exactly. A lot of these ladies, they sit here and they glamorize the stuff. But don't forget, they have YouTube channels, they have sponsorships, they have all kinds of stuff, right? You divorce your husband, you might end up in your car. You might sleep in your car. You might sleep in a shelter. Okay? You have to run the numbers. And before you divorce anybody, you need to make sure you can afford it. Can you afford to pay for a divorce attorney? If this divorce is going to last 2 years, you got that kind of money? Okay. If you have to get your own apartment, do you have enough for a deposit and first month's rent? Okay. What about the cable? What about the water? What about this? I've never really read books. I read a book like back in the day, like in 2015, right? My friend gave me a book. It was like the daily devotional of a wife. I think I kind of read that. But the lady was talking more so about instead of trying to change your husband, worry about yourself. And I think I think she was right. Because she was like, the more you pray for your husband to change, it means that you need to change. Right? So that's what she was saying, that the more you pray for your husband to change, the more it means that you need to change. There you go. So I was like, I agree with her message. Like, so that's why I say you shouldn't have control issues. If you want your husband to change, maybe you need to change. Why do you want to change this man? Okay, are you done changing yourself? Are you done doing everything you need to do? Have you lost the weight you need to lose? Did you write the book you had to write? Did you change your diet? Did you fix your finances? Have you fixed your mouth? Right? So it's like, you know what I'm saying? So many times, right? So many times what happens here is that I think it's the power. It was the power of a praying wife or the daily devotional of a praying wife, but it's a white lady. And if I remember correctly, her husband was like an alcoholic or something. So at one point, because she's a Christian, she didn't want to get a divorce, but she's like, it's also not safe to stay there with the kids. So she picked the kids, she moved away, but she said she kept praying for her husband because even if they were not married, she still wanted him to have salvation. She still wanted him to know the Lord, all kinds of things like that. But eventually, not that it was easy, like it didn't happen like overnight. Like it's not a fairy tale. Didn't happen overnight. But eventually the man really went and got the help. He got the help he needed for his alcoholism. I think he sobered up. He sobered up. He truly apologized, gave his life to Christ, became a Christian. And once everything was okay with him, then they slowly got back together, right? But it was more so like instead of trying to change people, maybe you need to change. And maybe you need to ask God to give you more compassion, give you more patience, give you more empathy, give you this, give you this, give you that. Right? Because it's kind of like low key, high key, nobody should trigger you. And if somebody is still triggering you, it means that you're not where you should be in your walk with God. You're not where you should be in your walk with Christ. And I thought it was very mature, very, very mature. Right? So that's why I say like a husband is not he's not a pet project. It's not for you to fix this man, okay? But you can help him, you can give him resources, but ultimately you got to work on yourself. But my point is, if people go to premarital counseling, oh my gosh, I will never stop saying it. If people go to premarital counseling, a lot of these issues are going to come up. Like if he has anger issues and he's been hiding that, you're going to see it, right? If his father used to beat his mom and that's messed him up, it's going to come up, right? If his mother was really like a passive lady who just accepted everything, it's going to come up, right? These people are qualified, trust me. That's why I say even the premarital counseling is not 3 months, it's not 6 months. It could be a whole year. But instead of just dating and dating without structure, oh, we date, we go out to eat, we have sex, we talk about all the fun things, we talk about things that make us laugh. Okay, but you should also have things that make you question things, right? There you go. So what if as you date, you also do the whole like parallels, you also do the premarital counseling, right? Then that can make your relationship a lot stronger. So then when you actually say yes to the engagement, you know what you're saying yes to, right? But when you say yes to marrying someone and you never had premarital counseling, what exactly are you saying yes to, right? Well, thank you. Amen. Right? Like, you know what I'm saying? And I want to see less girls be impressed by a wedding ring, be impressed by an engagement ring, be impressed by a proposal. And I want to see more young ladies be impressed by what? Be impressed by the fact that, hey, we went to premarital counseling. We did it for 6 months, 9 months to a year. We know each other well. So when he proposes to you, you know exactly what you're saying yes to. And you're not just saying yes to a feeling. You're not just saying yes to a vibe. You're not just yes saying yes to an emotion, right? No, you need to know exactly what you're saying yes to. You need to really see this young man, his good, his middle part, and his bad part. And you need to understand there are certain things about him that might never change. So when you say yes to his engagement, okay, I agree to love you, even though I know this might be something I have to deal with for the rest of the marriage, right? This stuff is real. People have flaws. People have baggage. People have trauma. People have all kinds of stuff, right? The way he was raised is going to show up eventually. The way you were raised is going to show up eventually. But I think too many young people now are consumed with going on trips, traveling. Oh, you meet a boyfriend. You want to go travel with a boyfriend. You should not be traveling with a boyfriend, right? You should travel with an actual fiance, right? But you have all these young girls who think they know, oh, I'm grown. You're not grown. Even if you're 30. I had a little sis, oh, she said, oh, big sis, I'm 33. And I'm like, okay, and therefore what? You think 33 is a lot? Right. What is 33 in the life of a human being? If you live to be 80, you haven't even lived half of the lifetime yet. Like, be so for real. Right. And by talking, yeah, she still has long ways to go. Okay. But a lot of young ladies, oh, I'm grown. I make my own money. I do what I want. You're not grown. You are not grown. You're still a child. There's still so much you don't do. There's still so much you don't know. Right. You don't need to travel with a boyfriend. Why do you travel with a boyfriend? You're living a fantasy. And because you're traveling with him so early on, you think he's this man and he's none of that shit. Okay? It's a fucking fantasy. Now, if you travel with a fiance and you did premarital counseling, that's a little different. Right? But even that too is fake as hell. Oh, me and my boyfriend we just going to Paris for the weekend. Yeah, the fuck right. Yeah, the fuck right. What does he do for a living? Okay, bunch of fucking lies. And these are the kind of content they create. Oh, they want to normalize that people take their boyfriends and girlfriends to Paris on the weekend. Who the fuck does that? You're not a millionaire. He's not a millionaire. Your parents are not millionaires, and nor are his parents. Stop playing with people. Stop playing with people. Okay, it would actually even be better for y'all to take the weekend and go hiking. Go live in the bush out there in the forest for a whole weekend. Learn to start a campfire. Okay? Learn to rely on each other. Learn to communicate. Learn to collaborate, right? It'll make more sense. Go run a marathon together. Train for a marathon together. Do things that actually require partnership. Do things that require you to lean on him and him to lean on you. That way you can see what you two are made of, right? But people are quick. People put the cart before the horse, and then they wonder why shit goes left. How they gonna go left? You're chasing a fan. Exactly, exactly. Go climb Mount Everest together, because that's really what a marriage is. Like, what the fuck, right? You gonna see if he's lazy. But if you have a brand new boyfriend and you guys go to Paris, you go to Spain, you are glamorizing this relationship. You're chasing a fairy tale. And just because you travel well together on a fancy trip, it doesn't mean that he's going to be a great husband. He might abandon you with children. You might not even like him once you have children. You might think he's lazy. He was always lazy. But you didn't get the time to know if he was fucking lazy. You take a man to a trip to Paris. How about you have this motherfucker change your tires? Right? How many girls today who date these boys or even ask you, hey, change my tire. Let me see something. Right? You don't even ask these guys to do something basic. Ask him to change your oil. Does he know how to change your oil? Does he even know where the oil part is? right? Ask this guy to change your tire. See if he can actually change the tire. Probably don't even know how to do it. Wouldn't even know how to do it. There you go. But you taking him on a fancy trip. Oh, we're going on a vacation. Can he even change a fucking tire? Right? Have you ever seen this fool grab a ladder? Have him cut your grass. Does he know how to cut the grass? Right? Like y'all not even trying to see if he has husband quality. You just want a fantasy. And then you want to sell that bullshit to your audience. You're fucking insane. They need to lock you the fuck up. Okay? That is utter madness. But when you have a man, you want to know, can I rely on you? Can you change the damn tire? Right? Every boyfriend should be made to change the tire. Can you you know how many times Jimmy has changed my tire? I'm like, damn, go ahead, daddy. Okay? Like he just come and just like, I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. Right? Do you know how to use your hands? Make him do laundry. See if he knows how to do the damn laundry. See if he knows how to do the. You need to know if he knows how to separate the clothes. Right? I have a friend like that. We have to have a real conversation. Let me tell you something. This girl, y'all need to go home. It's getting late, right? Let me tell you about this fool. This fool, when she started dating her man, right? When she dated her husband, there's a lot of stuff that man wasn't exactly. Can he cook a simple meal? Because what if one day you got what if you do get a C-section and you can't get up? How y'all gonna eat the food? He gonna order food every day, you're gonna be fat, right? But anyways, right? So when she dated the man, right? Because this is what it was. She was complaining that he does not clean up after himself. And I said, okay, when y'all were first dating in college, how was the dorm? Was his room actually clean? Right? Even when you go to his parents' house, was he actually clean? She said no. I said, okay. What you crying for? Right? She said, oh, like she would go to his dorm or she'd go to the house, he would have clothes everywhere, clothes out the hamper. I'm like, there you go. So why are you mad that this man don't know how to do the clothes? Why are you mad that this man is not clean? He's not organized. It was right in front of you, right? But once again, instead of like things like that, it matters. Oh no, he's funny. Oh, he takes me out to eat. Oh, he buys me whatever. But sis, when you come to his house, you come to his apartment, there's shoes everywhere. If he becomes your husband, what do you think gonna happen? Shoes everywhere. There you go. There you go. This is who he is. He doesn't clean up after himself, right? Exactly. It's like you people, or be quiet. You people see the things that you see, and then you choose to overlook the things that you see, right? But you should. There are certain things that are basic. Can he change the tire? Right? Can he do laundry? Have you ever seen this young man do any kind of laundry? Have you ever seen this man do the laundry? Like he separates the clothes. He knows how to do the warm water, the cold water, the hot water. Right? He puts the stuff in the dryer. Then he knows how to fold the clothes. He knows how to pull the clothes away. Have you ever seen him do that? Right? Does he know how to make a bed? Have you ever seen him do that? Does he know how to cut the grass? Before we talk about fancy dinners, going on the trips, I'm talking about basic stuff. Have you seen him do basic stuff? hmm Does he change the bed sheet exactly, or does he sleep in the same dirty sheets? This is it. This is who he gonna be. This is it, right? These are real things. They're small things, but they're real things. And one day when you live with him, he's gonna do this every single day. There you go. Right? So it's like it's a real thing, right? Does he even know how to clean the counters? When you go to his apartment, is it clean? Does it smell good? Does he know how to open the windows? Is his toilet clean? Is his toilet always dirty? Right? Have you ever tried to use the toilet at his house? Right? Is he actually clean? Can he keep a clean toilet? You see, small things like that. What about his shoes? How does he organize his shoes? You see what I'm saying? Like it's like it's a lot of small things, right? It's a lot of small things. So you need to see, oh wow, I need to pay attention because I'm like, that's the kind of husband he's going to be. So if right now he's not doing laundry, if right now he's not folding clothes, if right now he's not fixing things out the hamper, well, that's the kind of husband he's going to be. Clothes in the hamper, out the hamper, leaking out the hamper, just bleeding everywhere. There's stuff in the washer, there's stuff in the dryer. He doesn't take anything out. He doesn't fold anything, right? And you're going to have to do it on top of yours, on top of the kids' stuff. You're going to have to do it. Like, this is some real stuff. So it's like, to me, to not even figure this stuff out and to start going on vacation, to start living a lavish life, why are you rewarding this man with fancy trips when you don't even know if he's actually a man? Right? But because it was always a fantasy of yours, there you go. Right? You put fantasy before being practical. No problem. Right? But later on, when you find out that this is nothing but a male child, I don't want to hear it from you. I do not want to hear it from you. Right? And then it's like people go right back, Marlene, no, Marlene, nothing. Because God showed you and you thought it was a joke. So now you have to clean behind this man. Feel sorry for you, sis. And maybe one day he'll stop doing that. I don't know. Right? There you go. But like, you should test a few things. Go to the restaurant, go to the restaurant. Yeah, sure. But one day you should see if he knows how to cook. Just like you know how to cook, right? So that way if something happens, he can cook. If you get tired too, if he gets tired, you can also cook, right? You should make sure he knows how to clean. Has he ever used the brush? Has he ever used the broom? Can he sweep? Can he sweep the floors? Does he know how to vacuum? Exactly, exactly. But don't call me complaining about the husband, because I would ask you, like, when y'all was dating, was he doing this? And if the answer is yes, not even does he work, sis. The working part is not hard, sis. Oh, maybe you're a guy, right? The work is not hard. What kind of work does he do? There you go. Because if he could do more, but he found a job where he can just be chill, he looked for a job where he can do the bare minimum. He's looking for a job where there's no possibility for him moving on. He works a job where he's never being challenged and he lazy. He lazy. So because with more kids, he gonna have to make more money, right? Because more kids, you need a bigger house. Bigger house, more bills. Bigger house, more furniture. Bigger house, more fridge. You need bigger fridge. Bigger fridge, more food, right? So if he works a mediocre job because he just wants to make enough just to pay his car note, he just wants to make enough to go to the club. If he wants to just make enough to buy some alcohol, make enough to take you on a date, this is a just make enough kind of person. And some guys are the type to just be the I make just enough. There you go. He doesn't want to push himself because he's very lazy. Because you can have a job and still be lazy, right? And even that she needs to know the kind of job he has. Could he do more? Right? Given his age, could he do more? They need to get married to men they can tolerate without. No, write that better. Okay, write something better. Okay, makes sense. But I'm like, you need to know because you have guys who work jobs and they're very ambitious. You can see it, very ambitious. So they have lots of promotions. They're always taking another exam. They're always taking another test. They're always taking another certification. Like these are guys that they're going. They're not trying to stop. If this company don't work, he going somewhere else. Okay, and then he gonna go somewhere else, right? You have a lot of men who know what they want. Even when you talk to the man, does he have a 5-year plan? Where does he see himself in 5 years? Financially, academically, in terms of his health, in terms of his investments, right? You need to have these conversations. What are your next, like, over the next 5 years? What are your financial goals? Right? What are your financial goals in the first 5 years? But people are not trying to have these real conversations. It's the dates. Take me on a date. Take me on a trip. Buy me flowers. All kinds of bullshit. And then they marry people off of vibes. Oh, I like the way he makes me feel. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Okay, because you're looking for a husband. So while you're dating this man, you should make sure he's husband material. And how does going to Paris or how does going to France or how does going to France or going to Spain, how does that help you to know if it's really husband material? You're just chasing postcard content. You're just chasing content for your page to make these girls say, oh, look at her. She got a rich car. Oh, whatever. No one cares. And if he was that rich, he'd be busy working. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, this is insanity to me. And that's why a lot of these guys today, they're very lazy, they're very mediocre, they think they're soft boy princesses and all kinds of stupidity. Because these girls here are chasing fantasies. Like you are chasing a fantasy. And the job of dating is for you to actually find a husband. Somebody who can provide you for you, protect you, be there for you, be the man in the marriage, be the brain of the marriage, someone that you can count on, rely on, submit to. But you're not even vetting this man to see if he's even worth submitting to. What are we doing? Okay? These trips can wait. These vacations can wait. You need to make sure he meets the basic requirements to even be your man. Can he change the fucking tire? Can he cut the grass? Can he do some laundry? Does he at least know how to separate the whites? Right? Does he at least know the warm water, the cold water, the hot water? Can he do something like that? Have you ever seen this man fold the clothes? Right? When he, yeah, on credit, exactly, it's on credit. When you go to his apartment, are his shoes well put away? Does he even put the shoes in the garage or somewhere so the place don't smell like his feet? Right? Like you have to see these little things. When you go over to his apartment, can you use the toilet whenever you want to? Or he has to, oh, wait, I gotta go in there and clean because it's always dirty. What is he doing? Right? You need to see these things. Stop chasing a fairy tale. And actually make sure this man can be a husband. He can be a father. Right? God forbid, you go get the baby, you have a C-section or you die. Okay? You need to make sure that if something happens to you during the pregnancy, what's new video, baby? What new video? Right? You need to make sure that if something was to ever happen to you, this man can really hold it down. Right? These vacations ain't going nowhere. Tony Gaskins. What new video, Jam? Let me see. Oh, Brittany, this one? This one? You talking about this one? We can do it later in the morning because I gotta go tonight, right? Makes sense, ladies, right? I so listen to me, right? I am not against the weddings. I'm not against the trips. Not against the trips. I am not against the nice restaurant, right? I'm not against trips. I'm not against restaurants. I'm not against gifts. I just feel like there's levels to this, right? And before you take anybody's gift, before you take anybody's this, anybody that, you need to really know, is this the one for me? You hear me? That's it. You need to make sure. Now, once you're done making sure and you do the premarital counseling, then y'all can start. You can say yes to his ring. Then you guys can go on these trips because, like, now it's not just a boyfriend; it's a real fiance because y'all did premarital counseling and okay, that's really can be my husband. Yeah, then go on go on the trips. You know what I'm saying? But you can't put the cart before the horse. And I think what I see on social media, it's just encouraging catastrophes. These are going to turn into romantic catastrophes with children in tow. And that's the part that really scares me. Is that you're not just fucking your life up, you're bringing babies into this fuckery to just fuck their shit up. And that's not okay. We don't need more damaged children. Thank you. Thank you. Right? So do things right. Do things the right way. Because if he's really the one for you and y'all do things the right way and you actually don't put the cart before the horse, you put the horse before the cart, right? When y'all go on these trips, when you guys say yes to the engagement and you guys get married, you're going to have a very successful marriage because you truly prepared yourself for marriage. Vacations, trips, fancy restaurants, fancy clothes, designer bags. None of these things prepare people for marriage. None of these things prepare. Just because you got a bunch of Chanel bags doesn't mean that you're gonna be a great wife. And just because he can buy you a bunch of Chanel bags does not mean he's going to be a great husband. Does not mean he's gonna be a great father to your kids. It doesn't mean he's gonna be a great leader for the household. Okay? Because why is he buying you all the Chanel bags anyways? Is he really that rich? There's nothing else he can buy you like a lot of land. He can't buy you some land. He buying you Chanel bags for real, for real. Do you really want those bags? Okay, so that is my thing. Make sure you do your due diligence. Do not be consumed with the flowers, the food, the trips, the sex, right? Then you go marry someone. You say, oh, I manifested. And then 3 months later, oh, I'm getting a divorce. You sound fucking crazy. Which lets me know you put the cart before the horse. Because how can you get divorced in 3 years? That makes no fucking sense to me. How can you be divorced in 3 years? That's not even 1,000 days. So in less than 1,000 days, you already divorced. What does that even mean? Right? So now we know you put the cart before the horse because you were chasing a fantasy. You didn't even make it to year five. You yeah, he did. Yeah, he no, it's not kind of yeah, it's kind of recent, but it's a little old. He passed away, right? Do things the right way. Okay? So, okay. So now that I have a bit more time, child, my y'all pray for my baby Carmelo, right? Pray for my baby Carmelo. But I'm like, now that I have a bit more time, I sure will be back on these relationship conversation because you guys, I don't want y'all to damage your life. Because these influencer people out here, they lie, they mislead, and they are selling people romantic catastrophes. And I'm not trying to be mean, but listen, somebody got to be the big sis over here, okay? Somebody needs to be the big sis. Glamorizing long distance relationships, glamorizing going on fancy vacation, European tours with a boyfriend you've had for 30 days. What if he kills you? What if he kills you? How well do you know this man? You see? Ashley Janae, she went all the way to Tanzania with a white man she barely knew. The girl is dead. You see this? Calm down. Truly calm down. Calm down. Because yeah, what if, yeah, it's true. What if he kills you? It happens all the time. A man you know for 30 days, you don't know if he's fucking crazy. You don't know if he has like schizophrenia in his bloodline. You don't even know if he's bipolar. What if he doesn't exactly, but what if he does? Right? But when you go to all the way to Europe or you go all the way to Tanzania, to Africa with somebody you barely know, yeah, it's cause for concern. It is cause for concern. Because who is this man? Who is this family? How was he raised? Oh, I'm so grown, but you're not quite prudent. You need to be prudent. Gotta be very careful. Do we even know his family? Right? Do we even know his family? Well, I don't even know if these men are bad. I do not know if these men are bad. Right? But I do think when you are Delulu, you're going to attract somebody that matches your foolishness. Right? And also, if you don't have integrity, if you create a certain kind of content, but in private you are a completely different person, well, I can see how you attract some foolish people. But I think a lot of these ladies too, they are the problem. It's not the man, it's them. Because if you live what you preach, oh, don't date this kind of man, don't be with this kind of man. If you really preach, if you live what you preach, how exactly did this man find you? Right? So we understand that some people, they're just saying what people want to hear. And when they turn up the camera, they go live something completely different. It definitely can. Right? Because does he even have enough PTO? Okay. Does he have enough leave? Right? So I'm like, a lot of these ladies, like Deborah, you have to understand, a lot of these ladies are liars. They say things that the ladies want to hear, and then they turn around and they live a different life because this is how they make their money. They're not being sincere. And that's why they attract these men who expose their lie. Even Wizard Liz, she was exposed because there's what she says and then there's what she does. It's not the same. Because all the shit she was talking, you would expect this girl to date a banker, date a soccer player, like a very famous soccer player, like somebody with some real money. No, she picked some basic ass white boy from America, right? Who probably lives with his parents because he kissed her ass and he told her, "You're the prettiest girl I've ever seen." That's all it took. And within 7 months, she was already pregnant. And most likely, it's not the first time they were having unprotected sex. So she was sleeping with a guy she barely knew without condoms, right? Because a lot of these girls are fucking grifters. Exactly. A lot of these girls are fucking grifters, right? They feel like, oh, I gotta be a feminist, I gotta be a misandrist, I gotta be da da da, right? It's a grift. It's a fucking grift. These people are not serious. Like they're truly not serious. But because they say it with so much conviction, right? They say it with, oh yeah, I believe her, I trust her. No, a lot of people lie. A lot of these girls are a bunch of liars. They are liars and they're getting exposed. And these men, I guess, are what the devil's using to expose these people. But if you truly believe in a thing and you're not just doing it for content, that's really what you believe. Why? How are you even able to attract these people? How are these men even having contact with you? It's the same thing with Abba and preach. You say one thing, but you do something different. Because it's easy to preach. It's a different thing to live what you preach. You see what I'm saying? So it's like it's all a scam. Because women are too gullible. And it's very easy to mislead these women out here, right? You just have to have the look. You just have to sound convincing. You just have to say, oh, you have to know how to ghost a man. You have to manifest a man. It's just all kinds of stupid shit. And these girls will listen to you like fucking idiots, right? I'm like, what do you even know about this girl? What is her track record, right? But where's the Liz, the way she was getting exposed? I mean, especially with the kind of views she was getting. I mean, I thank God that she got exposed because so many girls were just eating her crap. Right? But I'm like, a lot of these girls here, they lie. They're truly lying. They are truly lying. And like I said, unless you can talk to these men, I wouldn't even fully believe what they say about these men. Because they're always the victim. The man is the villain. The man is the monster. They sound like the white racists. It's always the blacks, you know? So I'm like, I wouldn't even believe that shit. Because if you cannot talk to this man, you should take what she says with a pinch of salt. Because you also can't fully like believe in what someone all things are negative. I won't believe that because I don't know him. You know what I'm saying? I do not know this man. So you can say, oh, Marlene, he's this, is that. Sure. And he might be none of that. Because you girls be lying. That's why we're here. Because y'all a bunch of liars. So I'm like, I hear you, but I'm not gonna fully believe you. But I hear you though. I can hear you without trusting what you're saying. And also, you're a content creator. Your job is to get content out. Your job is to monetize your content. So if you know that you can say X, Y, and Z and get more engagement, make more money, why would you not do it? Most content creators don't have integrity. Okay, they're a bunch of whores for the algorithm. So why would I trust you? Right? So like I said, if I can't talk to the man, yeah, I'm not going to fully listen to you because there's your side, there's his side, and somewhere the truth is in between. Okay, so if I can't talk to the husband, I'm not going to fully listen to you. Just like me, if I ever come in, I say, "Oh, Jimmy this, Jimmy that," right? Y'all should also not listen to me. But like Marlene, I hear you, but we also got to hear his side. That's it, because that's true. He also has a side, right? He has a side, but they will never let you talk to the man because he's gonna say things like, "What? She did what? She said what?" You see what I'm saying? Oh no, she was the reason why she didn't have an abortion because she really likes him. She really likes him. She likes him a lot. She likes him a lot. And I'm pretty sure the reason why she left the baby with him because she wants to make sure that he's so busy with the baby, he don't have time to go see another woman. Right? A lot of these girls want these babies, Lonnie. They want these babies. They just be lying to y'all. They want the babies. They want something of the man. They want to have a reason. Oh, you don't call me. You're a bad father. You abandoned the baby. Right? A lot of these girls, when they are in love, they want the baby, Lonnie. And a lot of women, when the man starts to pull away, what they do? They get pregnant. They get pregnant. The moment the man pulls away, she gets pregnant because she wants to pull him back in. Okay, we've been outside. I'm 41 years old. I have been outside. When a woman doesn't even fuck the abortion, that's too much. If a woman don't want to get pregnant, she'll be, oh, I have my period. Oh, this and that. When a woman does not want to have sex, she'll find a way. Okay, so Lonnie, never ever be surprised if a woman say, "Oh, the man is this, man is that," and she has that baby. Lonnie, she lying to you. She loved that man. She loved that man. But when she talking to you, she bashing the man. Right? When she's all alone in her car, she cries for that man. Okay. Any woman that has a baby by a man, the man is this, and she has that man's baby, she loves him. She loves him. She's just mad because she can't control him. And you know what girls do? When girls are mad and when girls can't get what they want, they destroy your reputation. Okay? Women love to smear people's reputation. Okay? But any woman that has a baby by a man she claims to be the devil, please, she's in love with him. Probably the man she loved the most. And she loved him very much. Any woman who has a baby by a man, I don't care what it says, she loves that man. Exactly. She loves him. She loves him very, very much. And that baby being pregnant by him, it made her very happy, Lonnie. Trust and believe. Where's the Liz? You see the kind of views she getting on YouTube? She can buy a whole clinic of birth control. Okay? So if she got pregnant, she liked the boy. Brandon, is that his name? She really liked him. She really liked him. Which lets you know this girl was just dying to fall in love. She wanted someone to love her. Because she's been all the, I don't care about a man. And you see, the more people tell you, I don't want a man, the more they want a man really, really bad. The more people say, I don't care, they care plenty. The more people say, well, it doesn't matter. It matters a lot. It matters a lot. It matters a lot. There you go. She really likes him. He made her feel really special. And therefore, she wanted the baby because she wanted a piece of him. And the reason why she dropped the baby there, Lonnie, because she wants to make sure he's too busy to go on dates. I know how this thing. I know how these women think. So if he has a baby, the other girls are gonna have to know there's a baby. He can't go on a date. He's gonna have to be there and raise the baby. That's what she wants. There you go. And I promise you, if he said, "Okay, girl, let's be together," she gonna be like, "Okay," and then she'll have another baby. There you go. There you go. I told you the same. Did I not tell you the same thing? Okay. Did I not tell y'all the same thing with your girl? What's your girl's name? What's your girl's name? Kiki Palmer. I told y'all she loves Marcus. She loves Marcus a whole lot. She loves Marcus a lot. And I'm pretty sure she's still talking to Marcus. She likes him a lot. She likes him a lot. A lot, a lot. That's why she was trying to control him. He's like, you can't control me, fool. Right? That's why she even went for a man who don't have a lot of money. Because she thought with her money and her fame, she could control him. He's like, girl, you ain't gonna control me. Right? And even the fact that he went to the military. Did he not go to the military? She liked that shit. Okay? She liked that stuff. These girls are in love with these men. They just be out here lying to y'all. Because they know, oh, when you're outside, you know, with the mainstream media, you gotta, oh, I'm a feminist. I don't need a man. Fuck a man. Yeah, it's all bimble babble bullshit. These girls, they love themselves a man. They love to be held by a man. They love to have sex with a man. They love to feel special by a man. They love the mans. They love the mans. My man, my man, my man, my man. Lotto loved the man so much she went and got the man of a married woman. Okay? They're full of shit. They're full of shit. Exactly. She loves Marcus. She loves him a lot. She really does. Okay, she carried that man's baby so fast, it cured her acne, it gave her some curves and some titties. Okay, she loved that boy. Don't let people, these women are liars. These women are a bunch of liars. That's why I'm like, oh yeah, whatever. Whatever. Right? Lotto was here. My body count is low. Wumpty wump 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 wump. Okay, we turned around. Lotto is pregnant by a married man. Lotto said, oh, she wants to retire. She wants to be a full-time mommy. She wants to be a wife. She wants to be a this. There you go. There you go. Okay? The more shit they talk about these men, the more they want a man real bad. And that's why you don't listen to these heifers. You don't listen to them. Okay? Because they want a man. So get you a man. And when you find your man, that's your husband, go to premarital counseling, right? And then if he happens to be the one for you, don't you let go. Exactly. They love themselves a man. They cannot be without a man. But oh, if he cheats, I'm leaving. If he does this, I'm leaving. They ain't going nowhere. They're going to go cry in the closet, dry their tears, and come back and go cook. There you go. That's it. That's that. That is it. That is that. These women are full of shit. Okay? They're full of shit. They're gonna go clean. They're gonna go cry in the closet, cry on the pillow. They might throw a few things. Oh, I can't believe you did this to me. Then they're gonna wipe their tears, go in the kitchen, start cooking. Meg the Stallion, she also wanted a man. She wanted to be with Clay because that's luxury. Clay Thompson is luxury, right? That's like the peak, like that's like the Mount Everest of the man's, right? And he's like, no, back to the curbs, back to the projects, back to Houston, back to the Ninth Ward, right? She thought, oh, I can't believe he cheated. Woo, 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 woo. There you go, right? That's it. That's that. But they love themselves a man. Like that needs any woman needs to understand that they love themselves a man. These men, these women are lying. They are lying. They are a bunch of liars. They love men. They love men. They love men. They love men. They love man so much they could care less if he has no money. Okay? As long as he's there for her, as long as he's texting her, as long as he's making love to her, it don't even matter if the man got the money. Okay? La da dee da 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 da. Okay, there you go. So I'm like, hey Willis, what's up? So it's like, do not fall for this crap. Do not fall for this crap. And that's why I told you, even when the girls were like, oh, when Inyala said, would you date a bus driver, right? All that shit right here, it was fugazi. Oh, I would never date a bus driver. I would never date a bus. Oh, girl, bye. You probably dated worse. The lies you tell. When you go to a restaurant and you see a man who looks good, you don't know what job he does. Right? When you go to a lounge and you see a man that looks really good, you don't know what kind of job he does. When you go to a party, you go to the club, you go wherever, and you see a man that looks good as fuck, you don't know what job he does. So how you know you're not a bus driver? Right? How do you know you never actually slept with a bus driver? You don't know. Exactly. Do you don't know? Right? But these girls really want you to, they really want you to believe that if the bus driver was fine as fuck, they're not gonna date him. They're full of shit. These women are full of shit. They are full of shit. If they, let's say you're the kind of girl, you love yourself a dark skinned man like Tyrese, right? Or Morris Chestnut, Tay Diggs kind of people, right? If you saw a bus driver that looked like Tay Diggs, that looked like Morris Chestnut, that looked like Tyrese, them chocolate ass people, you're not gonna date him because he drive a bus. The lies you tell. The lies you tell. If you're the type to be into like the Boris Kojo, like the super licensed people, the butterscotch people, and you see a brother that looks like Boris Kojo, if you see a bus driver that looks like Clay Thompson, you're not gonna date this man because he drive a bus. These people here, they are a bunch of liars. They are a bunch of liars. These women, they lie. They love to lie. Okay, they love to lie. That's why I said before you say I'm not gonna date the bus driver, I need to see what he looks like. That's what I'm saying, Lonnie. That's why you can't just say no. Because me, I said like if she had asked me the question, I'm like, no, I need to see what he looks like. Makes sense. And also, if he's a bus driver in New York City, he makes it like they mostly make six figures, right? But I'm not gonna say no because I haven't seen him. I need to see the man, right? But to not even see, oh, I wouldn't do it. I would. How do you know? There are plenty of guys. Even when you go to the gym, you don't know what people do for a living. There are a bunch of people who are attractive. You have no idea what they do for a living, right? But now that you know what he does for a living, oh, I would never. You don't know what the fuck you do. Shut up. Meanwhile, she's having sex with her best friend's man. Girl, please. I do not believe these people. I do not believe any of these women. Okay? Because I'm like, the first thing you should say, where does he drive? Okay? Well, what kind of bus he drive? So if he works for the county, he's a government worker, so he got good benefits. Number two, what does he look like? Okay? But I need to see the bus driver. But I'm like, if I haven't seen the bus driver, I can't say no, I wouldn't do it. I haven't seen him. You know what I'm saying? Because what if, what if, you just never know. You just never know. Right? Now, if I don't like how he looks, it's more so because I don't like how he looks. But let's say the man is actually really handsome though. You're not gonna date somebody who's handsome because and it's not even like to marry him, it's to date him. You're not gonna go on a date with somebody handsome because he drive a bus. You know what I'm saying? Like to me, that's really crazy. It's a date. It's not marriage yet. It's a date. But what if he is attractive? But to say, "Oh, I'm not going to date a bus driver," but then you go get to a sperm bank for your child. But if you why go to a sperm bank when you could just date a bus driver? He has benefits. He has health insurance. He got life insurance. He got dental. He has a real income. He can pay child support. So I'm like, the math to me was not math, and I'm like, Ebony's really stupid. I would never hire her to be my fucking lawyer. Okay, because as a lawyer, you should always do discovery. But I'm like, Tim, oh, Baba will, right? No, I don't think it was out of order to ask for that. Because even her, just because she's a lawyer, don't mean she's not broke. A lot of lawyers are broke, Lonnie. A lot of lawyers are broke. It's very possible. I'm kidding. I kid you not. It's just because, oh, you went to law school. A lot of lawyers too are stupid. Look at the guy who defended Carmelo. Okay, so like even now, I'm like, yeah, I feel like they give law degrees to just anybody, right? But my thing is like, just because you're a lawyer doesn't even mean it doesn't even mean that you're a good one. Okay, and if you're such a great lawyer, why come you're not married yet? Because if you're a great lawyer, you should be in the great circles, right? You are a single lawyer in New York City, so maybe you're not a good one. What do I know? Okay, but I'm like, he might have more money than her, Lonnie, because we don't even know like her debt to income ratio. But she could be broke as hell. Okay, you have a law degree, but you're broke. You bad with money. That's fine. But then at the same time, Lonnie, be a great attorney. Right? Because girl, you have great attorneys who are already married. Right? So when she went to law school, why did she pick up a husband? You see my point, right? So, you get my point? Like even in law school, were you the top of your class in law school? Because I'm sure if you were top of the class in law school, somebody in law school try to marry you, but you're single. You're like plus 40. You're not working for a great law firm. You work for this stupid channel called the Grio. Okay. So obviously, are you doing well? You know what I'm saying? She did it all these white boys. She did it all the Jewish boys. They had a bunch of kids that were disrespectful. Nobody married her. So I'm like, to me, it's like the bus driver might be better at money than you. Hey, Ashanti Queen, what's up? The bus driver might be better at money than you. I just don't know. But I don't think because you're a lawyer that automatically like it puts you on this echelon, right? Make sense? You get me? Because even lawyers, like there's levels to this. But they're a bunch of horrible lawyers. Mike Howard. Okay. So we have to know. Now, if you are a great lawyer at a great law firm and none of these partners want to marry you, none of your clients want to marry you, what's going on? Like, what is going on with you? Right? But I'm like, a lot of these girls, they got these law degrees, Lonnie, and they went to some weird ass law school because their LSAT scores were fucking shit. Their LSAT scores were piss. Right? Yeah, and y'all is yeah, you're right. She kind of weird. But I'm just saying, like, a lot of ladies too need to be pragmatic too. Yes, you went to law school, but what law school you went to? Right? Did you graduate top of your class? Did you have the clerkship? Like some people have these very prestigious clerkships, right? Do you work for a fancy law firm? But if you went to law school and you went to mediocre law school because your LSAT scores were shit, right? And even now you can barely find a job. You don't have any clients. And then you walk around, oh, I'm a lawyer. I'm a lawyer. Yeah, you a shitty lawyer, right? But the bus driver person, he might work better than you. He might have better work ethics than you. He might make more money than you. And also, he might be way better with money than you. But I think that sometimes when it comes to degrees, it gets to people's head. Oh, I'm a lawyer. Oh, I'm a PhD. We don't care. There are people who have PhDs in goofy ass topics. It's like you have a PhD, but it makes no fucking money. So, okay, you're a doctor. You're a doctor in something that nobody cares for. You know what I'm saying? Because it's one thing to let's say you have a PhD in physics or you're like a medical doctor. Yes, that's really prestigious. But there are people who have PhDs in some dumb shit that no one gives a fuck about. And all you make is $50,000 a year. Oh, I'm a doctor. No one cares. But the bus driver man, he might make 100,000 plus, might make 120. Plus, with all his benefits, he might make 240,000. And what if we find out that the bus driver man got two properties and he has $300,000 cash? So I'm not trying to be funny, but I would pick the bus driver over your stupid ass law degree. I don't give a fuck, right? And that's my point. What if that's what I'm like? That's why I said we got to have a conversation with the bus driver man. Who is the bus driver man? You see what I'm saying? Like, who is the bus driver man? Right? We don't know. But what if he has 100,000 in cash and you have $100,000 in debt? So, like, now who's actually better? Because you can't just say, "Oh, look at my degree." It doesn't matter with your degree, right? Because with your degree, you're broke. He might not have your degree, but he make like if he goes to a bank, he can get a loan. If he wants to buy a house, he has the down payment. You just have degrees. Your credit is shit. You can't even afford an apartment. You can't lease nothing. You can't rent nothing. Who gives a fuck? Okay. So I'm like, yeah. But it's a lot of women who talk about their degrees. But Lonnie, they got too much debt. They have too much debt and they're not good with money. So if a bus driver has a bus driver income and he's able to save 300,000, we have to show that we got to show respect for that. That's pretty impressive. That's pretty impressive. There are plenty of people who have degrees and they have horrible credit scores. They got horrible credit scores. They don't have any savings. It's horrible. They're so bad with money. And oh, but I have a degree. We don't care. I mean, yeah, it's cute, but we care more about how do you know how to manage money? Do you know how to multiply money? Do you know how to save the money? Can you even take care of yourself? But I don't even know how because what job does she do? Housewives, they kick her off the show. The Grio, it went out of business. Now, what is she even doing now? You see? And I'm like, we talk about the lawyer part, but I'm like, okay, but what about the finance part? Is Ebony actually good with her money? We don't even know. A lot of bus drivers in New York, right? A lot of bus drivers in New York, they make 100,000, but that's just their salary. But if you add like their health care, their benefit, their pension, because they're government workers too, right? They can have a package that's like 200,000. They can have a package that's a quarter of a million. You know, like some jobs are not like pretty. Some jobs don't give status, but they come with great money. Even like the longshoreman people too, they make great money too. There are plenty of jobs who are not glamorous, y'all, but the money is real. The money's fucking real, right? And at the end of the day, as a woman, you want a man that can take care of some shit, right? Then you have jobs that are very status, like it's a lot of status, a lot of prestige, very pompous, very elitist, but they have no money. There is no money. It's all fancy. So I hope it pays her well. I hope it does, right? But I'm like, sometimes we have to balance that out. Some degrees they pay really well. Some degrees it's all about the title. Like even being a college professor, some college professors do not make that much money. It's prestigious, it's very fancy. You get to write stuff, you get to write articles, you get to be published, whatever. But a lot of college professors don't make that much money. But it's very prestigious, but they don't get to make that much money, right? It's not the man that can just pay everything on one income. They don't make that great money, right? And then you have other jobs that are not as classy, they're not as prestigious, but these people be making bank. So at some point you have a choice to make. Do you want a man that has status but no money, or would you rather have a man that has great cash flow and is good at investing and saving money? I think me, I would pick a man with the money. I kid you not. Even me, I would do it. If it was somebody that's a bus driver and they got like 300, he saved 300,000, he saved 200,000, he got a great credit score, he owns two properties, and he looks the way I want him to look, even I would do it because he understands money. It's too many educated people that are broke with bad credit, living paycheck to paycheck. I want someone with money. I want someone with cash flow. I would love, oh, my husband has like $200,000 saved. He has $300,000 saved. Yeah, that would make me feel better at night. You see what I'm saying? That's just like you got at some point you gotta be mature. Exactly. But we have a lot of educated people, Lonnie, who have no investments. We even have educated people, they don't even want to max their 401k because sometimes if you max it, then your employer is going to max it. No, they're doing 2% contribution. It's a lot of people with degrees. They're good at their job. They're horrible with money. Horrible. You have some smart ass people and they stupid with money. Like, why are you so dumb? Mm, they're really smart, but when it comes to money, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Some people also make great money and there's no money. Where is the money? They don't know where the money is. Don't know where the money went. Scooby Dooby Doo. Okay? Like that's crazy. But all my people, it's 5 o'clock in the morning. Y'all made so I never went to the gym, huh? I never should have came out here. But anyways, y'all. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's that easy though, too, right? Because even being your own boss, it's not guaranteed that your business is going to make it. Right? By God's grace, if you start a business, it makes it, right? But a lot of business they fail within the first 5 years. So you know what I'm saying? Now the hamster wheel, sometimes there's some hamster wheels that are made out of gold. Some hamster wheels are made out of platinum. And then you have hamster wheels that are just made out of fucking cheese. Okay, so good luck with that shit. Right? But it's like it depends. Everybody don't have the same hamster wheel, right? Like people who become doctors, they have a hamster wheel, but they're gonna be millionaires. Right? But every hamster wheel is not the same. Some are platinum, some are gold, some are silver, some are bronze, and some are just made out of straw. Right? People got to pick the right hamster wheel. But every hamster wheel is not the same. But every business also does not guarantee success. We also have to be serious. And a lot of businesses do. You got to work a business like 5, 10 years before you can really see a profit. So it really depends, right? There's no clear cut way of making it. It's not that simple, right? Because when you have your own business, you have a lot of expenses. It's a lot of expenses. And it's a lot of clients who love to complain and ask for refunds. So, and employees who are very lazy. So, it's really not that easy. But whatever path you choose, I pray you choose the best one. And I pray you're the most successful. Right? My people, I got to go now. It's 12 o'clock in the morning. I have to go. Messing with y'all got me in trouble. But yeah, hopefully you enjoyed the lot. Okay. Yeah, of course. And you enjoyed the replay. And by God's grace, I'll be able to do the whole Tony Gaskins things. Okay. But yeah. Good night, boo boo. No, you can be dedicated, but it's just not the right business, babe. Right? You can be dedicated. You can have a lot of passion. Right? But it also has to be something that people want. Now, if you say like, oh, start your business like being a plumber, for example, yes, you'll make it. Because look at all the people with houses and pipes, right? But let's say you want to start a business where you want to just like do something crazy and silly. Who wants that? Right? So if you open a business where you cater to what people like an auto shop business, yes, you're gonna make it. Too many cars on the road, so you're gonna get some business. Right? Flat tires, oil change, wump you wump wump. Yes, right. If you paint houses, if you want to, if you like, or if you remodel kitchens, right? If you have a business where there's a lot of demand, yes, you're gonna be successful. But some people they pick all kinds of stupid businesses, and yeah, you're not gonna make it because nobody cares. No one gives a fuck about your stupid ass business. But if you have a practical business, like if you're an electrician, you're a plumber, you cut grass, you shovel snow, you remodel kitchens, right? You paint, you do tiles, you know how to work with wood, stuff like that. Yes, your business will be successful. Even making food. If you're good, if you have a great restaurant also, I think you can do make a lot of money. But then you have some people who pick stupid ass business ideas. And it's like, who told you that was a good business? Right? So don't just do something that you love, but do something that there's an actual demand for the business. And yeah, I think then you'll be really successful. But I think plumbing is a great business. Plumbing, electrician, even cleaning houses and stuff, a cleaning business and things like that, right? Exactly. But don't go pick something stupid. I don't even know. I don't know. Like some people just pick stupid ass businesses. I'm like, what? Who wants this shit? Okay. Nobody. But if you're a plumber though, I can see somebody just starting off being a plumber and then within 5 years they have to hire help. They can afford to have trucks. They can pay for advertising because a lot of people need help with their pipes, right? So I feel like a plumbing business, yes. Electrician business, yes. Carpeting, like all kinds of carpenter stuff, painting, remodeling kitchens, tiles, stuff like that. Yes. Especially if you do good job. Because once you do somebody, they'll tell somebody else. So you'll easily build your client. Even AC, HVAC, anything to do like with HVAC, the AC stuff also. Cleaning filters and stuff, yes. Automobile, yes. Right? Transportation depends on what kind of transportation, right? Certain businesses, yes. But then you have people who pick these stupid ass businesses, and I'm like, what? Be very, especially with franchises, be careful because some franchises are really good. Some franchises, they're just trying to steal your money and put you into debt, right? But plumbing, electrician stuff, yeah, I support those kinds of businesses because these people make bank. Sometimes they have too many customers, too many calls. They don't have enough people to do the to do all the services, right? So just be really smart about it. Don't be emotional. Be smart and pick a business that has a lot of demand and make sure you charge a good price. If your price is fair, you'll have lots of clients. You definitely have lots of clients. Hmm. Exactly. So that's that, right? But love y'all and good night. See you in a few hours. Okay, I'm gonna take my weight today. I hope I lost weight, child. I hope I lost weight. All right, love y'all.